Hi, Brian.
Rep Lanu, do we have the same paint color in our rooms?
Oh my goodness, it looks it.
Like a
Yeah, it's
green?
yeah, we got green. It's good luck color, right?
Yeah, there we go. That's so funny. Oh my gosh, we even
Yeah,
have like a vent in the same spot.
I wonder if we have the same builder. Who knows?
Probably not. I don't know if 1951 is when our house was built, so
You sure you're not in the same
Okay, mine
room?
was. Yeah, yeah. I know. Before the zoom in, it looked like from the distance, it looked like she was in my living room. So
yeah. That's so funny. Well, I think it's a
did you guys get
great
a lot of
color
snow down
choice.
there? Absolutely, it's very soothing.
Yes.
You guys get a lot of snow where you are?
Maybe 4 inches, but a lot of ice.
Yeah, a lot of ice,
Yeah,
a lot of sleet. How about you?
yeah. The roads look a little tricky, but not a lot of snow, so I don't have to worry about doing much.
Oh,
Maybe
that's
throw a little sand out there. That's about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
My kids are shoveling outside right
So
now. So
One of the benefits of
there you
having
go.
if you're going to have three teenagers, that's.
Put them to work on a snow day, right?
Exactly. They had a nice quiet morning, and so they'll do this, and then I'm sure it's going to be time for hot cocoa and movie on the couch. So,
sounds
Well,
perfect.
that it all goes hand in hand. Snow day and hot cocoa and the movie. So that's all prepared.
yes, I wish I
So,
could join them.
okay. Well, on that note, Representative Wheelander, yes, it is 1 o'clock. I'm looking for my co-chair. There he is. Just joined us. Thank you. Good to see you, Representative Paris. And we're about to start our first public hearing for the Committee on Children. We have a very busy day. We have 95 people signed up to speak. Looking forward to hearing people's input on our bills and what their thoughts are. Just out of curiosity, Representative Paris, would you like to say something to welcome everyone?
Welcome, everyone. Keep it short so we can get straight to public comment. Thank you.
Okay, great. And Representative Dauphiné?
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all staying safe and warm.
Perfect. Okay, well, that being said, why don't we go to our first speaker, which is Commissioner Jody Hill-Lilly. And we welcome you. And please, you have the floor.
Well, good afternoon. Oh, it's not good afternoon. It's morning. What is it?
No, it's afternoon.
No, it is morning. It's afternoon. I'm like so confused. Okay, good afternoon. Start again. Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. I am Jody Hill-Lilly, Commissioner of the Department of Children and Families, and I am submitting testimony on a few bills today. The first is Senate Bill 1215, an act concerning certain neglected, uncared for, and abused children and youth. The department has several legal and fiscal concerns with this proposal and believes it could result in a substantial resource problem for our child protective service system. The bill amends the definition of child in Connecticut General Statutes, sections 46B through 120, to include adults over 18 if the petition alleging that the person was abused or neglected or uncared for is filed prior to the person's 18th birthday. In short, it would permit the Superior Court for Juvenile Matters to adjudicate and dispose of a neglect, abuse, or uncared for petition after the child reaches the age of majority. The primary purpose of this proposed language is to permit the court to commit an adult over the age of 18 to the care and custody of and guardianship of DCF, which will further tax an already overburdened child welfare system. While DCF does provide services post-majority for 18, 19, 21-year-olds and plus, those young adults have been committed to DCF by the court prior to the age of 18. DCF, as the prior legal guardian and statutory parent for those children, feels strongly that we should continue to support their growth into adulthood as any parent would with their existing, within our existing resources. Approximately 117 plus year olds have neglect, abuse, or uncared for positions filed on behalf of on their behalf in juvenile courts annually. DCF is often the petitioner in these instances, and only when it is determined that placement prior to the age of 18 will be in the child's best interest. In most cases, in these situations, when the petitions are filed after the child is 17 or before they turn 18, we have been pretty successful in expediting those hearings to ensure that the child gets committed before their 18th birthday. So we're really proud of that when it makes sense to do that. However, the proposed change in law would create an untenable jurisdictional issue for the juvenile court and will result in adults entering care in addition to the growing services post-majority population we already serve. This would require additional staff and additional resources. This could also increase the number of youth who are placed in DCF custody by the court pursuant to the bench order of temporary custody in delinquency proceedings, when there are no grounds to detain a youth and parent who are unwilling or unable to bring the child home. The proposed language would then permit these youth to be committed to DCF even after they have turned 18, and the system is already challenged, unfortunately, with finding appropriate homes for older youth. We are all well aware of the mental health crisis that we are facing in Connecticut and throughout our country. And this has become increasingly complex since the pandemic. We are very proud of Connecticut, the legislature and OPM and our providers who have all rallied together to address this humongous challenge. And we have made great steps to address the mental health crisis that we all face. In DCF, we make every effort to support children and families without having to place them into DCF custody. As you all are well aware, we have a behavioral health mandate and a CPS charge, and we try when it's appropriate and when families when parents have not committed abuse or neglect towards their children, to serve those children on the behavioral health side of our agency. This bill would increase the likelihood of such petitions being filed for older youth who could then be placed in DCF custody as an adult to receive behavioral health services. Those young adults are eligible for support by the adult serving system. We're also very proud of our relationship with the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. And for those children who are in our care and custody, who are beyond 18 years old, receive those supports. And we have a seamless process for kids who are needing ongoing supports in the adult system. So we're proud of that. In both of these examples, it's exceptionally difficult to find foster families or group homes to house older children. And it's further exacerbated. I don't know, folks know that we have almost a pretty nationwide placement crisis that's happening. We continually make efforts to improve our foster care recruitment process, but Connecticut is not immune from this trend. If this bill were to pass, the system would be increasingly more challenged by having to identify placements for adults not already in DCF custody. We have submitted testimony on House Bill 6182 and Senate Bill 461, which would significantly expand the department's post-secondary education program. While we deeply appreciate the intent of this legislation, implementation of the bill's provisions would result in a significant and unbudgeted cost. Our written testimony provides more information about the fiscal implications of the proposal. We thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My staff and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. One question that I have is, I certainly hear your concerns around placing adults, but could you speak to the context of what we have been hearing about the age being moved to 21 to 26 in certain instances with disability, with youth who have disabilities, IDD, other types of care that is needed. So how do you see that change in context with this bill 1215?
So I can start off and then punt to members of my team. I would say, as an agency, we are here to support kids and their transition into adulthood, particularly when they come through the doors of our child protective services. And we have an infrastructure that does just that. We were just on the phone with some New England states, just really talking about how we support our youth transitioning into adulthood. And so we have right now about 600 kids that come through that child protective service door already that are post 18. And so what we're concerned about is how we partner with other agencies for kids that are coming into care for reasons other than child protective services, and how we partner with them to make sure that we're able to adequately resource or give the supports that's necessary. So for example, if a child comes in through our behavioral health mandate and they go into the Carillon system, this means that the family has not committed any abuse or neglect. It's just that the child has behavioral health needs. So what we do over there is they come through that door, and then with the assistance of Carillon, we help them to secure whatever mental health services they need, and then Carillon would set them up for the adult serving system. So we're really just trying to make sure that we are bifurcating our service delivery and not imploding the ones that come through the door, the system that comes through the kids that come through the door with abuse and with respect to abuse and neglect. I will tell you that we are partnering really closely with Department of Developmental Services to make sure that kids with ID and ASD who are requiring adult services, who start off in our system and are transitioning to DDS. We recently had a few meetings where we're making sure that that transition is smooth. So I really do appreciate the partnership with our adult serving agencies, meaning DDS, CSSD, and DEMIS, because we're hitting that very thing that you're talking about. How do we make sure that when kids need services, whether it be for ASD, ID, whether it's whether they're JJ involved, or whether they have mental health needs, that we're partnering with those agencies so that the youth can transition to those services smooth.
Okay, thank you for that response. Representative Lanu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Well, good afternoon at this point. Greetings from the eastern part of the state. I live in a rural area, so I apologize if I'm coming across froggy or scrappy here. I hope you can you hear me okay, Commissioner?
Yep, you're
Okay, great.
great.
Excellent. Okay, I just want to make sure I have a clear record here. Commissioner, I do have a couple questions for you on SB 1215. First, I just want to make sure we got the definitions right here, and what the bill's trying to do. By referring to committed, this would be the first time that an individual would first enter DCF services. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So, essentially we'd be allowing adults over the age of 18 post-majority to first enter DCF care. If I think that's what the bill is getting at here.
That's correct. With one caveat, I would say what they're concerned about is if petitions are filed on a 17-year-old and that has not reached its conclusion and the child turns 18, they want to be able to still continue with those with the court proceedings after the child turns 18, which is prohibited through statutes now. I just wanted to make that nice and clear.
Understood, and I appreciate that. I guess, and I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here. If you don't know the answer, this is fine. But do you happen to know what the current median age is of a child that first gets committed or enters DCF care, or do you have an idea what that age might be?
Yeah, I'll punt to my team on this one. Michael Williams would probably best to answer this. I believe what we're seeing now trending in Connecticut and in across the nation is we're seeing younger kids come in at an alarming rate and older kids coming in at an alarming rate, but still the overwhelming majority are in that middle from the data that I saw. Michael, do you want to take this?
Sure, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Commissioner. And you're right, the average age or the medium age, we look at it by age band, and it's the age band of 6 to 12 would be where most kids are when they enter into DCF care. Of course, we have a lot of 0 to 5s. Those are the ones that we're most concerned when they come in, but as far from a volume perspective, it's the 6 to 12-year-old age band.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. I want to be clear, first of all, that whenever there's evidence of abuse and neglect, even if somebody is in adulthood, early adulthood, and they bring up issues of abuse and neglect, somebody that abused or neglected them violated them as a child in some way, that needs to be taken very, very seriously by our system. That should be investigated and, when warranted, prosecuted. where I'm concerned here, with, what's before us is some of the unintended consequences. I'm not sure, if is somebody who's 17 and a half, 17 and 3/4, that then goes beyond the post-majority age, if DCF is the right place for him at that point. And is there other places that are better suited? So I think that's something we need to look at. My other big concern here, and Commissioner and staff, if you want to ring in on this, my concern is some of the unintended consequences. There's a lot of concern about that 0 to 5, 6 to 12, and very, very young children. And one of my concerns here, and I guess that's a question, is, in all candor, if we start opening up the gates here to now having adults enter DCF care, what's going to happen to the 0 to 5, the 6 to 12s? Will that population, will those very sensitive, very critical young ages, tender ages for children, will that be just be by limited staff, limited resources? There's only so many resources to go around. And if we're going to add adults to this, to charge with what you have to do, could this negatively impact and harm these other populations, the 0 to 5, the 6 to 12s age groups? I'm curious what your feelings are on that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your comments. First, I want to go back to what you initially said, and that is we're the agency charged with protecting children from abuse and neglect. So when there are issues related to abuse and neglect, as it relates to a child or youth, that is our responsibility to intervene. And even we've been looking very closely at the data. And even we had about 100 petitions or so filed on kids 17 and older. And what we do is we work with the courts when they are bona fide, clear issues of abuse and neglect. Even with 17-year-olds, we work with the courts to expedite those petitions and make sure that the kids are committed. What we're concerned about is what you're talking about. And that is making sure that we don't overwhelm the system with issues that are not related to abuse and neglect. And then the system implodes and we're not able to really put the attention on, those kids in those situations. And we're dealing with a lot of complexity in the families that we're seeing right now, significant abuse and neglect, things that I got 31 years, I got 37 years within the department. And some of the things we're seeing is quite scary. And so we need our resources to be focused on those that we need to protect from abuse and neglect. So you're absolutely right. And thank you for raising that.
Sure. Commissioner, I just want to make sure the record's clear. Again, if we start opening this up to adults being committed, could the 0 to 5-year-olds, the 6 to 12-year-olds, will this come at a cost to them where they're not getting looked at like they should because resources are going to be devoted to the adult population?
Excuse me one second, Commissioner, before you respond, I just want to say thank you, Representative Lanu. We'll certainly hear what the commissioner has to say, and then I think we're going to keep to our 2-question rule, which I apologize for not saying in advance, and then we can back around later. So thank you, Commissioner. If you would please respond to Representative Lanu.
Yeah, you mentioned that the department has so many resources, right? And so if the volume increases to the point where we have to make choices, there is always that possibility that we're leaving kids vulnerable when the caseloads explode. So the direct question is, yes, it could impact what we're able to do if we're not able to control, or if we don't have enough resources to respond to the number of kids that are coming into care.
Okay, thank you so much, Representative. Representative Welander?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Commissioner. I'm sorry we're doing this on Zoom. But needs must sometimes with the weather. I want to make sure that I'm understanding the definition of and the language of Senate Bill 1215, because my understanding of the simple change in the language is that this is the goal, just to ensure that if there was a petition filed for a child before they reached the age of 18, that if it, for whatever reason, wasn't able to be completely adjudicated within the process, like the decision wasn't made before they turn 18, that the claim of abuse or neglect wouldn't just disappear, that it would still be gone through the process, and that the person or persons, the parties involved, would be held accountable if needed. And they wouldn't just get away with something because the child that they abused turned over 18. My understanding is the language is not to place, older teens, young adults back into the system. It's just to make sure that there is people are held responsible. Can you clarify that your understanding of the bill, where you're coming from, please?
Yeah, I think and I'll let Susan Hamilton who's my general counsel, to answer this from a technical perspective. So what's happening now is that when a child comes to our attention and is 17 years old and is indeed a victim of abuse and neglect, we are working with the court systems to expedite that process so that the child can get committed. If we amend our statutes to allow, even if the petition is filed and we're in process, for a child to be committed, awarded to our care and custody after 18, the unintended consequence of that could be catastrophic. And that's what I'm worried about. And so, and I just, this morning, we were on with the other New England states and having this conversation. And I asked a very pointed question about this. Would you all do that? And then the response was like, oh, no way would you ever do that, because it would inevitably end up in more children coming into our care for that purpose. So I believe that we have worked with the courts to make sure that those children who indeed have been abused and neglected will be committed, and our data proves it. They will be committed to us before they turn 18. The courts have been very cooperative. So the squeeze in this one is not really worth the juice, because the unintended consequence of amending the statutes could and would, I'm almost sure of it, result in a lot more 18-year-olds coming into our care when they really shouldn't be. I'll turn it over to Susan to add anything to answer your question more directly.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner. As always, you did a great job answering that question. Again, Susan Hamilton, for the record, General Counsel at DCF. Representative Welander, I appreciate the question. I think one of the distinctions to keep in mind, too, in addition to what the Commissioner was highlighting, is that unlike a criminal proceeding, the child protection proceeding is really driven by the adjudication goes to the child. And usually, even for the kids right now that we're filing petitions on 17, we're trying to adjudicate those and get those cases resolved before they turn 18. But the goal typically is to, especially for the older kids, looking for a placement into DCF care and custody. So I think that's, to the Commissioner's point, most of the cases that are filed now we are trying to resolve. And really, for the most part, I think in cooperation with the judicial branch, are able to resolve those before they turn 18. The concern is that we may see an influx of new cases being brought 17 and a half, close to 18, that could go well into 19, 20-year-olds being for the first time committed to the care and custody of DCF. So, so I think, I don't know if that answers your question, but there's a distinction there, because I heard in your question about accountability for the parents. And really in juvenile court, the adjudication goes to the child, as well as the disposition goes to the child, what is in the child's best interest as far as placement. So, and the last thing I would just say, which I think came out in the earlier testimony, but the other just sort of jurisdictional issue with actually committing an adult to DCF is that the commitment gives DCF guardianship. So we assume guardianship of children when they are committed to us. So there's also just that issue around, there really isn't a mechanism to give guardianship to DCF of an adult person. So hopefully that answers your question.
I thank you both for those answers. I'm having a hard time reconciling this though, because on one hand, we're hearing the number of 17-and-a-half-year-old, under 18-year-old petitions, that age group that we're working really hard. So almost none are reaching 18 without their petition being adjudicated. And at the same time, you're saying that if we were to make sure that the few children who have already been treated abominably by their guardians or someone in their life, if they do slip through the cracks, then we're just saying, so sorry, you're too old now. I guess these are still children that we have a responsibility as a state to care for. And if there aren't that many at this point coming through to that 18 mark, then I don't see how all of a sudden a floodgate of children would come into the system. And if there is a flood of children who are 17-and-a-half, who realize that they can still receive some justice for an abuse that they received, then that's something that we should encourage. Because if people are saying, I'm not even going to say anything, I'm not going to file anything because it's not going to go through, there's a contradiction that's happening here, and I'm having a hard time reconciling it. And I don't want to dominate the conversation here, but this is something that I think bears further discussion to make sure that we are being responsible for these kids. So thank you, Madam Chair.
So I'm happy to respond.
Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. So I think General Counsel was trying to delineate the adjudication goes towards the child. The parents will be held accountable. So there's two different standards. So there's no separation in terms of if parents get arrested for the abuse, if they get adjudicated as abusive and neglectful, they could go on the central registry. Parents who abuse children will be held accountable. There's end of story. The question is, who has the care and custody of the child as a result of that, and at what age? And so that's what we're concerned about. And I have to say this because it's really important. We're very proud in Connecticut of the work that we're doing with kids, and we were ahead of the game 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and how we treat our adolescents. Those are our kids. We take care of them. We make sure they get at college. We make sure that they get stipends. We make sure that they're well supported. And a lot of them do well under our care and custody. I think word on the street is out. That is something that is beneficial. And there are a lot of systems that feel more comfortable with kids coming into our system because of that. And while I would love to be able to take care of all the kids that have need of that kind of care and attention, we just don't have the resources to be able to do that. And I believe that this bill will open up that floodgate for those less serious types of situation where they would be better served under our system, but not necessarily because of abuse and neglect. And Sue, Sue, why don't you chime in here?
Great, I appreciate that. Just on the commissioner's point, the substantiation. So when we get abuse and neglect reports, most of the cases that we investigate, if they are substantiated, there's a substantiation decision. And then, as the commissioner mentioned, a decision about whether or not that person should go on the central registry. Most of the cases that we serve, even with an investigation and substantiation, are not necessarily going to the juvenile court. So I just wanted to clarify that it doesn't require a petition in juvenile court to have the investigation that you're sort of, I think, speaking to, Representative Wieslander, as to accountability, assessing risk. And there's also mandatory notifications to law enforcement in cases where that's necessary and or required. So there are sort of these dual systems. So I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that as well, that the juvenile court intervention to seek custody of a child is not the only, isn't really the mechanism for that, is not driven by the punishment of the parent or the accountability for the parent. That's done sort of as an administrative and sometimes a criminal response. So I just wanted to add that piece.
Thank you. Senator Cohen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering, in a follow-up to the good House Vice Chair's questions, it seems to me that we're talking about maybe two different things. The DCF is concerned with children entering the system that are in adulthood, while the committee's intent, I believe, is to capture the kids that are still children who are reporting incidents, who may not get adjudicated by the time they turn 18. And so what I'm trying to figure out is there a balance that we can strike in the language that takes care of the agency's concerns with more adults coming into the system and under DCF care, while still maintaining the balance of ensuring that our state's children who have had horrific incidents happen to them throughout their childhood remain under the guidance and care of DCF once they turn 18, should their case not have been adjudicated at that point.
I appreciate the balance in the question, Senator Cohen. It's great. I think one way, and we could certainly work on this, is to make sure that in all cases we work with judicial to expedite the orders for us to have care and custody of the child prior to the 18th birthday without changing the age beyond 18. I believe we can get there with the support of the courts. And so I think that's just a matter of us working offline, making sure that it happens, because the last thing we want at DCF is to not be able to care for kids who have been abused and neglected. And we have been hugely successful in making sure that we do that. We have a history that says that we are able to do that. So anything short of extending that age beyond 18, where we can work together to change whatever we have to change to make sure that happens, I agree with you. We can come up with a nice compromise.
Thank you for that. Could you just, for everybody's purposes, explain a little bit more about what happens? Let's say a child comes in at 17 3/4 and their case has not been heard. Can you explain to me what happens when that child turns 18?
I'll give that one to Susan. You want to park that one?
Sure. So when we get involved, when the person is still a child, we are working with our adult serving agencies and with the family to help transition that family and that young person to services that can meet the need, we hope, right, in the adult serving systems. So to the commissioner's point, we are in the petitions that are filed between the ages of 17 and 18, oftentimes we are the ones filing it and expediting resolution, which isn't always for the under 18 commitment to DCF. I mean, obviously we're all invested, I think, as a system in preventing any unnecessary foster care placements, right? So I think the work that we do outside of juvenile court, because I do want to just, again, highlight the fact that most of the work we do with families to support children and to continue to provide support, even when the kids are transitioning into adult serving systems, is done without juvenile court involvement, right? We sometimes may need to seek juvenile court involvement to get some type of protective supervision over the family, but generally, the ongoing case planning and support we do with families is inclusive of planning for how that young person will continue to have their needs met in the adult serving systems. And sometimes the family, we may have an open case that we're serving, because I just, again, don't want there to be an impression that outside of juvenile court, we don't have a separate, system that really does all of the casework and planning. But sometimes there's also a younger child in the home. So maybe the older sibling is turning 18. We, assuming there are still ongoing protective service issues, the department continues to stay involved with that family and serving the parent and helping to support the young person's success and also the protection and safety of the younger children in the home. So I would offer that, and I don't know if Michael would have anything else to add with that, but we don't just sort of, while we have an open case, shut the door at the age of 18. We try to transition to the adult serving system so that they can be served there when our case is ultimately closed.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add, Michael? Just want to make sure.
No, I think Susan has summed it up well. The pivotal factor is that as she mentioned, most kids who are 17 and 18, between 17 and 18 that are being abused and neglected and need to be in care to be safe, they come into care and be safe regardless of what the age may be within that range. We work expeditiously to make that happen. I think for the most part, the spirit of this legislation is to talk about those kids where there's no abuse and neglect, who may have behavioral health challenges, delinquency challenges. Parents are really struggling with them and having a hard time keeping them at home. They may run away. They may have a whole lot of complexities in the family dynamics. And they're getting close to that age of majority, and that family or others may think it's best for that child at the last minute to continue to get some kind of support from an agency like ours to put them into foster care for that to happen. And that's where we usually say foster care is not necessarily a solution in this, because once they turn 18, they can voluntarily stay involved in services. It's not, they have to stay involved in services. So coming into care really doesn't change the scenario of their ability to get served. We can get them to DEMAS to get the services for mental health as an adult, or they go to DDS for services, or the judicial system that's out there as well. But those are the main cases that's driving the spirit of this, where parents are really struggling to continue to parent a child who have those types of complexities.
Well, I appreciate all of that. And out of respect for the 2-question limit, I will not ask any more questions, but I certainly would love to have further conversations on this. I think it's pretty clear to me at this point there's a disconnect. And I think the intent is really well-meaning of this bill. And I think the agency wants to do right by Connecticut's children. It seems to me that you'd have to have a whole influx of a lot of 17-plus-year-olds in between that 17 and 18-year-old range impacted suddenly because of this legislation to make your concerns warranted. So I'd like to see if we can strike a balance, and look forward to working with the chairs and committee members as well as the agency to get it right.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no more questions, Commissioner, we thank you for your time and your testimony.
Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Thank you. You as well. Next, we have Commissioner Beth Bai from the Office of Early Childhood. Is the Office of Early Childhood here? Online?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi, good to see you.
You too. Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dalfinis, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Beth Bai. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. I'm here to testify on 3 bills: House Bill 6180, House Bill 6839, House Bill 6840. The OEC supports the intent of House Bill 6180, an act concerning notice of firearms by operators of family child care homes, with 2 recommended revisions to the bill language. And I'm going to roll through my testimony if I can get my mouse to agree with me. Oh, no, are you still there? Oh, I've lost everything. Okay, you're still there. My testimony is gone. Hold on, it's back. Okay, I'm gonna roll through that. So let me come down to my 2 recommendations. You all know what the bill is trying to do. So we have these recommendations concerning the disclosure of the number and type of firearms stored in the home, along with citing for failure to comply. First of all, I think it's important that everyone know that providers are currently required to store guns and other weapons in a locked storage area openable by key, combination, or other similar locking mechanism to prevent access, and the ammunition stored has to be stored in a locked separate location away from the guns and inaccessible to children. This is applicable regardless of the number of guns stored in the home. The OEC supports written notification to parents that 1 or more firearms is stored in accordance with family child care home regulations, but does not believe the disclosure of the type or number of firearms is essential. So the second section of the bill allows a commissioner to suspend or revoke the license if the provider fails to comply with provisions of Section 1 of the bill. Just so people are aware, OEC conducts a full inspection of every licensed family child care home each year, during which we monitor the statutes and regulations of the licenses. If 1 or more of the violations of the regulations is cited, the provider must take immediate steps to correct violations and submit a written corrective action plan to the agency. If the response is accepted by the agency, the inspection is closed, and both the inspection and report and corresponding action plan is made available to the public via 211 childcare. In most cases, this is a suitable course of action. In consideration of the issue of notification to parents of a firearm being stored in the home, if a provider had not provided written notification to parents that 1 or more firearms are stored in the home, the OEC would cite the violation and require a written corrective action plan. We already monitor whether a provider has any guns in the home and if they are stored properly. If guns are not stored, unloaded and or unlocked, it is more likely, it's very, very likely, the violation of that regulation would rise to the level of OEC making the determination that the health, safety, and welfare of the children in that care would require emergency action, rather than failing to provide written notification of the presence of an otherwise properly stored firearm. For these reasons, OEC recommends the proposed language in Section 2 be removed. So just to put it plainly, we have something in place in the case that there are firearms that are not stored appropriate, that would very likely lead to a severe notification and penalty. So you put the notice almost at a higher level than that, so I think we just have to think about how it's written. Both are important. We agree with the written notification. I, as a parent, would want to be notified, but I just think we need to think about so what happens, what if, could there be a corrective action plan rather than revocation? It seems when, we have a plan already for guns in the home. So we appreciate the intent of it. Now I'll go on to House Bill 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in a family child care home. This proposed bill would increase the number of children permitted in a licensed family child care home from 9 to 12, with the presence and assistance of an approved assistant or substitute staff member. Increasing the number of children permitted in a family child care would expand the supply of child care across the state. Family child care home licenses are currently issued to individuals for a maximum of 6 infants, toddlers, and preschoolers 2 of whom may be under 18 months of age, and 3 school-age children. In some instances, OEC limits the capacity of family child care home licenses if there are space constraints within the home. In general, a provider alone may care for 6 children during the day and 3 school children before and after school, or up to 9 children full-time with an approved assistant or substitute. Simply increasing the family child care capacity to 12 without really seriously considering staff-child ratio would at a minimum permit family child care providers to have the same capacity as those of group home child care providers who are licensed up to 12 children, but without consideration for the health and safety requirements that they face that are in the group home regulation. This includes, but is not limited to, local building, zoning, health, and fire requirements. Once you get that many children in a place, you want to make sure that health and safety are paramount. While we appreciate the intent of the bill and the pursuit of increasing childcare capacity, we cannot overlook the importance of that local governance in caring for children and having those local inspections to make sure it's safe in the private home. However, again, we'll keep saying we agree we want to increase capacity. We do support establishing a pilot for what we'll call large family childcare settings, and there have been some meetings going on around this because other states have used this tactic that you're talking about to enhance childcare supply. So we're in favor of a pilot that will test the concept of issuing licenses to family childcare providers to allow for more children in a private family home. This will provide the opportunity to test out the expansion and learn through implementation about what are the requirements we need and don't need. And we're testing out some of these in our family childcare incubators too, where we've had to think about what the rules are and what we can adapt, and also assure that children are safe. We think we can work together on perhaps a pilot to try this out and make sure before we just go across the state and say, take 12, when, that's a significantly different thing than 6 children in a home, which is generally what family childcare has been. OEC also appreciates the intent of House Bill 6840, an act requiring the Office of Early Childhood to study the availability of childcare services throughout the state and to develop a plan to address infant toddler childcare services needs for low-income families. We couldn't agree more that we need to better understand these needs. We are doing a lot internally to do this, but to do this in a formal way as requested here would require additional resources. Again, I think we're aligned on many things here, and we can work together on these bills, hopefully, and get them to a place that they accomplish your goals and our goals. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We appreciate you. And I appreciate the willingness to work on the bills to make them better.
Yeah, sure.
So, Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here.
Sure.
I had a question about 6839 with the capacity expansion. How would those determinants be sort of evaluated? Is it without making a blanket increase, how would OEC determine whether or not something is available without having to make someone from the agency go space to space, or is that what would be done?
Well, we inspect every year, and we do go out, and anytime there's a new program, go out and inspect and look at the space.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we're sort of in the process of looking at this now. We have a committee that's meeting, and the Connecticut Project has been helping, which is a nonprofit foundation, and we're looking at other states. Like New York gets a whole lot more capacity from large family childcare homes than Connecticut does. And we have been working to bring family childcare, into our state-funded system for the first time. We know that they're meeting important community needs and also educational needs of children. And so we're all for family childcare homes. We think they're important resources for childcare. But we're also concerned about health and safety and making sure there's appropriate staffing and, that the environments are safe. So in some ways, we're in this process now. We're having a group that's sort of a work group that's been meeting to look at how could we launch this? How could we pilot this now? And I might ask Liz Proietti, who is our head of licensing, to talk about that quickly, because I know you have a lot of people here to testify. But Liz, do you have an update on sort of that work that's going on, and how will we determine, sort of what's allowable and not allowable?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Commissioner. I can speak to that briefly. The work group has been surveying providers to kind of find out, like, what are the issues? What are the measures that we need to take in order to allow family child care providers to increase? As the group child care homes are licensed for up to 12 children, and this proposal would also allow family providers to go up to 12. So we just want to make sure that, local approvals would be the same. There may be, we might look at space. What is available in one home might look very different from another. So we can't just give a blanket 12 capacity. So the group is thinking about how to make it easier for family child care providers to attain this additional capacity, while keeping in mind some of those important health and safety requirements that are already in place for group child care homes.
And, Representative Wieslander, and I don't know who's proposing this, but one of the great things that we have going for us is Liz was both a family child care provider, and she has worked up at the legislature. So, I think she could really help us work through this and balance, what we need for licensing to assure child safety, and how we can increase capacity in a way that is, in a timely way, but also that assures safety.
I appreciate both of your answers. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here today. I just wanted to get some clarification with regard to 6180. Could you just expand a little bit? I think you did say that those that provide these services have to put in an application and give information on any firearms in the home already. And I think you alluded to that. Is that right?
They do need to, and I'll have Liz, back me up here. They do have to, one of the regulations is that we check that if there are firearms in the house, they're locked, and they're locked separately from the ammunition, and they're not in a place where the children are. So that is a requirement. I do not believe there is a notification of parent requirement, though, at this time. And so I think that's different. Liz, is there anything you'd add to that?
No, I think what we're understanding from the intent of the bill is that providers would have to provide written notification to parents that there is a firearm in the home where there is not currently that requirement. There are other safeguards in place to ensure that if there are firearms in the home, that they are stored properly. But this would be a new requirement for these providers.
Thank you for that. And I just, as I understand it, there's a 211 childcare information ability for people to get information specifically to that application, what was filled out on the application, and that information would be available to the parents. Is that correct? And if you could expand on that.
Yes, there is information on 211 about programs. If programs visits from us are posted there. So if there are violations, if there's a corrective action plan, it's all posted on 211 info line. But 211 info line is not a place where if parents went searching to see if there were guns in the house, that they could find that out. That is not a required right now. I think that's the point of the bill, that parents would be notified that there is a firearm in the house. That is not something we currently post. Correct, Liz? I'm just double checking everything that
Yeah. If I may just follow up on that, if a parent were to look on the 211 childcare website at the inspection report, they would see that the licensing specialist had gone over the regulation about safe storage of weapons. So whether or not a provider has weapons or firearms in the home, we would simply check the inspection report indicating, yes, we've discussed the requirement. If there's a check mark on it, it would indicate, you're either you are in compliance with it if you have a firearm in the home. If the provider is not in compliance with the regulation, then there would be something additional written on the inspection report, and the provider would then have to respond in writing about how they came into compliance with the regulation.
So the parents would be able to see that the daycare provider was in compliance by looking at that application, correct? Because I'm assuming they wouldn't be able to be a daycare provider if they weren't in compliance.
Representative, I believe they'd be able to see that the licensor went over that item, but it wouldn't say whether or not there was a gun in the house. So it's not a way to find that out. So I think the intent of this bill, which is the part we support, is to let parents know that the guns are present in the house if they have a family childcare home.
Would there also be something on that form that would inform parents that there were opioids or medical cannabis or knives of the sword or anything else in the home?
Well, I think what would happen, well, I know what would happen is that if the licensor found any violation, found cannabis in the space or drugs in the space where the children were, that would be noted on the corrective action report. That would be a very serious violation. So anything that endangers child safety, this particular bill is not speaking to those. This bill is speaking to firearms in the home.
Thank you so much, Representative Dauphiné. I think that was 2 questions. Let's go on to Representative Mastro Francesco, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess just a couple of comments, but I do have a couple of questions. I'm trying to figure out how this bill would benefit anyone. We already have safe storage laws in place, unless somebody was in the house constantly monitoring what's going on in the home. I mean, putting up a sign, having a parent be notified that the house that they're in, they have firearms, to me is not going to change anything, right? Because people could easily, accidents do happen, and they could obviously not follow the laws that are in place. So to me, it's just not a good bill. But in any effect, can you tell me, are there anyone, to Representative Dauphiné's point, what other requirements are in place right now to notify parents of what is in the home? Like Representative Dauphiné mentioned about maybe medications, maybe drugs. Is there anything in place to notify a parent that the owner has a pit bull, a dog, for example? What are exactly the requirements? Would you be able to give me a list?
We can get you a list, but I know, for example, there are notification requirements around if pesticides are sprayed. But I'd ask Liz if there are any others, but we're happy to go through and let you know.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate that. Anything could happen. So you could have a notification, and then you can have requirements that people need to have in their home, what's allowed and what's not allowed. But after the inspectors are gone, anything could change. So I guess in your mind, would you be tell me what would be the deterrent? What would be the benefit or the outcome for a law like this? Having daycare providers let the parents know there's a firearm in there, because like I said, anything could change. So how is that going to deter any accidents?
Well, I appreciate the question. I would just say, as a parent, if I was a parent looking at a family childcare home, I would want to know if there was a gun in that home. And that might not be your preference, but we think, there are some parents who would really want to know that. And so it lets the parents decide. It really puts the power in the parents. The parents may say, okay, well, tell me how you keep it locked. It leads to a question. Or the parent may say, I don't mind. I understand that there's a gun there and I don't mind. But I think the idea here is simply giving parents the information to make their own decision about the childcare setting that their children are in.
Thank you for that. And just one final comment, not a question to the good senator. I'm making a comment. I'm not asking a question, and I know we have 2 questions, but just a thought is that, you know what, parents can ask these questions now. If they're that concerned about what's going on in the home, it would be a natural reaction for a parent to ask the family, do you have any firearms in the house? Do you have a dog in the house? Do you have any medications hanging around? They can ask that now without a law. So thank you so much, Commissioner. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And thank you to you and your staff.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
I apologize.
Point of order.
Representative Pizzuto has his hand up. That just happened. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, to the points that are being made, where do we draw the line with respect to, what religion are you? What gender do you prefer? I mean, we can get carried away with this. If you're going to meet, and I've been a firearm advocate and owner for 40 plus years, as soon as you deviate from the law, it has nothing to do with the children in the home. I mean, where do you draw the line? I understand the commissioner, but the immediate perception is, it may not be a safe home because of a firearm. So we can ask a million questions. Were you ever divorced? What do you do for a living? I mean, it just goes on and on and on. So either they know this up front to make a law and insert it after the fact, because firearms are so heavily monitored, and your ownership and your background, and every time you go to renew, all that comes up. So I don't know if that would be a subliminal message to a potential parent who wants to use this daycare and say, well, geez, you were putting variables in a formula that they're deciding. That has nothing to do with their quality of care. And I just think that where do we draw the line, I guess, is my question. Commissioner, any input at all?
I really think, that's up to the legislature and the regulatory process when we go and update our regulations. And so this is a bill before you that you'll decide on, and that will decide what the state law is. And when we go through regulatory hearings, we take feedback and respond to that, which we've just been through. So, Representative, I think that's really going to be up to this committee and this legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Commissioner. And we appreciate your time.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Next up, we have Elena Trueworthy, also from the Office of Early Childhood. Is Elena here?
No.
From the Office of Early Childhood? Oh, no?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. In which case, we will move on to Representative Liz Lenahan.
Good morning, or afternoon rather. How are you all? Senator Mark, pleasure to see you again. Representative Harris, the good chairs, to the vice chairs and ranking members. Hello, thank you for having me back. It is lovely to be here. I am here to testify on a couple of my bills, which I'm very thankful that you all have agreed to raise today for the public hearing. The first one I'd like to discuss is the energy drinks bill. I want to be just a little forthright here that I will be submitting written testimony, which will go towards the benefits of the bill in general. But what I want to talk about during my spoken testimony today is really about the process, because as the former chair of this committee, and we've heard this bill many, many times, there were some questions questions regarding the process, and there's been some changes. So I wanted to use my time today to talk specifically about that. Originally, the legislation was to limit the sale of energy drinks to children over the age of 16. I believe at one point we even had 18, and prohibit the sales to anyone under those ages. This bill does not and will not do that. This bill is strictly the bill that we passed out of committee. I'm sorry, rather that we passed out of the House last year with the changes that strictly state that there will be signage posted at areas where you can purchase the energy drinks, just stating the risks associated to children. So there is no prohibition on the sales. And additionally, this signage will be created by a group of people who were agreed to on the floor of the House last year, that will essentially just warn people of the dangers of these energy drinks. And the signage will be able to be downloaded from DCP website and printed out. So there is no need to have someone go out and pay to have huge pieces of signage done. So we're trying to make it as easy as possible. And this has now been, I think, our 5th or 6th year putting forward this legislation. And since we've done so, there have been more and more pieces of evidence coming out about the dangers of those energy drinks. And in fact, students in the state of Connecticut, we have seen some heart problems on the field, on sports fields. And so we're seeing that there's more and more dangers and issues concerned with children and their health. And this is just going to actually give everybody a little bit more information to make better choices for the health of the kids and for themselves and their children. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about that. I would just like to, before I turn it over for that, just state regarding the last bill that we were talking about, the notification of firearms in the home by daycare providers. I want to state for the record that I am supportive of Commissioner Bai's suggestions, and I very much look forward to continuing to work with anyone to get this bill out of committee, basically because you know what, it's really about putting the power in the hands of parents and just giving them the information that they need to keep their kids safe. So thank you very much, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. It's good to see you again. I believe that Representative Dauphiné is first.
Thank you. And hello, Representative Linehan.
Hi, Representative. It's so nice to see you.
As you know, we've done this bill before, hashed through it, and I understand that you are changing it to just have notification. However, I've done a lot of research since that came up in our committee, and we've talked much about the stimulants and other things such as coffee. We know that the makers of coffee such as Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts and the like do not have to put up notices about their stimulants. I did look through to see what other things were in Red Bull or the energy drinks or the like. And from what I can understand, those things that are in there, I know one of them is taurine. I looked that up, and that's found in fruit, fish, seafood, poultry, breast milk, and the like. So there wasn't any concern there from the FDA regarding that. And I couldn't find anything else that was concerning to them. So I'm wondering how you're differentiating energy drinks versus coffee. And I might add that we don't have energy drink Dunkin' Donuts, if you will, or places where kids go and hang out and have energy drinks. You mentioned that students were having issues with cardiac problems. And the other thing I was wondering as well was about any data that shows that that's directly related to the energy drinks, because we know there's a lot of different concerns out there with a lot of different items that children are taking, including medications. Could you
So
speak?
I'm happy to address this. That was about 12 questions in one.
Sorry.
So,
Well, we're being
so
limited, so I'm trying to get them all out, but go ahead.
rapid fire. I will do my best to remember everything, and I will answer. So first of all, it's the age-old adage that the dose makes the poison, right? So when we talk about that there's taurine in breast milk, or that doesn't make breast milk inherently bad, of course, right? But if you ingest taurine in huge amounts, and then you nurse a child, there may be huge amounts of taurine in your breast milk, right? That's the dose makes the poison. But there's an additional component here that energy drinks, it's not just caffeine and it's not just taurine. It's the combination of two stimulants. And the fact that the Federal Drug Administration does not require, or rather the Food and Drug Administration does not require that the amount of each is put on the label. So, and it doesn't state clearly that they are stimulants. So essentially what you have is you have this, you say, oh, it only says in here that there's 80 milligrams of caffeine. And I can find that in a Starbucks coffee, and I allow my kid to have a Starbucks coffee. Everything is fine, but that's not true. Not everything is fine, because the additional ingredients make the dose higher of a stimulant. And like we said, it's the dose that makes the poison. So now you have 1, 2, maybe even 3 stimulants. And we have seen there is evidence. And as you can see, there was some, not only in the past few years, but even now this year, there was testimony that was submitted. I believe it's written testimony that shows that children are showing up in emergency rooms with rapid heartbeat, sweating, nervousness, anxiety, and all of those things actually are associated with energy drinks. You did ask me if some of those cases of individuals who have had heart problems on the field, if they have been linked to energy drinks. I can tell you that we don't know that, only because of HIPAA and FERPA. So those don't allow that information to come out to the general public. So I can't tell you if that's the case. But what I can tell you is that we have been speaking with coaches, and we've been speaking with athletic trainers who have seen incidences of children showing up on the field after consuming these energy drinks, because they are improperly marketed to children as performance enhancers. And so they drink these drinks and they come on the fields and they're having those troubles on the field. So I cannot legally find that information on an individual child because of HIPAA and FERPA, but we have heard from people who work with children that they've seen problems on the field. With that said, one last answer to one of your questions. There are places like Dunkin' Donuts where energy drinks are sold and where they hang out. In fact, it was the sandwich shop that is it's killing me that I can't remember what it is. But there's a sandwich shop that is a national franchise that sold called like charged lemonade. And in fact, no one understood that that was an energy drink. And there are multiple lawsuits that resulted in the death of one person and the injury to others because of that. It's Panera. Panera has pulled that energy drink. They don't sell that anymore. But that was one of those energy drinks where it's like it's open in the dining room, and kids go back and refill and refill and refill, and not knowing what the heck they're ingesting. And so this signage is really just designed to alert them to the dangers. It allows everybody to drink it. It allows everybody to sell it. It just says what might happen based on scientific evidence. So I hope that's helpful to you, Representative.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I would say that there's a lot of scientific evidence on a lot of other things. I think that if you look at the chart with energy drinks, with the amount of caffeine it has in those drinks versus coffee drinks, the coffee drinks are twice as much. I think kids tend to sit around and drink coffee drinks socially far more than they would to sit and do an energy drink. And still, there's really no science-based evidence that they are directly related, because we know that other things in many of the foods and products that children are taking, including sugar, affecting them in several different ways. So I would just say that I think that we could probably put a label up about a lot of different products and the dangers of ingredients inside them. And that's all. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to respond to that, Representative. I just want to reiterate for the members of the committee and those who are watching that we are stating very clearly that energy drinks are defined as more than one stimulant. To compare coffee to an energy drink is not an apples to apples comparison. And you had stated that there is not scientific evidence to show that these drinks contribute to heart concerns in children. That is categorically false. If you look simply on PubMed, you can find that there are individual studies and meta studies that show clearly that overingestion of these drinks have resulted in heart problems in both children and adults. In fact, this committee has heard testimony from multiple parents whose children have died after the ingestion of just one energy drink. And if any member of the committee would like to look back at that testimony, you can find it in each of the last 4 years. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And I just want to clarify that, I understand that there are potential side effects with the increased drinking of those drinks. I think what I was trying to suggest is that there's many things out there that do the same, and we're highlighting here energy drinks. That's all. Thank you.
Well, Representative, if you would like to write a bill on more things that we need to alert parents to, I'd be more than happy to look at that and possibly co-sponsor. So thank you so much.
Okay, well, that's what we like. We like bipartisanship. Representative Martinez.
Hi, in written testimony, we received testimony from pediatricians and medical associations supporting the bill, and one from a doctor at Vanderbilt Medical Center. Can you address that testimony?
Absolutely, I can. And thank you so very much, Representative, for asking me that question. That's a very good point. In the written testimony, I did notice that there were numerous doctors and medical associations who are in favor of the bill. There was one doctor who actually stated that they were not in favor of the bill. And they cited the scientific method as the reason that they were not in favor of the bill. And I'm so glad that you asked that question, because in my further research, I did look at that. And that person who stated that they were a doctor at Vanderbilt University, in fact, that testimony was not clear that that doctor is no longer actively involved in Vanderbilt University. And in fact, now what they are doing is they are consulting for Red Bull energy drinks. There are numerous studies that are currently on PubMed that require disclosure of a financial interest or conflict of interest. And in fact, that particular doctor has listed a disclosure of conflict of interest that they work for Red Bull energy drinks. So I appreciate that question. So I think her testimony should be deemed rather I wouldn't say invalid, but let's be honest, she was not forthcoming, and that she does have a financial interest in the continued sales of Red Bull. So I will be noting that in my testimony, my written testimony, and I will include a link to and a screenshot to her self-described job as working for Red Bull. So, and her conflict of interest. So thank you, Representative. I very much appreciate that question.
Thank you, Representative Martinez. Did you have another question? No? Okay, thank you. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Very nice to see you.
So nice to see you.
We miss you on this committee.
No, you don't, but that's okay. I appreciate the sentiment.
I do miss you. Question. So in the bill that is written, there's information there about a public awareness campaign via social media and TV. What do you envision coming out of that? I mean, what would you like to see as a campaign?
So that's a really great question. And I think that there's kind of two tracks for that answer. What I would like to see now may change based on the expert opinions of the people that we assemble to decide what's best, right? So, but essentially what I would like is just an honest look at the dangers and giving the information to parents to make better decisions for their kids. I have spent the last few years looking at the marketing surrounding energy drinks. And, you know, we have federal laws regarding alcohol and cigarettes, but no one's watching how these dangerous drinks are marketed towards children. And the beverage industry has said that they would, you know, they'll be smart about how they market towards children and they'd be transparent and honest, but they're still marketing these drinks as something healthy directly to kids. Like they will they market during the X Games, which is geared solely towards children, right? I mean, or young adults and children. And they advertise on YouTube, and like you're looking at Minecraft videos and all of a sudden you have an energy drink commercial coming through. I mean, as a 50-something-year-old woman, I'm not watching YouTube for about video games. Those are kids. And so they're marketing directly to them. So I envision right now a marketing campaign that would meet kids and parents where they're at and just discuss the benefits of staying away from them until your body is fully developed. But with that said, I am not a medical expert, so it's important that medical experts weigh in, and that is why this bill does exactly what it does. So I would like to allow the medical experts to help mold the language to make parents feel that the information that they are getting is transparent and truthful and in the best benefit for their children.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. So a couple of concerns that I have about this bill, and maybe to Rep. Dauphinet's point, is there are a lot of products out there that could be dangerous, right? And we seem to be focusing on the one with the energy drinks. You had mentioned that they were improperly marketed to children. There needs to be signage alert, and people need to know the harmful effects of, I guess we're just targeting this particular item here. But there's so many products out there and things out there that are marketed to children that are also dangerous, that they are not required to disclose the harmful effects or the side effects on them. So my question is, or my point is that, you know, where does this end? I mean, would you agree that there's, well, here's for an example. We know for a fact now that vaccines, I'm going to say, let's just use the COVID vaccine, for example, that there's side effects, yet those things are marketed to children. They're marketed on TV and campaigns, and they never disclose the side effects on them. So I guess my question is, what is the difference between something like that and targeting energy drinks? You had even mentioned to Representative Dauphinet that you would work with her on different products. So if we're going to target that, would the COVID vaccine or any other vaccines, would you work with Representative Dauphinet on that so people know the possible side effects and the maybe things that could be good for them, that people should know the side effects of these other products? Is that something that you would agree with?
Representative, actually, I have to reject the premise of the argument entirely because you brought up the COVID vaccine. And I will tell you that anything done like that, any marketing of that, the side effects are clearly listed, and it is required that they are in the insert, and it is required that that information is given to anyone receiving the vaccine before they get it. And they are required to ask if they have any questions. So that is, once again, not an appropriate comparison. However, I understand what you were trying to get at. So I will do my best to answer. You know, look, we may pass a bill on voting rights, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't pass it because there are other human rights that are also important, right? our job as a legislature is really not to encompass everything in one bill. And in fact, I have heard you often say that you don't like big bills that encompass everything. So this legislation is focused solely on energy drinks because that is the one thing I'm looking at right now, and that the legislation we write may not apply directly to everything down the line. I did offer to work closely with Representative Dauphiné if she would like to warn parents about other things, and I'm open to that, but that is not what this bill is about. And so I don't believe that that is a question that is really focused on this particular legislation.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the debate, although I would respectfully disagree with you, as we have probably done many times when it comes to the vaccine. They're out there marketing the vaccine, and if you look at any commercial, every time you see any medication or anything out there, there's always a disclaimer that they are telling you what the side effects possibly could be. You see none of that when it comes to the COVID vaccine. And yes, that information is put in the vaccine so people can read it like anything else, but it's not clear. The message is not clear to people what the side effects are as they are with other medications. So I would respectfully disagree with you about that, but I do appreciate the dialogue. Madam Chair, I don't have any further questions because I guess I can't ask any other questions. Is that correct?
Is correct.
Is that a rule in our rules that we're only allowed to ask 2 questions, or is it the discretion of the chair?
That is actually something that we are doing so that we get through time. We have 95 people who would like to speak today on our public hearing, and we are focused on making sure that we are respectful of everyone's time, including the people who are waiting in the LOB. So thank you.
I understand. I just was curious if that was a rule or if it was just a ruling by the chair. I didn't know if that was part of our House rules or joint rules.
It is an agreement between the chairs, yes.
Between the chairs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Paris.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Linehan, welcome back to From Which You Have Come.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
I just I have a quick comment for public consumption, and I'll get out of the way. I do just want to appreciate you as someone who has dealt with heart issues over this last year, as you very well know, and not that it had anything to do, of course, with energy drinks, but caffeine could have certainly have set that off and precipitated that to worsen as time had gone on. I just want to thank you for once again bringing this bill to our awareness. It obviously raises awareness around health risks. Parents are very busy and they don't get to see everything, so certainly gives them more guidance. It prevents overconsumption and reducing emergency incidents in this day and age. So I appreciate that your work is certainly encouraging healthier choices for folks and regulatory compliance, not only with you, but I know that you're not, I know that you are a capitalist. You're not trying to cut any business out, certainly income that's coming to the state, but policies or guidelines that may require businesses to provide warnings about such products would be helping to ensure compliance moving forward. So most of all, we're saving kids' lives. We're also having a great impact on their academic performance. So I just want to thank you once again for bringing this to our attention and look forward to supporting this bill on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, I just want to dovetail off of that briefly. There were, like I mentioned before, there are these lawsuits against Panera and other places that have like the open consumption of energy drinks that are not limited to purchasing one drink, but like have these refills. And in fact, they have lost those lawsuits, 1 or 2 of those lawsuits. And one of the agreements that were made, I believe, was in fact that if they were to sell them again, that they would have signage that would have actually prevented a lawsuit. Because what it does is it says, hey, overconsumption of this can result in blah, 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 do so at your own risk. Well, then therefore, if it's consume it at your own risk, that does provide some cover for the retailer. So I think that we have to look at this not as something that is solely pro-parent, because it's definitely pro-parent. if we actually think about it and look at the lawsuits that have recently happened, it's pro-business. It can protect the business from future lawsuits. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome, ma'am, and we do miss you here. I just want that to be reiterated for the record as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's like the ghost of chairs past.
Thank you so much. Representative Dauphiné, do you have a very quick question, or is this to re-litigate where we've already been? Just because we have so many people waiting.
I appreciate that. And I did want to just respond. I know you said the 2-question limit, but I think you said we could circle back around if we needed to. And I just wanted to comment to the representatives.
If I could just comment that you did manage to get like about 15 questions into that.
I thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that and clarify that the COVID vaccine, among other vaccines, are advertised in this state by our health commissioner with no mention of any side effects. And I just wanted to clarify that because the good representative said otherwise. And taurine is not a stimulant. And I would like to have the data to show what other stimulants are in the energy drinks, if she doesn't mind, at her convenience. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm absolutely fine to do that. And in fact, that information is listed in testimony from every year prior that we've seen this bill. So that information is readily available to members of the committee. If you simply go to the CGA website, go to the Committee on Children, and click on last year and find the bill from the last year, and in that testimony, you'll see all of it. It's also listed as part of the bill where we name what those stimulants are. So you can find that because we have to define what energy drinks are.
Thank you so much, Representative Lanahan.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate you so much.
Take care.
You as well.
Okay, our next speaker is Representative Baumgardner. And I'm hoping, since I am without view, that he is with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Nice
to
see me. Good to see you, sir.
Yes, you as well. Co-chairs Paris and Mar, incredible champions for our children. Vice chairs Willander and Cohen, ranking members Dauphiné and Martin, and esteemed members of the Children's Committee. I'm writing today to express my strong support for SB 1218, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction. This critical legislation will expand access to life-saving water safety instruction and swimming lessons for children in Connecticut's most underserved communities, especially coastal communities I represent like Groton, Mystic, and Stonington. As a strong advocate for water safety, a supporter of the Ocean Community YMCA, Nyack Family Branch in Mystic, and Vice Chair of the Environment Committee committed to environmental justice, I urge you to pass this bill. Drowning remains one of the leading causes of accidental deaths for young children in the United States, particularly among children of color and those for low-income households. National research from the USA Swimming Foundation highlights the stark reality. 60% of African American and 45% of Hispanic children cannot swim. 79% of children from families with household incomes below $50,000 have low or no swimming ability. Drowning is the leading cause of accidental death for children ages 1 to 4 and the second leading cause for ages 5 to 14. Yet, we know that participation in formal swim lessons can reduce the risk of drowning by 88% among young children. In Mystic, we have already witnessed the power of public investment in swim instruction. Through a combination of American Rescue Plan funding appropriated by the Town Council, Town of Groton during my tenure on the Groton Town Council, state-level youth violence prevention grants from our legislature, and funding leveraged through the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, we have been able to offer free swim lessons to children in Groton who are on federal assistance programs, including SNAP, Husky Insurance, and free or reduced price lunch programs. This initiative has been life-changing for families who otherwise could not afford swim instruction. It has also increased diversity, equity, and inclusion in outdoor recreational activities in our state parks and forests, aligning with DEEP's broader mission. SB 1218 will ensure DEEP continues to work with nonprofit organizations such as the YMCA to provide this essential instruction across Connecticut. In the past 2.5 years alone, Connecticut YMCA's have received over 500,000 to provide swim lessons to over 2,700 children, totaling more than 5,000 lessons. This is a proven model that works. By passing this bill, Connecticut can become a national leader in drowning prevention and youth water safety education. I urge the legislature to take action and make water safety accessible for every child, regardless of zip code or socioeconomic background. The lives of our children depend on it. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and happy to answer any questions. And also submitted testimony on SB 1217 as well, in support of SB 1217. Thank you for your leadership on school meals.
Thank you so much, Representative. Representative Lanu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Bumgarner, how are you?
It's good to see you, Representative.
I hope that wasn't one question. Anyways, Representative, I'm just curious. I know you mentioned the coastal water. Is there a difference, when we do swimming instructions? Is there a difference in instruction, say, for pool safety, swimming compared to, let's say, lakes and ponds, and then tidal water? Our oceans, our Long Island Sound. Would there be a difference in instruction with those 3 different types of water?
That's a great question. I'm not certain about the difference in instruction depending on the bodies of water the children would be, to prepare those children to swim in those respective bodies of water. But obviously, certainly tidal waters and just with more occurrence, obviously the conditions can be way more challenging for children who are swimming. Obviously, some of the data I shared, so many children who live on our coastline, whether it be communities such as Norwalk or Stamford, New Haven, New London, they don't have the skill set to swim in many communities that are increasingly vulnerable to rising sea levels, for example, and extreme weather events. So we want all of our youngsters to have the ability to swim, right? And obviously, it's so great for recreation, so great to be outside and to enjoy the beautiful outdoor spaces we have. But it's so important that we prepare all of our children for worst case scenarios as well. And that instruction at our YMCAs is so critical. I know you're an Eastern Connecticut guy. I'm sure growing up, you spent a lot of time at the YMCA in Norwich and understand certainly the power those programs provide to our youngsters.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, swimming is great exercise. It's a great, certainly something that we need to certainly build on. And keeping kids safe, making sure they have the appropriate tools and understanding of water safety is certainly paramount. It's certainly something we need to take seriously, as a state, as lawmakers, parents, and teachers, and coaches, lifeguards. The list certainly goes on. So water safety certainly needs to be understood, but. I was just curious with the different types of water. I know we've got a price tag here of 250,000 that would be attached to DEEP, and of course, as we know, I'm just wondering, where would we get this 250,000 from? My concern too is recently we had some forest fires in our state. We witnessed that during the drought period. One was in my district of Ballantown. The first responders did a great job, but proper maintenance of our forests, our state-owned lands, to do preventative maintenance, preventative cut, and that sort of thing, to make sure to try to reduce the risks of that sort of thing. And the list goes on, and DEP is always talking to us about limited resources. So if this was added to that in there, what should be cut in your view to pay for to pay for this 250,000 worth of the instructions?
Well, luckily, I know this committee and many of our friends in the legislature sit on very high places. I know for example, our esteemed chair of this committee also doubles as vice chair for the Appropriations Committee. And luckily we have so many other friends who are so passionate about issues pertaining to ensuring that all of our youngsters have quality after-school programs, summer camps, and certainly programs where they can learn skills such as swimming, right? So I would defer those decisions completely to the Appropriations Committee. Certainly not my place to decide how dollars should be allocated. But I would just note, as vice chair of the Environment Committee, and certainly having a lot of conversations with DEEP, and as you mentioned, oftentimes DEEP has had to struggle with very limited resources historically. And obviously with some of the issues we're experiencing with wildfires and other issues relating to climate, I think it is important that we continue to make investments in DEEP. Also would note 20% of DEEP staffing is funded by federal positions, right? And so these are things that we need to think about at a time when that may not always be the case, where we have federal funding available to fund critical positions there. But I think this is an area we certainly shouldn't shortchange our communities and our youngsters on.
I appreciate that answer. Certainly, again, I do echo the feeling that swimming instruction is paramount. It's critical. I think we need to consider who's going to administer it, what the mechanism is, and let's make sure we get that right. And you've mentioned the Wise, for example, the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, all these different wonderful organizations. Who's most appropriate and what's the mechanism? So I think some work should go into that. But I do appreciate what you're trying to do. I appreciate your answers, and I'll continue to listen. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Nothing further.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for testifying today, Representative. I only have two questions, so I'm trying to get it in 2 questions. This bill limits the ability for many children in the state would be excluded from this because it goes within financial resources, I think. Would you be advocating to have every child in the state get free swim lessons? Would that be your ultimate goal? Because you said that all children should learn how to swim.
That's correct. That's correct. I do believe that the state has a position to provide financial support to our youngsters whose families may not be in a financial position to pay for swim instruction. And that certainly does not discriminate against race, right? Or any other means outside of a family's financial means. So as long as, for example, in Groton, through an amalgamation of funding at the state level and through ARPA dollars, we're able to provide free swim instruction to children who, for example, qualify for SNAP, who are on free or reduced lunch programs, or also on Husky, right? And so that is not, a criteria. It wouldn't be that a child has to be Black or Latino. It's simply the child's family has to meet a certain financial criteria or fall below that financial bracket, so to speak.
Thank you for that answer. So I see the ultimate goal is for all children in the state of Connecticut to learn how to swim. I foresee that many parents have many choices to make within their finances. They may have the means, but they might choose art or music lessons instead. And I'm assuming that you're going to include all children at some point in your goal to teach all children how to swim. I also see a challenge with people in rural areas where they don't have YMCA's in the area. I don't know if you're going to bus them to places where they have swim lessons or the like. But my second question is, many children don't learn in the first session of swimming. So how far would you be willing to finance, the program? I know my children took many lessons and many summers. So is that what you foresee in this program?
Yes, I know. This program, for the program in Groton at the YMCA in Mystic, for example, it is year round, right? So they have different sessions on the weekends, on the weekdays, mornings, evenings. So they're offered at many times during the year. And also I know there are many levels, right? So entry level, intermediate, as opposed to more advanced. You did bring up an important part about how are people going to get to swim lessons, and I would even venture to, or I'd like to share with you that even within our community, say within a 1 or 2 mile radius, there are some people who don't have the transportation to even get their child to that location, right? So that isn't certainly unique to just folks who would have to travel long distances, say over 15, 20 miles to get to a pool, an indoor pool. So that is something that I have observed is kind of ubiquitous throughout our state, whether rural communities, rural or urban or suburban, is transportation. How are we getting our kids to, enjoying outdoor recreation, outdoor experiences, and meaningful, after school programming? It's definitely something I think as a state we should be looking at a long term. And I really appreciate the work your committee is doing on this front, because this conversation really should be happening.
Thank you for that answer. I guess I foresee this being far more expensive than $250,000 with your description and goals, but thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. Nice to see you. Just a quick question.
Yes, you as well.
Thank you. Just on the criteria, I guess, why is the criteria to get these lessons anchored to income and not maybe just a lottery? Because maybe some kids don't want to learn how to swim. Maybe some people do. And why not just do a lottery? Why put a criteria on it based on income?
Well, I think we would both agree the limited resources our state have right now, it's probably best spent providing supports to our families that are in the smallest, least able position, financial position, to again pay for these programs. So that's kind of the logic behind structuring it in a way that provides financial support again to say YMCA's or other programs that offer swim instruction, that those programs are focused solely on supporting folks who otherwise would not have the financial means to pay for it.
Thank you. And then I guess just one other concern when it comes to programs like this. Obviously, we would like every child to learn how to swim for their safety. But when you tie a requirement when it comes to income, there's people that are maybe they're just over that threshold, right? That they don't qualify any longer for SNAP benefits, right? They're over the limit. What happens to them? And then it just kind of keeps growing and growing. And then before you know it, this program becomes very, very expensive. So that really is obviously a concern of mine. But I appreciate your testimony today. Thank you very much.
Representative, I love that you brought that up. That we actually experienced that issue in Groton when actually implementing the program after the town council appropriated some dollars to augment some of the dollars the state provided to really beef up the program. And they were struggling to get kids to sign up. As soon as they added or changed the criteria to allow students, allowing students to qualify that receive either free or reduced lunch, they actually got more applications. So that small change allowed even more kids to be able to participate in the program. That maybe, I know we kind of refer to this group sometimes, families who are impacted by benefit cliffs, for example, right? Just being over the threshold and just slightly over that threshold could result in a family losing all the benefits that they get that we're really relying on the families that really need it to sustain themselves. So that's something that I just wanted to point out and maybe may address some of the concerns you have, Representative.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Representative Mastro Francesco. Representative Baumgartner, I just wanted to state how important I think it is to teach children how to swim. For 5 years, I ran a nonprofit where every summer, because it was a summer program, we would teach children and thousands of children. And it made a significant difference, not just with the children that we were teaching, but it engaged older kids who perhaps hadn't had the opportunity to go learn how to swim, to become more interested in swimming, and also engaged their parents when they no longer felt that when they felt that their child was safe because they knew how to swim. It changed the dynamic of the family. So I appreciate the work you're doing on this, and very much believe in everyone learning how to swim, and let's start where we can. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, I thank you for your time and your
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Chair Paris. Have a good one.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, co-chairs Paris and Mar, vice chairs Wieslander and Cohen, and ranking members Daphne and Martin. I am here to testify in support of HB 5474, an act concerning the use of social media platforms by individuals 16 years of age and under. Think about this. Social media lights up the same sections of the brain as cocaine and heroin do for teens. Yet social media is virtually unregulated, unlike addictive drugs. An addictive algorithm is defined as a system that uses personal information and data to recommend content, with the goal being to keep the user online as long as possible. Algorithms only recommend to you what you want to see, not necessarily what's true, which is especially harmful to children's development when they're often fed fake news. 30% of teens admit to sharing stories they later found out were false. YouTube's algorithm drives 70% of watch times, leading teens to spending an average of 5 hours a day on social media. These 5 hours could certainly be used on something more productive, such as physical activity or engaging with their own peers and friends. Our state faces a clear choice between two paths for America's children. One is dominated by addiction and a mental health crisis that we know is greater than ever. And the second is a chance at childhood, an opportunity to grow in an environment that nurtures our children instead of leaving them vulnerable. The goal of this legislation is to fix the epidemic that social media has caused on highly impressionable minds. Currently, the majority of parents are not aware of their child's social media activity, allowing their kids to be exposed to harmful content and cyberbullying without their knowledge. The proposal is to ban algorithms altogether for minors. In 2023, the legislature in SB 3 took the first steps to limiting algorithms. There isn't a way to mandate transparency by limiting algorithms, and it leaves a lot of room for social media companies to keep using algorithms and children's data. This legislation calls on the banning of addictive algorithms for all children under 16 years of age. This would limit the addictive side of social media. What algorithms end up doing is showing people exactly what they want to see, which is why people spend so much time on social media. It also has the unintended consequence of exposing our children to potentially graphic content. Excuse me. The proposed legislation does not intend to undermine the significant benefits social media has given the world. It's an amazing tool to connect with your friends and to learn more about the world. However, we should not ignore the harm social media has caused to our youth. The mental health statistics alone should give us reason to think about the well-being of our children. I will be submitting, I have not submitted as yet, written testimony that cites the various statistics that I cited, and I would be happy to answer any questions that anyone may have today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Wieslander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Representative, for being here today and speaking on this bill. And I was hoping that you could, for the benefit of the committee, give a little bit of the backstory as to where this proposed bill came from.
Thank you so much, Rep. Wieslander, and it's great to see you. Actually, if you recall, we were in a we were at, so my two, this proposal came to me from two high school seniors, and they are seniors at Amity Regional High School, my alma mater, by the way. And, and Representative Wheelander has kids there. This is from Daniel Merriman and Michael Audi. They have, Michael has submitted written testimony as well. But Rep. Wheelander and I were there and spoke with a number of high school students regarding online viewing and how much time they spend. And we learned a lot. And a lot of it, I think I mentioned social bullying and cyberbullying. And a lot of the kids said that they were exposed to that. And then there was other things they said they were afraid of not having friends if they didn't go on social media. So we learned a real lot. And I don't know if you recall that, Rep. Wheelander, and these two wonderful young men have really been working on this for over a year. And at one point, they even went as far as to challenge their own classmates to put down the phone and just stop using it altogether. And instead, so when making time to go places or meet somewhere, they had to pick up the phone and use a phone and not text. So they went for a period of time, not texting, not spending that time on social media, and actually engaging one-on-one with their friends. So I really applaud these two young men for bringing this forward. And I really think it's something that I hope your committee will consider moving forward. I hope that
Thank
answers.
you. I do remember those conversations, and yes, as a parent of three teenagers in the Amity system, I'm very impressed always by the education, the quality that comes out of that district and those schools, and those teachers. And yes, great job to these young men. So thank you for being here, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hello, Representative Kennedy. Good to see you. Thank you so much for putting this bill forward. It really is an important issue of our times and for our children and even our adults. I was wondering, it seems like you've done a lot of work in background, knowing the background about this, which I have not had the chance to do that. But I'm wondering if you have thought about if our bill, if we were to pass a bill or to develop a bill, that it's a very fast moving industry, right? And being able to keep up with the changes and the technology, frankly, and how they're using it to exploit our children. And I'm just wondering if you have put any thoughts into, how we can keep it general enough that it will apply, but yet specific enough that it makes a difference in how we, carry out the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Comey, for the question. And I'm going to have to give credit to both Michael and Daniel for that. They have really enlightened me into so much and how it's impacted them. They had mentioned to me they have friends that have become extremely depressed, friends that someone that had committed suicide. So it was really tough for them. And they have been following this legislation for some time. They they were following SB 3, it was. And they were the ones that brought to me, it's really, they stress the algorithms that they'd like to see, that our younger children, and think about it, some of these kids are on social media platforms at age 10 years old, and they're being exposed to things that I'm not really sure that they should be exposed to. And so that's why they brought that to me. And I think that the statistics I have will help with that. If we can just change somehow how children use the algorithms, and if we can somehow have some parental controls put on that. I know I read through the testimony for this particular bill, and I did see two folks in opposition to this bill, and one was someone with a social media platform. I don't remember the name of the company. So I don't really know if that really answers your question, but I'm hoping that in my written testimony, the sites that I have given in the written testimony will provide you for additional background on that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Rep. Comey.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Kathleen, for your testimony. I had a couple of questions. I wanted to start with, how do you see this being implemented? In other words, where do you even start with the implementation of enforcing something like this?
So I think through you, Madam Chair, thank you, Representative Daphne. I think that how we started is going back to, I think, SB3 and enhancing that by adding into SB3 banning the use of algorithms for children under 16 years of age. And that would be implementing parental consent. And I think it was done the way that these young men proposed it to me as a possibility is through a cell phone number of a parent, and that it can be checked that way. And that would be one way to ban the algorithms, if we would.
Thank you for that answer. And what do you anticipate the cost of that to be for the state?
So I don't think there would be costs to the state. I don't see, and I'd mentioned that if there was any kind of fiscal impact, and I know these two young men who had really gone into depth with this, I don't foresee that there would be any fiscal impact to the state. I think this is just another protection of keeping our young children and protected of some of the things that are out there. That's what I see.
So protecting them from what's on the internet.
Yeah, so some of the things
without their parents' knowledge.
Correct. So, you can pull up, and I will tell you, I am not the most versed person on some social media platforms, and there are so many out there. And for every one that we think of, another one will be created tomorrow. I mean, that's how rapidly evolving, as Rep. Comey was asking, that's how rapidly they evolve. Once something goes off, there'll be something else. When TikTok was closed down briefly, something else popped out. So it's a really fast moving, as was stated, market. And will we do everything that we can? But if we can just give 10, 11, 12-year-olds a little bit of protection of being exposed to things they probably likely shouldn't be exposed to at such a young age.
Well, thank you for that answer. And I know parents do get to decide whether their children are on the internet or not and what kind of devices they use for that. Unlike when they go to schools and they're in the school library and they're exposed to sexually explicit books. So I have a big concern about that. And I think that parents don't even know what their children are being exposed to there, and they have no control over that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lanoue.
Yes, thank you. Representative Kennedy, is very nice to see you. Let me just really start off by really commending you on major props for enabling our young people, to getting them involved, to help effectuate change, showing them that truly they can make a difference. They can help write legislation. Though they may not be voting age yet, knowledge is certainly power. And they have a lot of knowledge on our technologies and what's directly in front of us. I'm sure you've heard me say before, when when we were in school, there was no such thing as Facebook and TikTok and all the social medias. And so issues of bullying, for example, I'm not trying to minimize it for any generation, but again, I think when we went to school, when we had those sort of things took place, kids would go home at night, they would see their parents, they would see their siblings, cooler heads would prevail. A lot of times there'd be a cooling off period, and a new day would start 8, 9 o'clock in the morning, and a lot of things had been forgotten. Now with these type of platforms and social media and the like, that bullying is happening 24/7, where there's no really endpoint to it. So cyberbullying is a real thing. It's affecting our kids. I really commend you for pointing that out in your opening statement, your testimony, and what you're trying to do here. I think it's vitally important. With what you're with the bill before us, I just one of the issues, a couple of issues I'm curious about, if you know. For example, establishing parents have to essentially consent to a child under the age of 16 being on a particular social media platform. What I'm wondering is establishing the paternity, right? Where if I'm a 14-year-old girl and I want to go on a platform, I don't think my parents are having it, and I put in the name and phone number of a friend that's the same age, or a email address of a friend, and saying that's my parent. How easy is it for a child to do that? If you know, or is it gonna be more robust than that?
So what I've learned, thank you, Representative Lanu. What I was able to learn in information I've gathered from these two young men and then some digging into some more, you can use a third-party service such as Yoti and Veridad, because we know that anybody can put any age, even on their Facebook accounts, they can put any age. And I think my son has that he's 99 years old on it. So we know that they can put in fake, but these two types of services, and I don't know if there's a charge, I don't believe there is, they can accurately identify an age. So if somebody under 16 years of age puts in that they're 21, it can be verified. It's a digital thing, but also we don't want our children, when they put too much information sometime, and that information could be harvested and or sold. So we really want to protect the children. They just put too much stuff out there, and I think that's a part of it. So whether if this legislation can somehow help parents to make sure that their kids aren't, let's just face it, they're going to listen to us to a point, but they're going to still try to find a way to get onto these social media platforms. My understanding, just looking at my notes here, if they have this app, and it's for people with a driver's license, it's how they would verify an age while not disclosing personal information. But then if they're under driver's license, like 16, then it would be their parents' phone number that would go into the system. And again, to verify their kid's identification or information. Does that answer your question?
Got it. It does. Thank you so much. That's very helpful. I guess my other question regarding with parents as well is if I have an 11 or 12-year-old son or daughter, right? I get the notification from a social media platform that they want to be on that platform, and I can
Representative
also. I'm sorry, can you hear me, Representative?
Yeah, I can hear you, yes.
Okay, again, I apologize for, I'm in a rural area here. So in the event that, so if I have an 11 or 12-year-old son or daughter, I consent and say, yes, they can be on the platform. But does the bill aim or speak to at all if I want to be able to follow and see who they're talking to, what they're looking at, who's talking to them, what sort of conversations are they having and with who? Is there a mechanism in place where I can request that, and the social media platform has to essentially copy me, where I can look at what they're doing?
So I thank you for the question. I think this really goes on to particular sites that they're gathering information on, not necessarily that they're talking to someone that they're gathering, but I would have to get more details on their specific question. As to the cyberbullying part when you're talking about that, a lot of this came forward to us. It was brought forward to us when Rep. Wheelander was there as well. We met with it was a Friday afternoon, and they had like a student dance or their senior ring dance, whatever it was, on a Friday afternoon, and at least 35 kids were in the library with us talking about it. And they talked about the isolation from during COVID and everything that went through and everything that they experienced. So it was really eye-opening to listen to these kids, and they were sophomores through seniors that were in the room. I don't believe any freshmen were there. And listening to their experience it really made you start thinking about, they really were isolated for a time, and we need to find a way to protect those young children and really, I know they're not children. They would not want to hear that, but they are children. There are children, and giving them any protection we can. I think we have to put some more details in this bill, certainly, and happy to work with you in any way we can to move that along.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that, and I love what you're doing here. I think this is important in so many different ways. Again, from enabling our young people to help write this legislation, protecting our children, getting our parents involved, letting parents know what's going on with their kids. I want to certainly know what kind of material my kids are looking at on the internet because there's so many dangers out there. You really leading this charge. I think it's fantastic. I fully intend and support the legislation, and thank you for being before us today, especially with the weather conditions and in this remote
Thank you.
atmosphere.
I wish I could have been there in person, but I know you have a long day ahead of you, so
thanks, Representative.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Kathleen. Very nice to see you. Thank you for coming or testifying on your bill today. So, when I read the language of this bill opens up a whole door to a lot of controversy, maybe some good things and so forth. And my belief always is that parents should be making their own decision and the state should not be interfering in that in some way, right? So how would they enforce or what you think should happen for a company that does not comply and says, you know what, we are not going to comply with this law? What would happen?
That is a very good question. And really part of this is to make sure parents do have more tools so that they can know what their children are doing. And truly, it's about giving, as these boys put to me, the power back to parents and improving family life and making sure their kids are out and about. As to the enforcement of it, I'm actually not positive how we're going to accomplish that and what the branch of enforcement would be. I'll be quite honest with you. So I really would have to get back to you with some additional information on that. Because I know as I read the language, we certainly have to tighten up some, and I think we can do that. And I can get some more information to the committee and to the chairs and vice chairs and ranking members.
Thank you. Yeah, I do. I got to be honest with you. I highly respect my colleague and the work that you're doing in putting this bill. Something I definitely have a lot of concerns about for many different reasons.
No, I understand.
We have parents that I want parents to be able to be informed and certainly to make their own decisions about what's best for their children without the state getting involved, and certainly in putting a mandate on a business, because certainly they're free to do whatever they want. And I want the parents to be able to have control without the state getting involved, as I mentioned. We have laws on the books that, we can't even let a parent know when their 10 or 12-year-old is getting an abortion, just to notify them or for permission, or even just to notify a parent like on gender affirming care, certain books that Representative Dauphiné mentioned that are in the library. So I'm really kind of shocked that the committee would bring up this type of a bill, to be quite honest with you, and push that. I think there's other things that are far more urgent and important for parents to be aware of what's going on with their children, as opposed to social media. I think, look, they're home. They could get online in many ways, right? They can take somebody's driver's license. They can go onto their TV and they can download books on movies that maybe they perhaps should not be watching. So I guess it's like, where does it end? Where do we put the onus on these businesses to prevent that from happening is my concern. And like I said, there's many other bigger issues out there that I think parents should be at least notified of, that we don't take up, but yet we're having this conversation here today. But I do really respect you and I appreciate your effort. Again, I do have many, many concerns about this bill, but I thank you for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Francesco, and I do appreciate your candidness on your concerns. Certainly, there's no intent to be a mandate on any kind of a small business, but we can address that and hopefully address some of your concerns down the road. But thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Pizzuto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, Kathy, hi, nice to see you. Just a couple of quick thoughts. I know for a 10 or 12-year-old, I hate to see that on some website that they think that's a normal sexual relationship, or this is how you gamble to raise money for your family, or these are the drugs you have access to. So my question is, you think that we could somehow get it to health teachers or guidance counselors? Because a third party, they may be able to say, hey, listen, this isn't the norm. It's out there. We know you have access to it, but they may not talk to a parent about that. So I'm just wondering if somewhere along the line, if the bill passes in some way, shape, or form, that it gets extended to guidance counselors at, whether it's elementary school or high schools, to let them know in their health classes or in their, social media classes that this is brought up. Even though it's accessible, it's not the norm. And just food for thought. Thanks, Kathy.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Something to think about for sure.
All right. Thanks. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Representative. Thank you for coming before us today to discuss your bill. And we appreciate your time.
Hopefully your afternoon moves along now. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to do a little bit of a shift here because I'm concerned about the weather. I'm looking at the time. And what we'd like to do is, Meryl, with your with apologies and with your kindness, we'd like to hear from the people who are present in the chamber so that we can get them out and back on the road before things start to freeze up. So I do apologize for making you wait, but we are going to start with Christina Gio, the acting child advocate who is present. And at this point, we are going to make sure that we time our speakers for 3 minutes and let them know when their time is up. So that being said, Christina, I believe you have the floor.
Thank you and good afternoon from the LOB. I am Christina Gio. I'm the Associate Child Advocate at the Office of the Child Advocate, currently serving as the Acting Child Advocate. Good afternoon, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, and Representative Daphne, and all of the distinguished members of the committee. This testimony is being submitted on behalf of the Office of the Child Advocate. We are submitting testimony in support of 4 bills. We support Raise Bill number 1215, an act concerning neglected, uncared for, and abused children and youths. Raise Bill number 1217, an act concerning school meals to all students. Raise Bill number 1218, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction. And Raise Bill 6182, an act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth. For my oral testimony, and certainly being aware of the time, I'm going to focus on our testimony with regard to Raise Bill 1215. And this is the bill entitled An Act Concerning Neglected, Uncared For, and Abused Children and Youth. And it was discussed earlier, this bill would allow the Superior Court for Juvenile Matters to adjudicate petitions of abuse and neglect that are filed prior to the child's 18th birthday. And so I want to talk a little bit first about sort of some of the safeguards around sort of a floodgate of children coming into the system. So one, there would have to be a petition that's based on allegations of abuse or neglect that occurred prior to the child's 18th birthday. It doesn't allow adjudication for any facts that occur with regard to an adult. These are allegations that a child has been abused. So that's first. The second is that the court would have to make a finding based on hearing evidence that the child is in fact abused and neglected. So children who are not true abuse and neglect cases are not going to be adjudicated by the court. Third, if the court adjudicates the child as an abused and neglected child, the court then needs to make a determination about disposition and would have to, in order for the child to go into the care of DCF, the court would have to make a determination that it's in the best interest of the child. And at each of those places, DCF is a party to the proceedings and would be able to present their position with regard to that particular petition. So I think that's important to note. The second thing I want to talk about is there was sort of some discussion about when there are about 117 plus year olds that DCF does file petitions on, and they work hard to get those through the court. And I have no doubt that's true. What I want to say, though, is it's not up to DCF or even the judge all the time about how fast those cases move through the court. Parents have a right to due process when there is a neglect allegation against them. And yes, it's true that the finding runs to the child. The finding is that the child is neglected, but the parent is the respondent, and they have a right to contest those allegations. And they should have a right to contest those allegations. And it may be that that runs out the clock, leaving the child without the care and protection of the department. And then the next thing I want to talk about is what happens when the child turns 18. So DCF talked about, there are state agencies that serve adults. If the child has intellectual disability, maybe they can be connected with DDS, Department of Developmental Services, or if it's mental health, to the Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services. And that's true to a degree, but not all kids can be served by those systems when they turn 18. So let me give you an example. A child comes in to the hospital at 17 and a half, severely physically abused. DCF gets called.
Can you please summarize?
I will. They file an order of temporary custody, remove the child. The parents contest it. The case is not decided before the child turns 18, and that order of temporary custody and DCF's decision to take that child into custody immediately ends. And that child's going to be homeless and not eligible for DMIS and not eligible for DDS. So I think we really need to think about, as a state, how we protect those children who happen to come to the attention of DCF later in their childhood. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you testifying and waiting. And Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. I just wanted to thank the Acting Child Advocate for being here and highlighting the need for care that often comes from these cases, and making sure that we remember that these are often cases that would require extra support to get through. And just because someone in the system ages out, they shouldn't be left without those supports. And so I really wanted to say thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I know that everyone at the agency is doing what the best they can for these kids. And so I just wanted to say, thank you to everyone who is paying attention to this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know you didn't particularly speak on 6182, but you did say you supported it. And that, I believe, will extend or expand financial assistance for college. Given the fact that we have free college in the state now, how do you see that playing out, and what would be the need for it?
When you say free college, I assume you're referring to the community colleges. I would say there are a few things. I mean, one, I do think it's really important to recognize that children who've been, well, let me back up. The children to whom this bill would apply are children who were abused and neglected, committed to DCF, not adopted, and aged out, and had to and remained engaged with the department under services post-majority. So you're talking about that particular population. They are children who have experienced an extraordinary amount of trauma, and it may take them time to figure out what they are good at, what they want to pursue. They very often have large educational gaps that they need to make up. Community college is actually a good way for them to do that. But there may be degrees that they can't pursue through community college, and they should be able to pursue a degree that they believe is appropriate for them. what this bill does is it sort of extends the time when they can do that. So they already have the ability to do that, but it's time limited. And again, because they take time to mature and time to heal, we think it's appropriate for them to have a little bit of extra time to utilize those funds. And again, it may be that some of those free options don't provide the types of degrees that they're interested in.
Well, I thank you for that answer. I know that the community colleges, many of them parlay with the four-year universities. So there's a lot of opportunity there, and nobody wants to stifle their time limit. However, they have they can make those choices at any time when you live in the state of Connecticut now. So I was just curious as to why you believed that we need to go above and beyond that. For many of us, like myself, I went to a 2-year community college and then to a university. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Lanu.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, acting child advocate for being with us today. Appreciate you coming under these conditions with the weather. You know, as I asked the commissioner of DCF, and I want to make abundantly clear, you know, adults, recent adults who are victims of childhood abuse, there certainly needs to be resources and avenues for them to get the care that they need. And that also to make sure if there was parents or guardians that committed such abuses or even crimes, DCF knows about that in case there's other minor children involved. So I want to be clear on all that. I'm not being dismissive. But a concern that I have, what I heard in the testimony from the commissioner of DCF was she said one of the unintended consequences of SB 1215, as it's worded, is these young child populations, the 0 to 5s, the 6 to 12s, where the median childhood age is, there could be less resources going into these children because there may be this onslaught coming in of committed adults, recent adults into the system. They're going to have to devote resources there, and they may not end up going to these young, fragile children in those age groups. I just want to give you an opportunity to respond to ring in on that as well, if you may, acting child advocate.
Sure. Thank you for the question. And I think it's an important question. And so first I would say we absolutely need to focus on our most vulnerable kids. And the 0 to 5 age group is a critically important group for us to focus on and ensure their safety. That said, I think I would question whether we will see an onslaught first. I think this is likely to be a small number of children. There are only specific people under the statute who are even allowed to file a petition, and then there would be a court that would decide whether or not that there is in fact abuse and neglect. So even with that small number, maybe there is a need for resources. And I guess as an advocate for children, what I would say is we should not have to choose between protecting 0 to 5-year-olds and protecting 17-year-olds. We as a state have an obligation to allocate resources so that we can protect all children, regardless of their age. So that's first. And then the other thing I think is important to mention, I think there were some questions earlier about whether it's the first time they come to the attention of DCF. And I just want to say, I think for the vast majority of kids that are coming to the attention of DCF at the age of 17, it's likely that they have previously come to the attention of the department. Some of them may have already been previously committed and returned home. And then, maybe 5 years earlier, and then a new case comes up. So again, I don't think that we should be placed in a position as a state of picking between our 17-year-olds and our 2-year-olds. I think we should protect them all.
Yeah, I certainly agree. But when I'm listening to testimony and there is limited resources in any state, certainly in Connecticut. So it's something we have to understand. And again, well, we shouldn't have to choose between a 17-year-old and a 8-year-old. I understand that, but by the time the individuals committed, they could be 19 or 20, and like the commissioner had said, part of that is putting them with a foster into a foster home with a foster parent, and I'm not sure how you do that with legal adults, but I do appreciate the testimony. I appreciate your answer, and I'll continue to listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I certainly appreciate it. I really just had one quick question, just kind of for clarification on Senate Bill. I think it's 1215. At the end there, we're inserting a line. It's talking about a verified petition filed. And that whole sentence there, that there's alleged child neglect and abuse. Can you tell me exactly what that would do to enhance the law that's currently on the books, and how does that differ?
So the only difference here is that it really has to do with the adjudication. So if a petition can only be filed when there's an allegation that a child has been abused or neglected. This bill would not change that fact. It still requires an allegation that a child's been abused or neglected. What this would do is say that you, in essence, remain a child for purposes of finishing the proceedings as long as the petition was filed before you turned 18. That's really all it does. It just allows the court to reach a decision on a petition alleging that a child was abused or neglected. Hopefully that makes sense. It's sort of the an example I gave earlier of the 17-and-a-half-year-old who's physically abused and DCF files, immediately removes the child at 17 and a half because the abuse is severe, and that means they've taken custody under an order of temporary custody. They file their petitions. There is a court hearing. The parents wish to contest the proceedings. The way the law stands right now is if the parents run out the clock at the age of 18, the clock ticks and the child has to be released from DCF custody and is likely either going back to a home that's physically abusive or homeless. So really all this does is allow the court to finish the proceedings.
Okay, thank you. I understand now. I was just questioning right where it said a verified petition. I was not sure what the difference was, but now that you explained it, I understand. Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Representative. Any other questions? Seeing none, I will thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Being here, and we will be talking as we move forward. Thank you. Next, we are going to go to Hannah Bellman, who is number 25 on the list.
Please use your mic.
Good afternoon, committee. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to give my testimony here. My name is Hannah Beelman. I was a child in care from 2014 to 2019. I am giving my testimony on House Bill 6182 as a child who was previously in care and was forced to take out student loans equaling an amount of $6,000 while in care since I was not approved to complete my medical assisting certifications. I am in support of Bill 6182, which is the act extending financial assistance for the post-secondary education expenses of foster youth. I support it because I believe that foster youth should have the opportunities to extend their knowledge and their degrees in the way that I wasn't able to. So I am open to answer any questions that you may have, and I thank you for allowing me the time to give my testimony.
Thank you so much, Hannah. And I apologize. I didn't have my glasses on when I looked at your last name. So thank you for coming today. We do have a question, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. My question is, I know there's several community colleges across the state, and the one in my district does offer medical assistant program. Was that not offered to you in one of the community colleges?
It was not offered to me at the time. I was going to school in 2018. So it was not, community college was not viable to me at the time since I had no transportation. I was not in a supportive foster home at the time. And I really did not have a supportive basis from the Department of Children and Families at the time.
Thank you for that testimony. I know now it is available, so that'll open the door to many, many individuals that didn't have that opportunity before. So things have changed a bit since you were in that position. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Great. Our next person is Matthew Strasser.
Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, and the distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting this hearing today, regardless of the challenges with the weather. It's a little unique for me today to have you behind me, but that's all right, you know. I'm here to oppose HB 6180. While I've had my own concerns with this proposal, I received communications from several Connecticut Citizens Defense League members who are very concerned with this proposal. Some of these members are daycare providers themselves, and they believe this proposal will directly push them out of business. This language, as written, is very concerning to me both as a parent and a small business owner. Some of the comments I have received include it's to try and scare the clients into withdrawing their kids from the daycare and hurt the business. It's not about safety, it's about control. It's another way to try and force people into having to disclose their firearm inventory to the public, or this bill will jeopardize my reputation and my safety. Yearly inspection forms, which are public information and easily available online, already include an unannounced inspection of the daycare center on line 38, page 3. That's safe storage of firearms and ammunition. Is this not sufficient to guide parents in the directions that they choose? The 2-in-1 childcare service provided by the Office of Early Childhood does an excellent job hosting these inspection reports and making them available to homeowners and parents. It is my belief that the state is already doing its job in making sure safe storage laws are complied with. Any steps further seem like an infringement on the rights of the childcare home operator. There is also the horrifying possibility of a criminal turning this measure into a shopping list. A criminal would know exactly what they're looking for, and when a daycare license was revoked, they're also made aware that those firearms are unsecure. Finding a particular firearm would be as easy as looking up the report to figure out who owns what. Surely there is a way to keep our children safe that doesn't require providing others and the state a full list of owned firearms. I believe it is intended to cause panic where there is none, solely to stigmatize gun owners. I believe it is telling that gun owners are being targeted by this bill when other operators in possession of prescription drugs, like opioids, hormones, or antidepressants, along with knives, power tools, maybe alcohol, to name a few other potentially injurious household items, are nowhere to be found. I want to thank the Office of Early Childhood the Office of Early Childhood Commissioner Beth Bai for her insight on this bill. As we heard in her earlier testimony, her office agrees that the list of firearms by name and type is unnecessary. Thank you. I'm open for any questions as well.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Matthew, for your testimony. I too have received several calls on this bill, both from daycare individuals and people who are just responsible gun owners that are licensed and have followed the law and are feeling very targeted. So I appreciate that you came out to point out that it seems discriminatory that we're picking out one group would be the gun owners, but not pointing out other substances in the home that might be of danger to children if they weren't properly stored. So I really appreciate that testimony. I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
No, I thank you, Representative. Actually, I'm looking forward to hearing from testimony from our members who do own daycares. I'm hoping that the weather doesn't prevent them from making it. So I look forward to listening to the rest of this hearing and hearing from those members as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lanu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strasser, for being with us. I appreciate it. You know, as I'm reading, you know, the legislation, looking at this, you know, as far as having to notify parents, you know, my concern is we already have storage laws and very aggressive type of laws on this sort of thing. So this doesn't just being able to notify parents or potential parents who are going to have children enrolled in their particular daycare. I guess my question here is, again, you mentioned safety, you mentioned security, right? Feeling safe. If I'm a criminal and I look at a particular house and I know that there's a daycare there, and I have in my mind this might be an ideal place to target for a home invasion or that sort of thing. Couldn't I just simply say, want to apply or have somebody apply to potentially have their kids enrolled there? And what you're really trying to do is get information on what type of firearms they have in their homes. If you know that list, you know what they have. Is this a way where we could be alert in the criminal population and put in daycare providers at in greater harm from being invaded with home invasions? I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that, Mr. Strasser.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate the question, and I see where you're going this, and I do agree with you. It's my belief that not only could this bill jeopardize the owner of the daycare and their family, a lot of the operators that I know do it because it's easier to take care of their own kids. And then they're bringing other people's children into the home too. If a criminal was to, act on something like this during daycare hours or work hours for the operator, not only would it endanger the child, or sorry, the operator, but their children as well, and everyone's kids at the home. So I think that this could really push people away from that, and anybody that was a gun owner and provided notice might start to receive less business, potentially putting them, out of work, in addition to security concerns.
Okay. I appreciate your answer. Thank you again for your testimony. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. Okay, thank you for coming and testifying, Mr. Strasser. We appreciate you taking the time and giving your voice.
Thank you.
The next person that we're going to hear from is James Coughlin.
Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of the committee. My name is Dr. James R. Coughlin. I'm a PhD, and I'm an expert in food and environmental chemistry and nutritional toxicology, with decades of experience on caffeine-containing products, including energy drinks. I serve as a consultant to the American Beverage Association. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony today on the safety of energy drinks. Energy drinks and their ingredients at current use levels have been recognized by public health authorities worldwide as safe to consume, and this includes the US FDA, Health Canada, the European Food Safety Authority, Food Standards Australia and New Zealand, the Norwegian Food Safety Authority, and the Swedish Food Agency. According to the latest data, energy drinks are not consumed excessively by US consumers. In fact, the overwhelming majority of mainstream energy drinks consumed in the market today contain comparable amounts of caffeine as the same size cup of homebrewed coffee, and only about half the content of caffeine as in coffee house coffees. Caffeine, yes, it is a stimulant. It's one of the most studied ingredients in the food supply. An extensive body of scientific literature supports its safety. The science shows that drinking an energy drink has the same physiological effect as drinking coffee with comparable levels of caffeine. In 2015, the European Food Safety Agency found that compared to adults, children and teens are not at a unique risk for health effects from caffeine consumption, and that the same caffeine intake level of no concern for adults may be extended to children and teens. FDA says that 400 milligrams of caffeine per day is generally not associated with adverse negative health effects. The finding also extends to common ingredients that are found in mainstream energy drinks. The European group in 2015 stated that some of these common constituents in energy drinks are, quote, not expected to adversely interact with caffeine on its effect, and that EFSA concluded that consumer exposure to taurine and glucuronolactone at levels commonly used in energy drinks does not present a safety concern. And just published this month is a study in our best food toxicology journal. It's called Food and Chemical Toxicology, which found that energy drinks represent less than 6% of the daily intake in the US. Coffee represents about 69% of the intake, followed by carbonated soft drinks and tea. As for surveyed teens aged 13 to 17, consumption of caffeine averaged about 160 milligrams per day, and more than half of that comes from coffee, a quarter of it comes from soft drinks, with about a tenth, less than a tenth coming from energy drinks. This means that almost all of the caffeine teens consume per day are from coffee, tea, and soft drinks, and not from energy drinks. In summary, energy drinks are regulated and recognized as safe by the US FDA. Energy drinks are one of the many sources of caffeine in the US diet, and it is coffee that contributes the most dietary caffeine in the diet by far, including among teens. And these common ingredients in energy drinks, including taurine.
Can you please summarize?
Finally, let me conclude. The totality of the clinical and scientific evidence supports the conclusion that energy drinks and their ingredients are safe for adults and teenagers. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. It verified much of what I was trying to say earlier. Can you continue on the sentence you started with taurine? You were starting to talk about the ingredients in energy drinks. And I think the testimony earlier was given that there are other stimulants in the energy drinks that are making it far more dangerous than coffee drinks. And I just wanted you to expand on that piece, if you would.
I'm glad you're asking. There's only one stimulant in energy drinks and in coffee, tea, soft drinks, carbonated cola beverages, and that's caffeine. We call it a central nervous system stimulant. It reaches the brain and activates the central nervous system. I've heard earlier today that taurine is a stimulant, and in fact, taurine is not a stimulant. It's a simple amino acid that appears in proteins. It's naturally occurring in the human body. It assists in muscle functioning, and it is absolutely has never been shown to have any central nervous system stimulating effects. And the other ingredients also are not central nervous system stimulants. So in sum, it's caffeine. It's the central, the central nervous system stimulant.
Thank you for that answer. And my other question might be to just parlay off of that. I know there was a comment made earlier also that there were children at school that were having some cardiac effects, and I think the claim was it was coming from these energy drinks. Can you speak to that? Because I probably imagine there are many things that could cause that, and I wondered if you could speak to that.
Well, I don't know the details of any recent occurrences like that. I have studied them through the years. We had a wonderful systematic review done by a bunch of academics back in 2017. It was published, and cardiovascular effects was one of 5 toxic endpoints that they looked at. And they came out of this systematic review reviewing all of the literature on caffeine and cardiovascular effects, finding no risk at normally consumed levels for adults and even for teenagers. So there was a case many years ago. I remember reading about a young girl, 14-year-old girl, I think, died, and her mother was claiming that it was the energy drinks, that she had 2 energy drinks that day and it caused it. And in fact, it's now, that came out that she had, a very serious underlying cardiovascular disease. And so, I don't believe in that case, and I haven't looked at the more recent ones, but we've got very strong evidence in the scientific literature reviewed by many governments and many academic scientists that say, that the levels of caffeine in energy drinks should not be causing these kinds of issues.
Thank you so much for testifying. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Coughlin, I was wondering, I might have missed this in the beginning of your testimony, but can you share what organization you were speaking on behalf of, or how you're approaching your testimony today?
Yes, American Beverage Association.
Okay, so you're here on behalf of the energy company or energy drink companies.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's really important for we all know where you're coming from and the lens in which you are testifying. Thank you so much for that information.
Thank you, Representative Comey.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you coming out to the Capitol and apologize that we're not there sitting in front of you. But my question for you today would be, as we know, right, we were talking about the safe amounts, or I've been reading about the safe amounts of caffeine for people could ingest, right? And I read somewhere that it was around 400 milligrams a day for sort of someone that someone could ingest, and that the average energy drink might have 160 milligrams of caffeine per serving. I'm just wondering how many servings are in a general can of energy drink?
Actually, some. The majority are more like 80 milligrams of caffeine in 12 ounces. A 160 would be in maybe a much larger, if they exist, a 20-ounce can or something. But the important thing, and I've been working on caffeine since 1981 when I arrived at General Foods headquarters in White Plains, and I was a 10-year resident in Fairfield County. So I've been at caffeine for about 44 years. We know what's really important. One thing we know about caffeine is it's very self-limiting. And I think all of you know when you've had too much caffeine, and if you're a person who can't have it past 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the afternoon because you won't sleep, you're more sensitive to caffeine than other people. So, you know, I think it's a self-limiting, you know when you've had too much, and I don't think there's much going on related to abusing caffeine. You just don't even like who you are after you've had, you know, perhaps too much caffeine. You could get anxious and other sensitivities. So, but the 160, it'd be a very large can of an energy drink. And still,
and I would just say that may be true, that I, as an adult, you know, understand, you know, if I've had too much caffeine, that might not be the case. You know, we're talking about kids here. So I don't think you can compare the two. Thank you so much. I'm finished with my questioning, Madam Chair. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Representative. A little change up there. Senator Cohen, hand came down. Okay, Representative Martinez.
Hi, I just had a question that kind of piggybacks off of that last question. So the American Pediatric Society states that a teenager between 12 and 18 should have about 100 milligrams of caffeine a day. So I agree with your testimony that you know, you may know when you've had too much, but when you're looking at like a Monster drink having 86 milligrams, when you're done with that one drink of a normal size drink, you would be kind of at your limit. And I was just kind of wondering if you agreed with the American Pediatric Society studies, as well as the American Heart Association, about the cardiac arrhythmias and blood pressure issues and cardiovascular issues that have been cited in children. And my second question was, who was it exactly that had done the studies that you were speaking of during your testimony?
Right. Let me address that second question first. The one that just published in Food and Chemical Toxicology this month, it was a consumption survey of 50,000 Americans. That was published by a researcher from Texas A&M University, and a good old buddy of mine from years back, Dr. Harris Lewin, who works the past 35 years at the U.S. Army Natick Labs. He is one of the true experts in caffeine. And then there were two representatives from a company called Kantar, which does these consumption kinds of surveys. So that was the study that just published this month already. Back to your question on the cardiovascular effects. I think both American Heart and the Pediatric Academy, I think they're pushing it rather low. The governments around the world have all agreed on about 2.5 milligrams of caffeine per what's called per kilogram of body weight. And so a 40-pound kid, it weighs, a 40 kilogram kid weighs about 80 pounds. Younger teens are certainly, you know, higher weight than that. And so when you multiply the 2.5 by their weight, it is acceptable related to cardiovascular, I'm sure, that teens can have more than this, you know, 100 milligrams in a daily consumption. Sorry to throw out these milligrams per kilogram body weight, but I'm a toxicologist, and that's how we assess the, you know, acceptable intake food ingredients.
Is that for you? Is that it for you, Representative?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure you didn't have a second question there before we moved on. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate your testimony and coming to talk to us about this. I do have one question. I believe you said that you started with General Foods, I think it was, back maybe over 40 years ago. And so you've pretty much been on the corporate and the association side then for most of your career.
Correct. In the past 33 years, I've been an independent consultant, one-man business in Southern California, consulting with the global food and beverage industry. So no, I'm not a professor at a university institution. You're correct.
And I'm sorry, did you come from California for this testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Wow. Well, you certainly left a different weather system out there. So thank you again. And I think we will, seeing no other questions, move on to Brianna January.
Good afternoon, esteemed committee. Brianna January with Chamber of Progress in respectful opposition to HB 5474. Chamber of Progress is a tech industry coalition advocating for the progressive future of tech and inclusive access to that future. Our partners include innovators like Apple and Google, but they do not have a vote or veto on our positions. One of our top priorities is making the internet safe for young people, and we share the concerns that you've heard today. However, we believe HB 5474 is not the appropriate approach and would actually disproportionately harm Connecticut's most vulnerable youth. On third-party age verification, there are very few companies that actually provide those services, and those that do so have a horrible track record regarding cybersecurity and safeguarding what is ultimately very sensitive personal data. More importantly, however, we are concerned that the bill could be weaponized by anti-LGBTQ guardians, in particular, to prevent queer kids from accessing community, resources, and safe spaces online. Committee, this could quite literally have life-threatening consequences for these youth. Studies have shown that LGBTQ youth, especially those who may live in households hostile to their identity, view social media as a crucial tool to connect with peers, access content of shared experiences, build community, and reduce isolation. And while well-intentioned, HB 5474 would in practice actually promote toxic posts over healthy content, having the direct opposite effect of what the bill intends to do. Committee, algorithms are actually very important and play a critical role in promoting safe and healthy content. Content curation allows platforms to downrank or even remove unwanted and targeted harassment and interactions like coordinated racial or gender-based harassment. In fact, platform moderators themselves use algorithms to identify and remove such toxic content. Requiring instead chronological feeds over curated ones risks exposing Connecticut's kids to greater harassment and cyberbullying. Committee, imagine, for example, a queer kid in your own district who spends a day at school, unfortunately being harassed. They come home, they log on to social media, and instead of seeing content that's been curated for their own interests and identity, they instead are served a chronological feed from their classmates of one after another posting harassing content about them. That is the reality of what would happen under HB 5474 and removing algorithms. Instead, we recommend a variety of policy solutions, including the most basic of addressing the issue at the root and increasing mental health programming and resources for Connecticut's youth in schools and homes. And digital literacy should, in my opinion, be treated as the most modern and next step of our K through 12 civics education. There are even existing resources and tools to help develop appropriate guides to effectively incorporate digital literacy and online safety into public education curriculum. And we certainly welcome the opportunity to work with the community on those opportunities. Lastly, I will just caution committee that the few states that have passed these kinds of laws have had them either struck down completely or are undergoing costly legal challenges, including just this week one announced in Maryland. With those considerations, Chamber of Progress urges you to oppose HB 5474 and support Connecticut's most vulnerable kids that use online spaces as a source of information, resource, community, and even lifelines. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for coming in today for your testimony. I just have one question. Listen, I'm not a computer, I'm not that too knowledgeable when it comes to the programming of the computers, but how does the AI interfere with the algorithm going forward? That industry is very much evolving. Do you know what kind of an impact it would have on the algorithm, or does it have any at all?
That's an interesting question. I myself am not an expert on the workings of each individual platform. I will say that algorithms are technically considered AI. They capture your interests, what you've looked at, and therefore serve you other content that would be perceived to be of interest or of use to you. I would suspect that as AI gets stronger and we're able to use the tools for greater good and benefit, that it could only help with capturing, for example, harassing or toxic content online.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Representative Dauphiné?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is a technical one as well. When they implement this algorithm disruption, how do they just contain it from state to state? You were saying that Maryland has a lawsuit and others as well with regard to similar bills being passed, but how is it that we contain that from state to state?
That's an excellent question. And in fact, a lot of the states that, again, there are only a few that have passed laws like this, they've actually been stopped before the implementation stage for that very reason, among others, including First Amendment implications. But the issue really is the patchwork of regulations that bills like this create around the country. And it's difficult, for example, you can imagine a case in which someone lives in a state like Connecticut that has a law on the books like this. They travel to New York and now their platforms are completely different and operating differently. For the companies themselves, it creates a huge challenge when it comes to the administrative and even financial implications of having patchwork and really two completely different systems, one for youth, which would not allow algorithms, and one for adults that would. As you could imagine, that means that the companies that are better resourced and have the ability to eventually have those two sorts of programming and programming all over the country being different, they're able to continue operating, but smaller startup companies, for example, would not be able to simply for not having the resources.
Thank you for that. And I guess that made me ask another question with regard to we all get Wi-Fi services and we pay for those. And you said the financial ramifications to those providers would be huge. I'm wondering how that would be passed on to the consumer when we start to implement these sorts of things.
Sure, I was referring specifically to the social media platforms themselves. So you could imagine larger companies maybe being able to eventually work out a system that they could operate two separate platform styles, one chronological, one algorithmic, one in one state, but in the next state completely different because of the patchwork of laws across the country. Whereas the smaller startup businesses probably wouldn't even be able to launch in a state like Connecticut if you had this law on the books, because they wouldn't be able to have those two different feed options. In addition, it's extremely costly for the companies themselves to try to implement age verification. You're talking about uploading possibly pictures of IDs. You're talking about parental consent and getting personal data and information signed off on. And then, of course, there's a cybersecurity risk that I hinted at earlier, where this is all private information, personal data that is then at risk for the third-party age verifiers. That said, I don't see a way in which this sort of law would impact your internet providers themselves and then onto the consumer. It's more about the platforms being able to offer a service at all.
I see. Thank you so much. I think about you mentioned the identification too, and the ability to fake your identification. I'm sure there will be some very creative ways in doing that. But thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, thank you so much for coming to testify. We appreciate your time. Next will be Jenna Grasso.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Jenna Grasso, and I'm a public policy associate at the Connecticut Business and Industry Association.
As Connecticut's leading business organization, CBIA advocates for thousands of member companies across a diverse range of industries. 90% of our companies are small businesses with 100 employees or less. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in family care homes. As Connecticut General Statutes 19A 77, childcare is classified into 3 categories. This bill would amend the family childcare home license by allowing them to serve 12 children rather than the current limitation of 9, provided they have a qualified assistant on staff. This bill optimizes existing capacity by addressing the childcare shortage, which is often reflected in perpetual wait lists. The challenge parents of children, particularly ages 0 to 2, face when seeking to reenter the workforce. In fact, Connecticut's Blue Ribbon Panel, which CBIA's president and CEO was proudly a part of, revealed a shortfall of more than 11,000 childcare slots for children under 3 years old. In addition to creating much-needed slots for working families, this bill grants childcare providers increased economic stability while promoting both accessibility and economic growth by incentivizing providers to expand their businesses, which are often located within their local communities. The business community strongly believes that raising the cap on children in home-based care from 9 to 12 is a crucial step in supporting the needs of Connecticut's workforce and strengthening the state's overall economy. We respectfully urge you to support this legislation. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You would think I know how to work a Zoom. Would you forgive me for that? Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate that. Representative Daphne, you have 2 questions, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jenna, for being here. My question number 1 is, how many families or how many daycares or I guess daycares would be the individuals providing that service? Do you think that this would enhance across the state?
So
Go ahead.
right now, there's 1,798 home-based providers in our state. And if just half took advantage of this bill, 3,000 slots would be opened.
Thank you. That's astounding. I know we're in a time right now where we're looking for opportunities to expand daycare across the state. So that's quite an impressive number. Do you know what the opposition is to this this bill?
I think that this bill is seen as a practical way to increase affordability and accessibility. There is not much opposition at this time because it enables home-based providers that live within their community to expand. It does not have a fiscal note, so no, not necessarily.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. Thank you so much, Jenna, for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative, for your questions. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, Jenna, I believe that you are off to the races. Thank you very much. So I'll be taking over the public hearing for a bit. Rules will remain the same. 3 minutes per testimony, 2 questions per member, and then we'll keep things moving along as we have a lot of people in the queue. And then Representative Wielander will take over from 5 to 7 p.m. Okay, next we have Dr. Emily Knox from Connecticut Voices for Children.
Good afternoon, Representative Paris, Senator Marr, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and distinguished members of the Committee on Children. My name is Nick Teeling, and with me today is my colleague, Dr. Emily Knox, who will be available to answer any questions. We're testifying today on behalf of Connecticut Voices for Children, a research and advocacy organization working to ensure that one day Connecticut is a thriving and equitable state where all children can reach their full potential. CT Voices is testifying today in support of House Bills 5474, 6180, 6182, 6186, 6840, and Senate Bills 461, 1215, and 1217. Our written submission includes testimony on all these bills, but for the purpose of time, we're going to read a condensed version of our testimony with a focus on House Bill 6182. House Bill 6182 would raise the age at which a young person who's in the state of Connecticut's care vis-a-vis the child welfare system can receive services and funding to support participation in higher education, vocational, and employment training programs from 23 to 28. CT Voices supports House Bill 6182 because we know, as a research and advocacy organization focused on children and families, that foster youth in Connecticut continue to face significant systematic barriers in achieving their higher education and vocational objectives. The Connecticut Department of Children and Families has worked significantly over the years to support young people in their care who aspire to attend college. DCF provides tuition waivers for eligible young people pursuing higher education degrees or vocational training and offers a stipend for foster youth through the Chafee Educational Training Voucher Program. These tuition waivers and stipends are essential for foster youth to reach their higher education aspirations, and yet it's still not enough. In 2023, a national survey of college students found that 83% of former foster youth struggle financially in college, 45% experience very low food security, and 69% face housing insecurity. What's more, the current programs are only guaranteed through age 21, and we know from research that foster youth need a longer runway. Completing a college degree within 4 years is an ambitious goal for any young person, which is highlighted in our written testimony. Only 44% of students complete a bachelor's degree within 4 years, and 74% finish within 6 years. However, foster youth face even greater obstacles, including instability, trauma, and financial insecurity, as well as frequent school changes and delayed enrollments, making degree completion even more difficult. Higher education qualifications are increasingly necessary for long-term career stability. Many professions now require master's degrees or extended certification programs. Without continued financial support, foster youth are disproportionately unable to pursue these credentials, further limiting their career opportunities and potentially limiting their long-term earning potential. House Bill 6182 recognizes that success does not follow a linear timeline, especially for those who faced instability and hardship. Not every young person with experience in DCF care will take advantage of extended tuition waivers.
Can you please summarize?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. But it could represent a life-changing opportunity for those who do. For our foster youth in the state's care, this bill provides a helping hand so they can lead prosperous and self-directed lives. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Connecticut Voices for Children. Representative Lanu.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you.
See you too, sir.
Thank you both for testifying. I guess my first question is, between the age of 18 when they reach adulthood and mid-20s, what are these people doing with their time if they're not going to school, not getting they need extended tuition? What's going on with them in those years?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think it's hard for us to say on a macro level what all of these foster youth are doing. I mean, they face an enormous amount of challenges to begin with. Somebody who previously testified who was within the foster youth system in Connecticut expressed that she had challenges with the family that was taking care of her. She experienced transportation issues and different financial hardships that prevented her from accessing higher education. So on a macro level, it's hard to say what these young people are doing, but these are young people who the state of Connecticut does take care for, and we do have a moral obligation to continue to extend care for them.
Thank you for that, Representative.
Thank you. Do you have any data? I think I've asked this in with similar legislation in years past. I'm curious, is there any data supporting that, particularly those who are in the foster care system, that they do well later? So if they end up getting these certifications, degrees, whatnot later on, it shows a greater chance of success, and that is when they're able to successfully achieve those goals. Is there data to support that?
Sure, there's a array of research that shows that not just for foster kids, education and educational outcomes are a predictor of long-term career stability, financial independence, overall well-being, health outcomes. And so there's a variety of research, not just on foster kids, but at the population broadly, looking at the impact of education on long-term outcomes, and the benefits are profound.
Thank you for that response,
Okay,
Representative
thank you for
Lanu.
your testimony.
Thank you, good sir.
That's my 2 questions.
Thank you, good sir, for
Thank you.
respecting the rules that we've set. Thank you. I appreciate it. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Representative Welander.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for testifying today. We know that a good many of the students in Connecticut have the challenges you mentioned that are not unique to foster children: housing, financial, food security, transportation, and the like. So they're not unique, and we have now implemented free college in the state of Connecticut. Would you be opposed to just waiting to see how that plays out over the next, say, 5 years with regard to, assisting all students, including those that are foster students that are coming out of a family of a foster home?
Thank you so much for the question, Representative. I think it's important to reflect on the differences in the programs that the state currently offers, those for the foster youth and the PAC program. The current foster youth program for those children is offered to them because that they're in state care, because of the traumas that they experience, and because the state understands that they do need a little bit more extra time to take advantage of post-secondary education and figure out what's best for them long-term in their career. For the PAC program, this is largely taken advantage of by students in potentially much more stable households, a much broader selection of Connecticut's young people. And so it also would require our students to apply for the PAC program within good standing and having supportive foster parents as well. And for others who've testified before this committee today, we've heard that's not the case always. So expanding this tuition waiver program from 23 to 28 doesn't undermine the PAC program. What it does is it gives the children who are currently in the state's care just a longer runway to figure out what's best for them long-term and make sure that they get an opportunity to take advantage of higher education and pursue best for their long-term health, for their career.
Thank you for that answer. So the state of Connecticut has no timeline on individuals applying and taking advantage of this free college or in-state college. So I'm still curious as to any opposition you would have in just waiting to let this play out in the benefits of students, all students for that matter. And I can tell you, I know tons of people who would love to go to a 4-year college as opposed to a 2-year college. But for many people, even those that are not from foster homes don't have the means to do that, and they have to work their way through that. So I'm just wondering what the opposition would be to waiting it out to see how this new program in the state would help those students, because they would be able to take advantage of that. And it seems to me like it would be a lot less costly for the state.
Thank you again, Representative, for the question. With the PAC program, it would require these students to have good standing outside of when they receive their high school degree or a GED, and also have at least 6 academic credits on the book while they're pursuing their higher educational opportunities there. For our foster youth, that's not always the case. Sometimes they graduate as a result of hardship that they've experienced in their lives, not in the best standing, and they can't always take on 6 credits per semester. So the current program that the department that DCF offers works in conjunction with these children to make sure that while they're pursuing higher educational opportunities, it works best for the current conditions of their lives and what they're experiencing. And all this would do is extend it from 23 to 28. So they just have that much more time to complete the education of the current program that's offered by the Department of Children and Families.
Thank you for that answer. I still think there's a great opportunity here to implement and see how the state program will assist all students, including those students as well. But thank you.
Thank you, Representative Dauphiné. Representative Welander, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you both for being here today. The question, actually, some of my questions, my points were already addressed by some of my good colleagues. And I wanted to see if you could just expand a little bit on how having access to other options and opportunities beyond the PACT program would potentially offer opportunities for success. And I try not to look at things through a financial lens, but sometimes you have to. How would these opportunities for success potentially save the state money in the long run? Those are my two questions combined, smooshed up, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You caught yourself before I caught you.
I'll tackle the second half of the question, and then my colleague will tackle the first half. So, I mean, it'll depend on like how the state designs the program. And we can working together and hearing some different opinions on like how we can make this program a cost saver for the state. So it'll just depend on how the legislature designs the program.
And thinking about educational opportunities and the need for those, I'll add that higher qualifications are increasingly necessary for long-term career stability, and that this piece of policy not only would extend the runway for undergraduate degrees and those attending four-year universities, but also enhance the ability of kids in the care of DCF or with history of DCF involvement to pursue advanced degrees too, which we know there's a great deal of science on the achievement of advanced degrees in educational outcomes and all the kinds of long-term stability that those enhance. So I would add that there's certainly different paths.
Thank you both very much for those responses. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Wieslander. We appreciate that. Thank you both for your testimony. It doesn't seem as though there are any other questions, but we appreciate you and we ask that you get home safely. Next up, we have Sandra Grants from the American Beverage Association, and following her will be Kate Mazzata. These are the last two folks that we have in person speaking, and then we'll resume in chronological order based on where we picked up on for those who will be online. Thank you. Sandra?
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am Sandra Grants. I am a Vice President of Government Affairs for the American Beverage Association. We're the trade association representing the non-alcoholic beverage industry. We represent nearly 90% of the energy drink category, which is 3% of the total liquid refreshment beverage category in the U.S. in 2024. Thank you for the opportunity to address our industry's concerns with House Bill 6185 regarding energy drinks. You previously heard from Dr. James Coughlin on the body of research on the safety of energy drinks, as well as data on consumption of energy drinks. And you also hear from another expert this afternoon who is representing ABA and has identified herself as doing so. I will address the voluntary commitments that our companies have made on the marketing, education, and labeling of energy drinks. Over the last decade, our members have adopted a series of industry-leading caffeine transparency, labeling, and marketing initiatives, including the guidance for the responsible labeling and marketing of energy drink companies, or of energy drinks. Our companies have agreed not to market their products to children under the age of 13. We also will not sell or market our products in K through 12 schools or at school events or on school premises. We also will not provide energy drink product samples or product coupons to children, nor will they provide samples or products in the immediate vicinity of K through 12 schools. We've also made commitments to caffeine education, and we voluntarily go above and beyond government mandated labeling requirements so consumers are fully informed of their choices. Our energy drink companies are transparent about the ingredients in their products, and we go beyond FDA labeling requirements to disclose the total caffeine content on every bottle and can that we sell. We're also actively engaged in initiatives to drive public awareness of safe consumption and smart choices, including during March, which is Caffeine Awareness Month, and as well as our website, energydrinkinformation.com, which is a resource containing consumer-friendly information on the safety of energy drinks and their ingredients. We also voluntarily include an advisory statement on every can that we sell that the drinks are not intended or recommended for children. pregnant or nursing women, or people who are sensitive to caffeine. We're concerned about the precedent that HB 6185 could set for energy drinks, which are sold and safely consumed in more than 175 countries.
If you could please summarize.
Yep. So we just don't, but the science doesn't support this discriminatory treatment of energy drinks. And we appreciate your time this afternoon, and I can take some questions.
There I go again with the mute button. Thank you, Sandra, for that. Representative Master Francesco.
Thank you, Representative. Excuse me. Thank you, Sandra, for coming in. I appreciate your testimony. You started to allude about some scientific studies when it came to science. Would you mind elaborating on that a little bit more so I can understand that?
Sure. So I would have to defer to Dr. Coughlin, who has already testified, as well as our written testimony. And we do have another person testifying this afternoon that I think could speak more to the scientific body of research. And if there are further questions on our written testimony, I can have our chief science officer respond to you directly.
Thank you. And you did testify in your testimony. I don't see your testimony online, so I'm assuming you have submitted it. But your energy drinks, all the energies are in full compliance with regulations. If not, they were probably even more compliant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dauphiné, followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. My question is, do you know if the restaurants and coffee shops, Starbucks and Dunkin' Donuts and the like, go through the same kind of list of precautionary things that you listed with regard to protecting children and not soliciting to them with your energy drinks?
Not that I have seen, but I do not represent them, so I can't speak for them, but I have not seen that.
Yeah, I haven't heard any testimony to that either. We did hear the spokesperson earlier talk about his extensive study on caffeine and the fact that it's the only stimulant in energy drinks and in coffee. So that was helpful. I appreciate your testimony, and I appreciate that you're sharing all that information with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sandra, forgive me for not looking into the camera here. I've got to keep my eye on the road. I just want some clarity. I don't drink energy drinks. So you've mentioned something that you have some on the labels that are on the drinks. That I guess there's a warning on there. Can you just elaborate on that? If I went to the store right now, and I picked up any energy drink, what would it say?
Sure. So if it was an energy drink that is a member of the American Beverage Association, which I said do represent about 90% of the category. So, most mainstream energy drinks we do represent, and they, on the bottle or can, there would be an advisory statement that they're not intended or recommended for children, pregnant or nursing women, or people who are sensitive to caffeine.
There's no age for children?
No,
it just says children, nothing. And so that is not required on all energy drinks. You said that only those that belong to your association?
Right. It's a voluntary commitment that the members of ABA have adhered to and agreed to.
And how many are there that have volunteered?
So, we represent Celsius, the Coca-Cola Company, Monster, Red Bull, PepsiCo, Keurig Dr. Pepper, who all have, energy brands as well. And that totals to about 90% of the energy drink category in the US.
Is there a list of the 10% that are not doing this?
I don't know that there is a list because there are new companies and products coming onto the market, and sometimes they go off the market. So that's why I say, the mainstream energy drink all adhere to this. So I don't have a list. We could maybe, send a few names, but like I said, I think some of those smaller brands, they're coming onto the market and then also going off the market.
So if we expanded this to say all energy drinks in our statutes, how would they, those at the 10%, how would they, I guess, conform to this?
Well, I think as the legislation is currently written, all energy drinks would have to adhere to whatever it is that is passed. It's just that what I'm talking about is a voluntary commitment that our member companies have made. And so unless they were a member of ABA, they wouldn't have to, put the advisory statement on or agree to to not market to children.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Sandra, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate you. Catherine Josephine Mazzata, you're up next, ma'am.
Can you please turn your mic on?
Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and esteemed members of the Children's Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of you today. My name is Kate Mazzata, and I'm the Legislative and Policy Intern with the Connecticut Children with Incarcerated Parents Initiative, which aims to improve the quality of support for children with incarcerated parents by leveraging data and insights to inform public policy and enhance practices. I am here on behalf of the organization testifying in support of Senate Bill 461 and House Bill 6182. I have submitted written testimony, so I will be summarizing and will be happy to take any questions at the end. On Senate Bill 461, according to DCF, the reported percentage of children in the state placed with kin is approximately 43% compared to the national average of about 33%. However, our general statutes state a guardianship subsidy may be offered to those in kinship care to achieve a post-secondary education only until the recipient reaches the age of 21, but those in non-subsidized care do not receive any subsidies to attend post-secondary institutions. There are many reports and studies stating children with an incarcerated parent are most likely to be placed in kinship care when their parent is arrested, but the issue of mass incarceration disproportionately affects low-income communities, meaning families taking on kinship care have less room for economic mobility and access to higher education. SB 461 gives children in kinship care who are also impacted by parental incarceration to be set up for success along with their peers when a study has proven they have the same academic capabilities as those peers. On HB 6182, there have been multiple studies which prove being a product of parental incarceration and the foster care system separately negatively affects school readiness in youth. The trauma of parental incarceration combined with the trauma of foster care could take years to heal, meaning those impacted by both parental incarceration and the foster care system could be well into adulthood before they have the mental capacity to attend college. Currently, federal workforce programs allow out-of-school youth up until the age of 24, with some programs extending to the age of 26. Raising the age of DCF financial assistance for post-secondary education would be on par with federal trends. Extending the age range for financial assistance for foster care youth attending a post-secondary institution from 23 to 28 gives those who have been the most impacted by the carceral and child welfare systems more of a chance to positively interact with society and have the room for economic mobility.
Could you please summarize?
Connecticut Children with Incarcerated Parents Initiative strongly urges the committee to move these bills forward to help Connecticut's foster care youth who have also been impacted by the carceral system. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you today, and as I stated before, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kate. We appreciate your testimony. Representative Ann Dauphinais, you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask you what I asked somebody earlier. We now have free state college available, and there's no time limit on it. would you be opposed to waiting to see how that plays out with individuals that might want to enter post-secondary college or school? That's basically what I'm looking to see.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Representative. I am not an education specialist, but what I do know is back in 2015, 30% of community college enrollees, only 30% of community college enrollees transferred to a four-year college, and fewer than half of those who have transferred earned their bachelor's in 6 years. So that means only 16% of community college students attained a bachelor's degree in 6 years. So I think with the free college program, even though we have free college, it's not attaining those numbers that I think people really expect of it. So giving foster care youth these post-secondary chances will actually attain the numbers that I think people want to see and give even more people the success that they want.
So, yeah, I hear you. But I guess, what are the number of individuals that desire to pursue a four-year degree versus a two-year degree? I mean, right now we have so many other options in the two-year degree programs like manufacturing and medical assisting. We even have nursing programs and several other programs that are, much broader than we've had in years past. So is there any data showing how many would want to pursue an education beyond community college and how many haven't because they don't have their school paid for?
Thank you, Representative. Again, I'm not an educational specialist, but my organization, I'm sure, would be happy to look into those numbers and get those to you.
Yes, I'd be happy to have those numbers. Thank you so much.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, Representative, for your questions. Seeing that there are no other further questions, Kate, we appreciate you for your testimony. Next four people that we have up, and we just want to get people ready in the queue. Meryl Gay will be next, followed by Edith Presley, Yolande Ford, and Eva Bermudez Zimmerman. Meryl, you have the floor.
Okay, Senator Mayor, Representative Paris, ranking members Martin and Dauphinais, and members of the children's community. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Meryl Gay, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. For the past 20 years, the Alliance has brought together organizations that care for or about young children to work for policy change to improve the lives of our youngest residents. I'm here today in support of House Bills 6839 to allow large family childcare and HB 6840 to require OEC to develop a plan. I've submitted written testimony for both bills with links to interactive maps and a list of towns designated as childcare deserts so that you can see the data for your towns. Also in the written testimony are some suggestions for additional language to strengthen HB 6840. Yesterday, Governor Lamont announced a proposal for universal preschool. We applaud this new public investment in early care and education for our 3- and 4-year-olds, and we urge you to support House Bills 6839 and 6840 to address the critical shortage of care for younger children. There are approximately 35,000 babies born each year in Connecticut, so that means that there are roughly 105 children under age 3 in the state. According to the state's licensing system, we have a theoretical maximum of a little over 36,000 spaces for those children. At best, that means we have licensed care for about 1 in 3 of those children under age 3. According to the Office of Early Childhood, 44% of Connecticut's population lives in a childcare desert. Those shortages are most acute for parents with children under age 3. That lack of care is the primary driver of New England's largest gap in male and female employment for parents of young children. House Bill 6840 would require OEC to develop a plan to address the shortage of infant and toddler care. And HB 6839 would take a tangible step forward to address the shortage by allowing family child care providers who have enough space in their homes to hire an assistant and serve 12 children rather than 6. Currently, the only way that family child care providers can do this is by changing their license from family child care homes to a center or group home license. Unlike the family child care homes, which by law are allowed anywhere where residential housing is permitted, Center and group home licenses are subject to local zoning and fire marshal approval. These processes can be time-consuming and expensive.
Can you please summarize?
Barriers mean that statewide there are only 25 group family child care homes compared to 1,792 licensed family child care homes. That's just 1.3%. In New York, by contrast, 83% of family child care businesses are classified as large family child care serving up to 12 children. Large parts of the state are classified as childcare deserts, particularly in our more rural areas where there isn't the population density to support a large childcare center. The fact that Connecticut makes it so hard for an early educator to operate a larger program out of her home limits the availability of care and perpetuates those childcare deserts. It also holds back our economy. As we boomers retire, Connecticut's labor force is shrinking at the same time that there are over 70,000 open jobs. It's time that Connecticut changed its family child care licensing policy to make it easier for family child care providers to serve more children and make it possible for mothers to re-enter the workforce. I'll close by saying that we are open to phasing this in as a pilot, as Commissioner Bai mentioned. And I thank you for this opportunity and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Merrill, for your testimony to the committee. Any questions before us? Merrill, you're the winner for the night. No question.
Mr. Chair, sorry.
That's okay, Senator. You can't do both.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that mute button and drive at the same time. I'm almost at my destination. Merrill,
you
go ahead.
cheated Merrill Gay out of his award.
Merrill.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So, Merrill, we're on a path for providing, child care. And we've been hearing the outcry from the business communities. We're looking to develop work, this industry. Well, I'm not gonna say this industry. We're looking to provide child care so the parents can go to work and fill the needs that the business sector has availability for employment, right? And then, so we've got early child care. We've got education. We got those that are going to public schools. Then we've got college afterwards. But yet, I see us failing in the education system because we're constantly, we're advancing individuals who are going through the education system. They are not able to read adequately or their math skills. So I don't want to say that what we're doing here or what this bill is proposing to do to that we're throwing money at a program. But it seems like we're always throwing money to various programs, but the results, we don't see the results. Particularly when we have remediation for when they graduate high school and they go on to college. We remediate them. We remediate as best as we can in the high school and in the grade schools. So, and here we are, we're going to be introducing, child care. They're going to learn some basic skills, particularly the social aspect, but other skills as well. I don't know if we've, so what type of results can we be expecting?
So
it's complicated, but I just see, we've been doing our best as a state to provide various programs and various, I guess, remediation, all, through the whole education continuum. But the end product is we still have kids that don't go to school. So we're trying to fix that. We have kids that just get moved along in the education system for whatever reason. And by the time they're all done,
Senator,
we're
I
still,
apologize. I apologize for being rude or disrespectful. I just want to reiterate the question. I think we may have missed the question, sir. My apologies.
I guess the question is, tell me how these programs will help. You know, the early child care, you know, how are we going to see the results?
So thank you for that question. House Bill 6839 would allow family child care providers, existing family child care providers who have the space in their homes to serve more children. And what that would do is increase the supply of care. That would make it possible for parents who currently can't find care to go back to work and earn a living, increase the household income, make it less likely for families to be raising their children in poverty. And it also exposes children to early childhood education, where they get to be with other children. And when they start kindergarten, they've had the experience of being in a group setting and are better prepared to learn when they start in the formal setting of preschool or public school. The other thing that this does is that because it focuses on family child care, it means that the care that's provided is more flexible. There are many families who need care outside of the traditional hours that child care center is open. And family child care has filled that role, including overnight care for folks who work an overnight shift, who need care. So it's by allowing family child care to serve more children, you create a more flexible system that will increase the capacity of the system so that more parents can be at work.
Understood. And, you know, I'm not opposed to the increase at all, but I guess I just wanted to get what my comments on everybody's radar. So, Mr. Chair, thank you, Merle. Thank you. I'm sure we'll be talking.
Thank you, Senator. Keep that seatbelt on. We appreciate it. Merrill, thank you. Does seem there are any other questions? We appreciate your testimony. Edith Presley, you are up and you have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. Good afternoon, esteemed elected officials and committee members. To the great representation from our Stanford delegation, Senator Marr and Representative Paris, community leaders and fellow advocates. My name is Edith Presley. I'm the president of Stanford Cradle to Career, a collective impact organization championing children and families. However, I'm here today as a parent of 2 students and a former school principal, and I'm urging you to support school meals for all in Connecticut. We must ensure that every child in our state has access to free, nutritious meals because no child should ever have to learn on an empty stomach. For the past 5 years, many Connecticut students and families have not had to worry about whether they can afford school meals. Federal support during the pandemic removed barriers, allowing all children to eat at school without stigma or financial strain. But now, as families face the highest food prices in recent history, we are turning back the clock, forcing thousands of students to navigate a system that creates unnecessary stress, inequity, and hunger. In Connecticut, 1 in 5 children lives in a food insecure household, meaning they do not always have reliable access to enough food for an active, healthy lifestyle. That burden of food insecurity falls disproportionately on Black, Hispanic, Latino students, making school meals not just an issue of nutrition, but of racial and economic justice. Here, where I live in Stanford, 54% of students were eligible for free and reduced lunch as of 2021. Yet, for many, political and policy reasons, participation remains lower than it should be. Universal school meals work. When all students receive free breakfast and lunch, we eliminate stigma, increase participation, and ensure that every child is fueled for learning. Research shows that improved school nutrition reduce childhood obesity, enhance mental and physical health, and lead to better academic performance. Additionally, schools that have implemented universal school meals programs see a reduction in absenteeism, improved student behavior, and more positive perceptions of the school environment. These meals are not just about food, they are about dignity and giving every child an equal opportunity to succeed. Lastly, this is not just a policy decision,
Can you
it's a
please
moral
summarize?
imperative. We cannot allow a child's ability to eat at school to determine their families to be determined by their family's income and their ability to navigate a bureaucratic system. Again, I urge you to listen to the voices of Connecticut families and provide free meals in Connecticut. Thank you, and I'd love to entertain any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Presley. Representative Dauphiné, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know I wasn't going to let her off with no questions. We can't have a winner this early.
I know, Representative, I know.
Thank you for your testimony. My question is, why are people supporting policies that would provide lunch for those that can afford it? I get the argument for those that can't, but for those that can you expand on that, please?
I can, and I really appreciate that question. It's a solid question. There are several indicators that make universal school meals a better idea. For instance, where I live in Stamford, Connecticut, to provide school meals to 16,000 students for breakfast and for lunch for 181 days, it costs the school district just under $1 million. That cost goes up to approximately $1,200 per student for family costs, if not covered. What we are learning, Representative, are many families are eligible for this entitlement, but due to residency policies and other stigmas, don't always apply for free and reduced lunch. What we're also learning is in analyzing ALICE data, there's many parents and families that don't meet the threshold for free and reduced lunch that are in great and dire need. This is even more of concern as we watch the news, and here in Stamford, eggs are trending about $5 per carton. That trickles down to the amount of food that people are able to purchase on their own. There also are other considerations around people who live in economies and infrastructures like where I stay. Many people are paying exorbitant rates for housing and costs for electricity and other utilities. And this is a way to alleviate stigma and make sure that we're able to provide food in a way that is at more efficiency for the school district, allowing educators to focus on academics and not having to do the administrative costs of chasing down overdue lunch money.
Thank you for that answer. So you would be opposed to raising the threshold for qualification for free and reduced lunch?
I think it's a tiered approach. If given an option, I think universal school meals is something that's attainable and something that we can definitely do. If that were not allowable, by all means, I do think the threshold should be looked at and maintained to be relevant to current conditions.
Thank you for that answer, and I'm not allowed to ask you any more questions, so I will let you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for being respectful. Senator Martin, I'm sure you'll pick up where Representative Dauphiné left
Thank
off.
you.
Go to
Thank you,
Senator
Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't take long. So I guess I'm having a hard time wrapping my arms around with the idea that, 51% of our kids are already receiving it, but yet 25%, I believe is the number I heard, are not eating the food. So if we increase it to 100%, does that mean 50% are going to be throwing the food away or not utilizing it? And also, I guess, I did an interview earlier today, and it wasn't me, but the reporter reported to me or said to me that those kids that are taking the food, that are going to the line, are throwing the food away. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why should we invest in something that the kids aren't eating the food, and then only 25% are grabbing some food, I guess? I just can't get my arms around that.
Thank you, Senator Martin. I like the fact that you infuse data into this conversation. It's really important. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with the 25% of folks that discard, so I'm not able to speak to that. But what I can say regarding this is a two-pronged conversation. I think today we're prioritizing the allocation of food because humans need to eat. And I think it's a secondary conversation when we go into quality and quantity and those things. I think that we need to prioritize the advocacy to make sure that food exists and carry on the conversation as it relates to quality and quantity, but make sure that people who need food have it.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Marr, my apologies, ma'am.
Hi, thank you so much for being here, Ms. Presley. We very much appreciate your testimony. And I wanted to just follow up on something that you said when you spoke about bringing more children to school, reducing absenteeism. And could you speak a little bit to the creation of community when everyone sits down together and eats, whether or not perhaps their parent could afford to send some money to school, but perhaps the normalization of sitting together and eating in a classroom, in the cafeteria, makes a difference in the overall focus of the school?
I really appreciate that question, Senator. I've had the great privilege of leading Stanford Cradle to Career for the last 3 years, but prior to that, my career has been in schools. I was a school principal, I was a special education teacher, and interventionist specialist. And what you speak to is so paramount. The fact of community and sitting together in a way that's destigmatized and creating access. This is a way that we are able to incur community through social emotional help. Many of our social workers do things like lunch bunches. Many of our teachers sit down and have that community. And when you have the access to expose children to foods and sit down around the similar foods, it's a way to build, to your point, solidify community in a way that is not stigmatized. You know, walking around the cafeteria, of course, there's different food that people eat. But when a kid doesn't have money in their lunch account and they're 7 years old and they go to a line and someone says, no, you have to go to this line because your parent didn't pay the bill, how demoralizing, how disruptive, how isolating is that action of an adult to that child when they just showed up to eat and have no responsibility on how to commandeer funding for their food. So that social aspect of this policy is very important, and thank you for illuminating it.
Thank you so much for your response. And just in addition, I'm wanting to be respectful of Senator Martin's question about food. And what I understand is that oftentimes when kids are eating together, what happens is it normalizes the food that is being eaten. And it also allows for sharing that happens between kids. If one kid doesn't like apples on a given day, they may transfer that to another child in exchange for something on their dish. So this is something that is a win-win when children all eat together. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Edith. Thank you, Senator Marr. You all will now be in the very capable hands of our esteemed Vice Chair in the House, Representative Mary Wielander, as she takes us through these next 2 hours. Representative, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will just echo the rules that were laid out at the beginning of the hearing, that we will have 3 minutes for each speaker and 2 questions from the members, just to make sure we can hear the comments of people who have been waiting. Are there any other questions for Ms. Presley? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. And we will be hearing from Yolanda Ford.
Good evening to the co-chairs and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Yolanda Ford, Senior Director of Equity and Culture at Stanford Cradle to Career and the United Way of Coastal and Western Connecticut. I'm writing to you in support of SB 1217 and Act providing school meals to all children. Over the last several years, the cost of almost everything we use in our daily lives has increased, while wages have remained flat. Families across Connecticut are struggling to put food on their tables every day. Federal funding provided throughout the pandemic held things together for many families, but that funding is now gone. Many school districts are having to make the decision between funding school meals for students or funding other programs, staff, and services for students. So now the burden will be put on families to find the cash to pay for the students' school meals. Food is essential to learning and as the number of food insecure children in Connecticut continues to rise, we must meet that need in our schools. We want our students engaged and thriving. Ensuring children are well fed does this, removing the distraction of food insecurity, ensuring higher physical health outcomes that help them to stay in the classroom, and ensuring they focus on the task at hand. The timing of this bill and this discussion is critical. In my own community of Stanford, free breakfast and lunch is being cut for thousands of students as our district wrestles with the increasing cost of everything from utilities and supplies, transportation, and direct support for students. This bill will directly support thousands of Stanford students and other students throughout Connecticut who will not be eligible for free lunch in the 25-26 school year. Without this support, families like mine could pay hundreds of dollars per child each month. This support will have a significant impact and will be a tremendous assistance to families in Stanford and throughout Connecticut. Please help us in eliminating one difficult decision that families will have to make next year. I ask that you vote yes in support of SB 1217 to ensure that all Connecticut students have access to school meals. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Just a moment to make sure. I'm not seeing questions from our members. Thank you for being here. We next are going to be going to number 11, Ava Bermudez-Zimmerman.
Thank you, Representative Welander, co-chairs Mar and Paris, ranking members Mar and DeFinius, and fellow members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Ava Bermudez-Zimmerman. I'm the Director of Childcare for Connecticut. Our coalition represents over 7,000 parents and providers, advocates looking for transformative change for childcare here in the state of Connecticut. I'm here to support the coalition partners who strongly are in support of HB 6839 in the creating of a pilot program that allows family childcare providers with enough space in their homes to hire an assistant and serve 12 children rather than 6. I bring to this testimony over a decade of working directly with childcare educators and working with parents. So I do bring a lot of knowledge in regards to what a space looks like, what requirements look like, and the interactions between OEC as well as the providers, specifically family childcare providers. Currently, the only way for a family childcare provider to run and have additional care in their space is converting into a group home and licensing and expanding their business, maybe with a spouse or cousin or sibling. Unlike family child care homes, which by the law are allowed any residential house to be permitted and get licensed, center and group home licenses are subjected to local zoning and fire marshal approvals and additional inspection regulations. These processes can be time-consuming, very expensive, and personally, I've helped over 20 providers contact those fire marshals, look into zoning, look into documents in order to do group home licensing. And unfortunately, some of them have had to close down because it's just not realistic or not able to go through the process. Those providers that I've helped are forced to endure costly changes in their space, very complicated regulations and changes that their municipal spaces require. And no surprise that in any given year in the last decade, there's only been at most 35 group homes that have ever been created or in service with their license here in the state of Connecticut. Compared to the thousands of spaces with childcare centers or family-based licenses, we're looking through this pilot program to create opportunities. I respectfully remind all of you that childcare owner-operators are small businesses. This includes family childcare providers. The expectation that a childcare educator has to spend $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 before they even open their doors to service children in their community is kind of crazy. Small businesses do not have the ability of capital or expenses to endure that kind of cost before they even get started. This bill is not trying to circumvent existing childcare safety rules.
Please
of course,
summarize.
there's requirements of having a inspection, making sure that they're abiding by OEC rules. But lastly, I want to point out that during the COVID pandemic, family childcare spaces were allowed to accommodate more children, and even more example right next door, New York regulations allow family childcare spaces to be bigger and have 12 children. 83% of the family childcare spaces in New York are family large scale childcare. So I really do hope that you look into this legislation and approve it. And as a pilot, it'd be a great creative solution to solve some of the slots and crisis that we have here in our childcare industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Looking to see if there are any, let's see, Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't get your name. I'm sorry. I just was walking in from my vehicle. So can I have your name again, please?
Yes, Ava Bermuda Zimmerman with Childcare for Connecticut. We're a statewide coalition.
Yeah, Ava, thank you for testifying. I think it's a great idea that we expand, from 6 to 9, with the adequate, is it 6 to 12 or 9 to 12? So I think
it's 9 to 12.
Pardon me?
9 to 12.
9 to 12. So I think it's a great idea. I think, you hit it right on the head, some of the challenges that are before those that want to do this, right? The building codes, the requirements to meet fire, particularly, the fire department or fire marshal requirements, and it does get costly. So what do you think? This is so typical with almost any new business, raising the capital to, you have this idea, you want to open up a business, you want to, whatever it is for you, you're advocating for childcare, but for other small businesses, I'll get a beauty salon. It could cost you $15,000 to $20,000 just to renovate a small area, and it doesn't take too long. So, have you heard any suggestions of how to combat that, or how to get over that obstacle?
So this particular legislation or legislative proposal, hopefully with your support and others, it'll be legislation, would allow the creative solution of not having to go through the specific inspections from fire marshals and zoning. It would put the childcare or family childcare jurisdiction into large childcare. With group homes that do allow that 12 child count right now, you are at the whim of the municipality having to go through additional rigmarole of inspections and qualifications, even though the space might have been deemed completely safe by the Office of Early Childhood. This is the creative solution. If this bill is not passed, this pilot program is not passed, and not even given the light of day to be considered, then we'll just be back in the same problem where childcare deserts will continue to exist, right? We're trying to find creative solutions to expand childcare slots. And we'll probably most likely have anywhere between 20 to 30, 35 group homes that do allow the 12 space capacity slot to continue to work. But we're not really doing anything to expand the amount of slots that exist for family childcare. I think this is the best path forward. In the past, family childcare providers have had conversations with the Office of Early Childhood to expand the jurisdiction of family childcare for 1, 2, 3 or more slots. And the argument was always, well, that might just, be a little bit scarier for the children and childcare safety because the provider doesn't have the ability to take those kids out of the space. Understood. Then we, had the conversation of what does it look like to make sure that the space is safe? How many assistants, how much help do you need to safely transport those children out of the space when there's an emergency? And this is where we are now. This pilot program is not undoing that conversation. It is saying that you do need help. It is saying that you have to adhere to all the other safety regulations that OEC has. And then during COVID, it's a perfect example where OEC did expand and allow 3 more slots, 3 more spaces in family child care homes. And it was totally fine. There wasn't a crisis. The providers were able to accommodate that expansion. They had assistance. They had the necessary qualifications to do it. So it's a little odd now that we still haven't expanded this idea considering that we've kind of already tested it.
So when would the municipality and their, the fire marshal come into play here? Because we're talking about family care, and I'm assuming those are those that are licensed to do it out of their homes. So because I just feel that it's still going to be a barrier.
The fire marshal and zoning regulations come into play when a child care space would like to be able to accommodate more children and a child care center. So if you are, let's say you outgrew your home, you outgrew maybe a 2-family home, 1-family home, your business, your apartment, and you wanted to take 13, 14 or more children, then you have to start looking for a rental space or purchasing of a space. Obviously, in each given municipality, that space that you're renting or purchasing has to adhere to the zoning regulations. It has to be a business district rather than a residential district. And that's when we come into play with fire marshal, sprinklers. Is there sufficient parking? Are you able to make sure that the accommodations of parking do not interfere with the flow of traffic? Do you have to put a stop sign? All of those other questions that are removed from the conversation of the Office of Early Childhood and what they're looking at inside of safety, and the municipality comes involved, is in the center conversation, in the standalone building, not a space where a child care provider lives and is expanding for a business in their home.
Okay, so the home environment, the home child care, will they be able to go from 9 to 12, or they not allowed to do 9?
Right now, no. Right now,
and we're
the regulations don't allow it. That's correct.
But we're allowing them under this bill to go from 9 to 12.
A pilot. This bill would be a pilot to do that. If you ask me personally, removed from the other advocates would probably say, I would prefer that this isn't a pilot and that it's actually a regulation that allows you to 9 to 12 immediately. But we love our pilots. So if you want to explore how that might work and give a test sample, then sure, this is a pilot.
Okay. Yeah, I got a feeling that the municipalities, in particular the building, more importantly, the fire marshals, may have a problem with this, but okay. Thank you, Ava. I do like the idea. I think, with the, hopefully we can craft something that'll be beneficial to everybody and protect everybody, obviously. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Martin. Seeing no other questions from the members, you are all set. Thank you for being here, Ava.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, next we are going to hear from John Catalan.
Good evening, Representative Wielander and members of the Committee on Children. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this evening. My name is John Catalan. I'm here on behalf of the Connecticut Alliance of YMCAs, which represents 20 YMCAs across the state of Connecticut. I urge the committee to support Senate Bill 1218, an act concerning water safety and swim instruction. Over the past 2.5 years, Connecticut YMCAs have received more than $500,000 in funding to provide swim lessons to over 2,700 children across the state, delivering more than 5,000 swim lessons. This program was made possible through federal funding from the American Rescue Plan Act. It is critical to address the alarming reality that on average, 2 children in the United States lose their lives to drowning every day. Drowning is the leading cause of accidental death among children ages 1 to 4, and the second leading cause of death among children ages 5 to 14. This is unacceptable, but it is preventable. This is particularly a problem in Connecticut's large cities. National research study conducted by the USA Swimming Foundation, the University of Memphis, and the University of Nevada, Las Vegas found that 60% of African American and 45% of Hispanic children cannot swim. Connecticut's YMCAs are committed to prevent drowning, and ensure children learn how to swim and stay safe around water. Collectively, YMCAs across the state provide swimming instructions to more than 33,000 children annually. We strongly support Senate Bill 1218. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Senator Marr.
Thank you, Representative. John, nice to see you. I just wanted to ask you a question about this one part of the bill, which I did have in front of, yes, I do. And it says basically that it will allow for, I know we are all concerned about costs, but this says that it will allow for engagement with nonprofits that create and allow for taking, excuse me, I should have underlined this, that Department of Energy and Environmental Protection may accept gifts, grants, and donations from any source, public or private, for the purpose of establishing and administering such a program. So I'm imagining this would speak to the relationship with the Ys. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so when I was referencing the program we've done the past 2.5 years, it wasn't just the YMCAs that provided the swim lessons. It was also some boys and girls clubs across the state. And there was also some parks and rec programs that participated in the program. So I don't want it to appear that we're the sole benefactor of this. There's many different types of nonprofit organizations that provide swim lessons that my hope is that they would all have access to apply for these funds.
So thank you for that. And then just to use my second question, oh shoot, it just went out of my, gosh, it must be late in the day.
Yes.
And I'm use it. Okay, I'm going to let you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Marr. Seeing no further questions, you are free to go. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
And next, we will be hearing from our former child advocate, Sarah Egan.
Hello, Representative Wielander. Good afternoon to the committee. My name is Sarah Egan, and I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Children's Advocacy, a nonprofit legal services firm that represents children throughout the state of Connecticut. I am here to testify on support of Bill 1215, which would allow abuse neglect petitions filed on behalf of 17-year-olds to be resolved, even if they turn 18 during the course of the proceeding. That is all the bill does. It says if, the court proceedings can be delayed for a number of reasons, litigation, backlog, etc. If a 17-year-old is abused and neglected, they absolutely need help. And all this bill does is ensure that they are helped the way the legislature intended. It's very important to understand that there is not a lot of other help for at-risk, vulnerable, abused, neglected 17-year-olds who turn 18. There is, in reality, I think as many of us know, no other state agency that is going to swoop in when the youth turns 18 to provide shelter, safety, case management, or anything else that youth may need, not only to be safe, but just to survive. DDS has wait lists that go on forever. DMIS has limited availability for young adults that are not already involved with DCF. And these youth are not going to, and I don't mean to be glib, but they're not going to disappear from the community, right? They will have needs. They'll either eventually land in the adult homeless services system, the hospital system, or the DOC system. I also wanted to caution that while it's very important to think about preventing bad things happening to very young children, that was part of the discussion earlier today, that child fatality bell curve goes way up again. Once youth get to 16, 17, 18 years old, in a recent 4-year period, there were over almost 400 preventable deaths of 18 to 21-year-olds, with the leading cause of preventable death being overdose, followed by suicide. So making sure it is the policy of the state to make sure that we have supports for highly vulnerable youth and emerging adults. And DCF is a part of that. They're not solely responsible for that, but they are a part of that. It's also important to know that DCF is uniquely positioned to draw down federal 4E dollars to help offset the cost of supporting 18 to 21-year-olds, regardless of whether the adjudication happens after the youth turns 18. And I confirmed that with the HHS Children's Bureau before this hearing. The last thing I wanted to say, and I might be talking really fast, sorry. But the last thing I wanted to say is, I know it is a little bit unpredictable, right? We heard earlier today that there may be this floodgate of 17-year-olds clamoring to get into DCF care. I've spent 20 years in this field. I've represented a lot of teenagers. So has Attorney Gio. It is no easy thing to convince a 17-year-old that they may benefit from the shelter and safety of DCF. Most teenagers don't want anything to do with DCF. So if you have a youth who is abused and neglected and wants the help of the state for safety and survival, we need to help them because they must really need it. So that's the last thing I wanted to say. Thank you for working with us on this bill. Always open to negotiating language if we need to. I just want to keep it going. Appreciate it. Thanks for allowing me to testify.
Thank you so much for everything you said, and it was not too quickly that we couldn't understand it. So appreciate you providing some perspective on this. Checking to see, it looks like there are no questions from our members at this time. Thank you so much for being here and for providing this information.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well. Thank you. Next, we will be moving on to Speaker 14, Frances Fleming Milisi. I apologize.
Milisi, I know. I married an Italian. It made my life a little bit more complicated. Milisi, yes. Thank you, Representative Wielander. Good evening, Co-Chair Paris, Co-Chair Marr, Vice Chair Wielander, Vice Chair Cohen, Ranking Member Dauphiné, Ranking Member Martin, and members of the Committee on Children. For the record, my name is Fran Fleming Milisi. I am a faculty member at the University of Connecticut and the Director of Marketing Initiatives at UConn's Rudd Center for Food Policy and Health. Since 2011, I have worked with colleagues at the Rudd Center to publish multiple academic papers and reports on the marketing of sugary drinks, including energy drinks. The Rudd Center supports the establishment of a working group to determine message content for point-of-sale safety signage on the potential risks of energy drink consumption for children as outlined in HB 6185. Policies to prevent children's consumption of energy drinks, including restrictions on children's ability to purchase, are necessary. However, posting point-of-sale safety signage is a step in the right direction. Thank you to Representative Linehan for introducing this bill, and thank you to the committee for raising this bill and the opportunity to testify today. Energy drink regulations to protect youth are needed for three main reasons that have been documented over the course of this bill being proposed. They are dangerous, easily accessible, and widely consumed by young people, and energy drink companies aggressively market their products to youth. Unlike coffee and other caffeinated drinks, energy drinks contain ingredients that may interact with caffeine in unclear ways that cause health harms, more than caffeine alone. I know this was raised earlier. There is some evidence that the effects of caffeine are exacerbated when taurine and caffeine are ingested together. However, the research is a little bit unclear because energy drinks' proprietary blends of ingredients, including the inclusion of taurine, L-carnitine, guarana, cannot really be tested because companies will not release the amount of these ingredients in their products. Adverse behavioral, psychological, physical health effects of energy drink consumption have been well documented, including deaths from consumption in both people with and without underlying health issues. And children face increased risk for caffeine toxicity due to their small body size and lack of tolerance to caffeine. Despite these proven dangers, energy drinks are easily accessible and widely consumed by children and adolescents, driven by aggressive marketing. Cutting-edge drink promotion via social media allows brands constant access to children, and energy drink brands have also paired up with popular children's food and
Can you
candy
please
brands.
summarize?
Yes, to promote products to pre-adolescent children. For example, the iconic Kool-Aid Man, candy brands such as Jolly Ranchers and Skittles are on the front of package of energy drinks. And energy drink store displays encourage excessive consumption. Monster, Reign, and Bang energy drinks have buy two, get one free promotions at convenience stores. This would deliver, if Monster and Reign, you bought 3 cans, 900 grams of caffeine. That's 9 times the maximum daily caffeine intake recommended for a teen. So I think we should consider the opinion of experts who have no connection to the energy drink industry, the American Academy of Pediatrics, American Heart Association, WHO, the American College of Sports Medicine, all recommend against children's consumption of energy drinks. Most of these organizations have issued reports because of their concern about this issue. And finally, as the vast majority of energy drink brands state on the actual product that the drink is intended for healthy adults 18 years of age or older, or some variation of that warning, point of sale signage on the potential risks of energy drink consumption for children, or any other policy to reduce children's consumption of energy drinks would support energy drink makers' efforts to ensure products are not consumed by children. We thank the committee for raising HB 6185. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no questions or comments, thank you so much for your time for being here. All right, we will next be hearing from Rosario Buchanan.
They are not here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next is Tara Volpe.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay. There's like 6 teenagers in my house right now, so I'm not really sure what's going to happen, but see how it goes. Representative Paris and Senator Marr and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Tara Volpe, and I am speaking in favor of HB 6180, an act concerning notice of firearms by operators of family childcare homes. I am the former director of community outreach for Connecticut Against Gun Violence, but to be very clear, I am testifying as an independent person today, and I do not represent any organization. As a mother and a former early childhood professional, the safety and well-being of children is extremely important to me. And like many other consumers, I like to know what I'm paying for. This bill increases safety options for parents seeking a family childcare home for their childcare needs, but it simply allows consumers to be better informed. It allows paying parents to determine what is safe to them. A home care setting with or without a firearm. In Connecticut, firearms are prohibited in childcare centers like Kinship, Goddard, and independently owned centers as well. This bill aligns better with that standard while not infringing on the Second Amendment. Family childcare homes are a hybrid, both a care business and a home. And when it comes to standards we set in Connecticut, where children are formally gathered, like in schools and childcare centers, this bill is also a hybrid. It does not go so far as saying that firearms should be prohibited from family childcare homes. It simply ensures that parents paying for care can make an informed decision about where their child receives care. And this idea is not new or radical. This is already required in some states, including Ruby Red, Wyoming. Additionally, even though everyone knows that cigarettes are a health risk, cigarette companies are required to put warnings on boxes. This is done as an extra layer of information for consumers, and so is this. However, unlike cigarette warnings, this only requires for providers to let parents know that a firearm is in the house. No information on firearms is required, whether they're safe or not safe. It allows parents, the consumer, to determine that for themselves. Furthermore, the National Resource Center for Health and Safety.
Summarize.
Yep, this is like my last sentence. The National Resource Center for Health and Safety in Childcare and Early Education, in collaboration with the American Public Health Association and the American Academy of Pediatrics, all recommend that home-based childcare settings should notify parents and guardians if a firearm is present. This bill is reasonable and allows consumers to make a more informed decision on where they choose for their childcare family needs. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you so much for submitting and testimony and being here. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. My question is, would you advocate for also informing parents and families that use the daycare center that there are opiates present in the home and perhaps medical marijuana or similar substances, perhaps alcohol?
So, honestly, I feel like this is a different bill, and I don't have a lot of information about those other substances. I'm really here to talk about firearms.
Well, you did mention that you felt parents should know about those types of things that I don't know if you used the word could put them in danger, but you did mention that.
No, I didn't say that at all.
You,
what I said was I was speaking specifically about firearms. And what I was saying is that this bill allows parents themselves to determine if they would like to put their child in a setting with or without a firearm.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you clarifying. So you don't have an opinion on whether you think that parents should know whether a home would have substances such as opioids, cannabis, perhaps alcohol. You don't have an opinion on whether they should be informed on that as well?
Again, I'm here to talk specifically about firearms, and this is not these other topics I don't have enough information on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Daphne. Seeing no other questions, you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you so
Next,
much.
we will be hearing from Martha Torres.
They are not here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. What about Dina Sears-Graves?
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Senator Marr, Representative Paris, ranking members, Senator Martin and Representative Dauphiné, and esteemed members of the Committee on Children. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Dina Sears-Graves, and I'm the President and CEO of United Way of Southeastern Connecticut. I have provided written testimony in strong support of SB 1217, an act providing school meals to all students. But I would like to take this opportunity today to talk about HB 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in family childcare homes, and HB 6840, an act requiring OEC to study the availability of childcare services throughout the state. Last year, United Way of Southeastern Connecticut committed to work with the community in Southeastern Connecticut to address what was being called the childcare crisis, a 41% gap between demand and capacity. This is not just problematic to families, but it also hinders the workforce and workforce development. Bringing together businesses, childcare providers, municipalities, schools, funders, state agencies, nonprofits, and families, our community created the Southeastern Connecticut Child Care Collective and is committed to increase the number of child care slots by 500 by 2030 to help reduce this gap. To accomplish this, many strategies are going to be necessary. HB 6839 is one strategy. Currently, the family care business model has a 1-to-6 staff-to-child ratio with the option to increase it to 2-to-9. Often the business owner would actually end up paying the second educator more than the revenue for those additional 3 children. Allowing family care providers to increase the number of children to up to 12, assuming OEC deems the space sufficient, will make a huge difference. It will provide a balancing model for the owner, create a new job opportunity, and effectively double childcare capacity. By supporting the creation of a large family childcare licensee pilot, it would help to address Connecticut's childcare shortage and improve economic stability for providers. And I do ask, if we're doing pilots, is to not forget about Eastern Connecticut, which is oftentimes left out. So if it is a pilot, to include us. In addition, family childcare centers are a critical piece to the puzzle, especially in childcare deserts where
Can you please summarize?
Yeah. Aren't available, and we can also do flexible hours to address second and third shift workers as possible. Real quick, HB 6840 is also important, and although the governor, that we commend Governor Lamont's proposal for universal preschool, we must also address the critical shortage for care for younger children. In New London County, there's 49% gap between demand and capacity for infant and toddlers. So also in addition, in eastern part of the state, there's also a significant gap between state reimbursement and provider cost of care, which is the highest in the state. It's $151 difference. This proposed bill will help address both of these concerns. We must support
Thank you.
families and our businesses to ensure that our state thrives, and supporting both HB 6839 and 6840 is a step in the right direction. Thank you
Thank
for the
you.
opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Dina, for being here. Did you submit your testimony online, your written testimony?
So I actually submitted my testimony for food. And then when I realized childcare was also included in that, that's why I wanted to talk about it, but I can provide this in writing if that would be helpful.
I think it would be, just so we can make sure we can get all of your thoughts recorded.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for being here. Are there any
Thank you.
questions from the members? Seeing none, you are all set.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You as well. Next is Anna Pena, followed by Aleda Paulino. And I apologize for any mispronunciation.
The next available speaker will be 24.
Oh, thank you. Stephanie Paredes? Please correct me if that was.
24.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Dellen Singh.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, we can.
All right. Hi. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Delon Singh. I'm the owner of Occupational Fund Edu Daycare and a member of Circle. And I'm here to testify on HB 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in family child care homes, and HB 6840, an act requiring the Office of Early Childhood to study the availability of child care services. Being an early child care educator has its gratifying benefits, which allow you to become a staple in the community, create lifelong friendships, and become a trusted person in the extended family circle. However, it also has its downside, which we are underpaid, overworked, with no fringe benefits such as PTO, FMLA, healthcare, or retirement fund. I live paycheck to paycheck, and when a family misses a payment, it causes a ripple effect that does not allow me to pay my staff appropriately or overhead costs, or much as to buy more equipment or supplies. Not only will this bill help financial stability to pay my staff appropriately, but it will also make it easier to implement benefits for myself and my staff. It will also alleviate barriers which we have if you were to become a group, which there's a lot of barriers to that. And there's also alleviate extensive waiting lists, and it will boost the economy by having more parents join the job workforce. The bill falls in line with the Blue Ribbon vision for the provision of equitable access to early care, investment and support for high quality education, appropriate compensation for early childhood professionals, and it expands access to early child care for family and increase the supply of high quality child care that meets the needs for all families. According to the U.S. Census data, 26% of families are single parents, and the lack for infant and toddler child care has caused an enormous financial burden, totaling $122 billion expenses yearly, affecting the United States, which is about $1.5 billion in Connecticut alone. So by opening the child care industry for family child care to have more children, it'll alleviate some of that economic impact it will have on the state. So with more people to work, it can help the economy, boost the economy, bring in more income, and of course, pay more taxes. And I thank you for this opportunity for testifying.
Thank you, Delon, for being here tonight, sharing your thoughts, and for doing what you do, taking care of our kids. There are no questions from the committee, so thank you very much. Next, we will be hearing from Adrian Rodriguez. Is Adrian able to be here? Okay, we'll move on to LaShonda Cruz.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. So I just want to piggyback off the energy drinks, which is I come from a low income community, and as far as energy drinks is definitely affecting my community as far as the young kids, and I'm nervous. I've been up here since one. Since there's a lot of like smoke shops, there's a lot of all types of activities that go on. And as far as the energy drinks, that's one of them that I see a lot of kids with, as far as like 12 years old drinking the energy drinks and smoking and doing all types of stuff. And even down to activities like stealing cars. That's what motivates them, the smoking, the energy drinks. And it is definitely affecting my community. So as I was listening on some things that is not effective, it definitely is affecting a lot of young kids, and which can cause a lot of behavior issues in the street that can be harmful to other individuals. And as far as the child care for extending the child care, I think from 6 to 12 or something like that, I think it will be a good idea, but a lot of it all depends on like the space or who's going to be watching the kids and just a whole lot of other stuff, because the kids will need a type like they will need attention to be able to learn, to go a little bit further, it was like a lot of some people want to extend it because of the money, and some people want to extend it because they really care. And I think that it's all about the children at the end of the day, the safety, the well-being, the education, and are the children going to get what they need? And as far as the food, I have 5 kids. My oldest is 18 in college, and my youngest is going to the 6th grade. And the food, as far as they tell me, is horrible. They don't like the food. And I think that the food does need to increase to something better that they can actually be able to enjoy.
Can you please summarize?
Okay. And as far as some people may not just have the money to give to their kids, because I'm one of those parents that don't always have the money to give to my kids, and I rely on food stamps, but someday I will be able to provide more for my family. And I'm gonna write also I think it's called a testimony, because I have so much more to say, and I want to give other people opportunity to talk. But I definitely hope that when I do touch on a lot of things that y'all been touching on since the time that y'all got on, I hope y'all do remember my name and read it, because I have a lot more that I have to say. But due to time, I'm gonna respect this. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and I am open to questions.
Thank you so much, LaShonda, for sharing your perspective and your thoughts on those. And please do submit your written testimony so we can be sure to have all of them on the record. We do have a question from Representative Ann Daphne, our ranking member.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, do you think if signage were in the stores where the energy drinks were, that it would prevent children from drinking them? I know you said that you mentioned it was a problem for the children. Do you think that's something that would prevent them from buying the drinks?
No, because in my community, a lot of the store owners don't even buy by the sign. They just got it up to have it up. And even the young kids have access to all types of stuff. So it's not going to make a difference in the community where I come from.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm located in New Haven, Connecticut, near Sherman Avenue and Gulf Street. So the stores around here, they don't really buy by the the laws.
Thank you so much for that answer. And my second question is, you mentioned that the food in the schools, I think what you said was it wasn't very good. Or is it been your experience or to your knowledge that children just don't like it and throw it out?
Oh yes, my kids doesn't eat the food. I know a few times my son came home with a stomach ache and he threw up, and this was actually last week, and he was saying that he ate something in school. And they always coming home saying they're hungry and the food is uncooked or it was hard or just something like that. But I know it to be true because I actually seen the food myself. I'm a non-certified substitute teacher at the New Haven Public School, so I know that they're not lying. And I even say for myself, they need to give the kids better food. So yes.
Thank you so much for your testimony today.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Rep. Daphne. Seeing no other questions, LaShonda, we will be looking for your written testimony to come in. Thank you for being here. And we will be actually popping back one person who was not able to join the meeting right away. This is Adrian Rodriguez, number 27.
Thank you, Representative Wielander. Apologies, I needed a moment to safely pull over so that I can provide my testimony. Good evening, Senator Mayer, Representative Paris, Senator Martin, Representative Dauphiné, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Adrian Rodriguez, Director of Organizing and Early Education for CSEA SEIU Local 2001, the Family Child Care Providers Union. I work closely with licensed providers across Connecticut who support working families and care for children every day. And today I'm speaking in support of House Bill 6839 and House Bill 6840 with a few recommendations. House Bill 6839 addresses a critical issue, which is capacity limits in family child care homes. Currently, these limits force difficult decisions like, for example, separating siblings due to space constraints. One of our union members, Catherine Lantigua, who also submitted a testimony, recently shared about a parent who had to make the difficult decision of separating twins, sending one to her family child care home and the other to a family child care center. This isn't just an inconvenience for the parents juggling drop-off and pickups, but imagine the harm it causes to the emotional and developmental bond between these siblings. This is just one of many stories. And by raising the limit from 6 or 9 children to 12, we can reduce these disruptions and help providers like Maria Reyes, who already trains future providers and creates leadership opportunities, expanding their businesses and stabilizes their financial financial standings. They could invest in staff, provide better care, and reduce long waitlists for families who urgently need childcare to keep their jobs. However, capacity is only part of the solution, and without increasing provider rates, we risk ongoing recruitment and retention issues in the childcare sector. Providers need sufficient funding to maintain staff and offer competitive wages to meet this growing demand. Additionally, House Bill 6840 focuses on developing a comprehensive plan for infant and toddler care that is essential. But it must be done in partnership with family childcare providers and advocates. Without their firsthand input, any plan that is created by the Office of Early Childhood would fall short. I encourage members of this committee to review the written testimony submitted by members of the Family Child Care Union and consider their voice. Thank you for your time and your consideration. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Adrian, for being here. Seeing no questions, we appreciate your time. Okay, next, we will be hearing from Jade Thomas.
Senator Meyer, Representative Paris, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Jade Thomas, and I am a policy specialist at All Our Kin, a national nonprofit that trains and supports over 700 licensed home-based childcare providers throughout Connecticut. I'm offering testimony in response to HB 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in family childcare homes. All Our Kin understands the importance of early education and welcomes efforts to increase access to infant toddler care throughout the state. We appreciate the aims of HB 6839 and would support modifications to the existing bill language, allowing for the creation of a large family childcare licensing pilot. With the proper consideration, we have confidence in the state's ability to pilot a new model while continuing to maintain high standards and regulations across settings. Home-based childcare businesses are an essential part of Connecticut's early care and education system. High-quality early learning opportunities benefit young children in infancy and far beyond, but children aren't the only beneficiaries. A robust early care and education industry also bolsters the economy. A study by the United States Chamber of Commerce found that breakdowns in childcare cause states to lose an average of $1 billion in economic activity annually. In 2018, the Center for American Progress found that 44% of the state's population lives in a childcare desert. Data shows that in Connecticut, community members of color and low-income residents are more likely to live in a care desert. Connecticut has continued to invest in early learning, but decades of underfunding at the state and federal level have forced family childcare programs to operate on razor-thin margins. Childcare programs, unlike other small businesses, cannot easily raise revenue by scaling up their services or raising costs due to ratios, license capacity, and a personal commitment to affordability for families. Currently, the lack of continuity between Connecticut's family childcare and group home regulations is limiting opportunities for expansion. While Connecticut has over 1,700 family childcare homes, there are currently fewer than 30 active group homes. We hope that the language for HB 6839 will be updated to create a pilot as opposed to a blanket change to family childcare group size to help the state explore and better understand the barriers for educators interested in serving more children. We believe a pilot could help put Connecticut on the path of increasing the number of available family childcare spaces and give programs the financial
Can
flexibility
you please
needed to keep
summarize?
their doors open. Yes. Again, I'd like to reiterate support for the state exploring the existing family childcare regulations and also name that it's critical to do so while maintaining committed to the health and safety of young children. All our kin is encouraged by the legislature's efforts to address childcare access, and we ask that upon revision, you support HB 6839 and the creation of a large family childcare pilot. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jade. Seeing no questions from the members, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Before we get to the next speaker, just want to remind any of the next future speakers to please accept the promotion to speak when asked by our clerk online, just to make sure we can get your testimony in good time. So we will now hear from Tom Maloney.
Good evening. Senator Mayer, Representative Paris, Senator Cohen, Representative Waylander, Senator Martin, Representative Daphne, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Tom Maloney. I'm from North Stonington. I am here this evening to voice my opposition to HB 6180. Let me start by saying that my family and I have been on both sides of the daycare provider-parent equation. My wife provided home daycare for years while our children were young. Later, when she went back to work, our children were in after-school daycare. I am therefore sensitive to the challenges and the balances required in conducting daycare in a home setting. Commissioner Bai made probably the best case for why a daycare provider should not be required to provide a count or type of firearms in a home. The mechanism for assuring that there are no unsecured weapons is already in place through the inspection process. As we've heard plenty of testimony, those inspection reports are available for parents to make informed decisions. It's obvious to, I think, everyone that there's vehement agreement that the concept that there should be no unsecured firearms in a home daycare setting is agreed. There's no dispute. The reality is there's no difference in the risk between a home with no firearms and firearms that are secured. The point that was made earlier regarding different types of hazards, for instance, prescription medications, is a perfect example of, there's a multitude of risks, and that's why that inspection process covers so many different points. If a home care provider is passing that inspection,
Thank you, Mr. Maloney. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Tom, for your testimony. My question is, are you aware of any policy or anything in place that would prevent any parent from asking the provider if they're gun owners or have guns in the home?
No, not at all. In fact, when my wife did home daycare, we did have that conversation with customers, clients, I guess. And when in turn it was our turn to actually turn our children over for daycare, we asked the same type of questions. I see no reason that it needs to be mandated that be disclosed. I think as long as everybody agrees they're secured, that's fine.
Thank you for that answer. So why would you conclude that this bill is even here if there's nothing that precludes a parent from asking a daycare if they have guns in the home? And we have the application process, as you so eloquently described, the minutia that it goes into. Why do you think perhaps they have this bill in to begin with?
I feel like it actually targets gun owners, and not to go down the path of persecution or anything, but people do have preconceived notions about gun owners versus non-gun owners. I think that forcing them to disclose something that they want to remain private, again, as was previously noted, nobody's asking if you have prescriptions for opioids or other potentially dangerous medications, if you have a medical marijuana license, or actually if you just have cannabis in general. So those are just different forms of risk. So I don't see why firearms owners would have to be singled out when we're not looking at other potential risks.
Thank you. Thank you for that answer. I know the people that have reached out to me that are providers and gun owners really want to keep that private and don't want to have that be announced. And so that's what they're very concerned about. So thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
You're very welcome, Representative.
Looks like that was it. So thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. Have a good night. Let's see. Next person is looks like number 36, Dora Ramos, please. Ramos.
Good evening, everybody. Senator Maher, Representative Perez, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Dora Ramos, and I operate Nova Academy in Stamford, Connecticut. I am a family childcare educator with an early childhood education degree, social work, and nutrition. And I have been serving children in my community for over 8 years. I'm here today to ask that you support HB 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in family care homes. I believe this act will benefit tremendously to the future citizens of this country. Talking about the children will benefit from enhancing their social and emotional skills. The children will perform better in life, enhance their independence, their critical thinking, their self-confidence, their creativity, and cognitive skills. It will also benefit the families by being able to go to work and improve their mental health and reduce isolation. It will benefit the community in different ways. This will include increased financial stability, a sense of belonging, and access to more opportunities. In my experience, I have applied for a group daycare. I literally spend $14,000 paying for different types of studies since I live. I will say fortunately and unfortunately. Fortunately, I live in a residential area where we have to go through a big, very tough process to try to open a group daycare. So I have the space, I have the employees, but unfortunately, there's a lot of things that go with it. And I had to hire an architect, which recommended a traffic study, survey study, and so many studies that go along with it, so they can give me the right to approve the group. Before, there was a say of the neighbors. The neighbors had the main say of yes or no. Finally, the bill passed where we can go ahead and do it without that, depending on zoning. But I tried to do it by myself, but unfortunately,
Please summarize.
there's so many codes that I couldn't do it. So I'm stuck with it, and for that sense, I hope you will support HB 6839. Thank you, Dora Ramos, Nova Academy in Stamford, Connecticut.
Thank you so much for that feedback. What would have helped you in your process to be successful, or what else could we change?
In my experience, to be successful, I think it will be nicer if there's like a coach or somebody that tells you exactly, directly. I will not mind brutally telling me exactly, yes, no, this is going to cost this much, do it or don't do it. It's been very, very hard to see going, literally throwing all those savings and try to do something for the benefit of so many families that have reached me. But unfortunately, I trust my God, trust the architect and all the words, and go through the whole application, go through everything step by step, and nothing got to the end. So right now we have a septic water sewer, and we're trying to, finally people has asked that the sewer aligns to this with the city of Stamford. So now it's happening, but that's gonna take like maybe 2 years. So now we have to wait. I pay already the architect so he can continue, because there's no way I can go to the city of Stamford and do the paperwork by myself. So it's very, very, very hard. So I have to find somebody else to do it. But I have the space for 19 children. But since I live in the home, I only want the group. But since I cannot have the group yet, maybe in 2-3 years, this enlargement of or pilot program will benefit everybody.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I know that the Office of Early Childhood does offer some technical supports for providers, but I've also heard that this is something that would be very helpful to be expanded. And so to hear it directly from you is very beneficial for making good plans moving forward. So Senator Marr has a question.
Oh, actually, not a question, just in case you hadn't heard about the Women's Business Development Center. They do a lot of work. Are you familiar with it at all?
Yes, I have applied with grants. I have applied, but because, like I said, fortunately and unfortunately, I live in a residential area, so the grants are. I have applied. I have paid accountants to apply for the grants, but nothing. So if this goes beyond, it will help me to get a salary.
Well,
Because all my money goes into the investments, renovations, and I'm very happy with it. That's my passion, and I go with it, and that makes me very happy to see the children, how they learn. in a natural way. I have a lot of nature around and I take advantage of it, and I believe in nature, so I teach a lot of nature to them. And so that makes me very happy. That's very rewarding.
Well, I wish I was a child again so I could come to your
Thank you. You're welcome to come anytime.
Thank you. Take care.
Welcome. Take care.
Thank you very much for being here. All right, no other questions? Thank you. All right, next we will hear from speaker number 38, Peter Brennan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Excellent. My name is Peter Brennan. I am the Executive Director of the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. Represent the over 8,000 convenience stores and their associated industries throughout New England. In Connecticut, we have over 2,000 stores with over 33,000 employees, and we remit almost $3 billion in taxes to the state coffers every year. Here this evening, thank you for having me, to testify in opposition to proposed Bill 6185 concerning the consumption of energy drinks by children. I'm not going to get into the scientific weeds here. I'm not a scientist. I'm an attorney. I run a trade association. I will say that from a retailer's perspective, this bill is enormously harmful because it takes a product that is not currently age regulated and takes some categories of that product being, consumable, either beverages or potentially foods with caffeine in them, and turns them into an age-regulated product. Right now, products that are age-regulated, say tobacco, alcohol, lottery products, it's very clear that those are regulated. There are guidelines there. Our retailers know how to enforce those guidelines, how to follow the law, how to card customers so that we don't run afoul of the law. To then make another product age regulated, especially with a class of people that might not have IDs, is going to be very tough for our retailers to enforce. I would also mention that there's a signage requirement here, which appears to go into effect regardless of what the outcome of the working group is. So I would specifically oppose that measure, in that, our retailers do not need another signage requirement, especially not before we've even debated the merits of it. So I'm happy to take questions, but I will keep it brief. I know it's late. We are opposed to this measure. If you would, I see a hand, so please fire away.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. I'm going to ask this question again. Do you think signage in a store that sells energy drinks will prevent children from buying them? In other words, do you think that they will look at the sign, be concerned, and not purchase an energy drink?
And I would doubt that. I would think it might have the opposite effect, actually. If you make it so that, children shouldn't consume this. Well, if I was a child, I might now want to consume that beverage when otherwise I wouldn't. So, no, I don't think it'll have much effect at all. It will be, again, another burden on our retailers who are already incredibly burdened by inflation, other regulatory measures that have already been put into place. We're trying our best to comply with everything that the state and the federal government throws at us, and we do not need another sign to put up to compete with shelf space, to compete with the way beverages are displayed, the way food products are displayed. A number of our stores have a very limited footprint too. So you're really, fighting over every square inch of what might sell to the customer to then potentially cover up product using a sign. No, we would not agree with that proposal.
Thank you for that answer, and that was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, you are free to go. Thank you. Next,
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. From Jennifer Fell.
Good evening, members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jennifer Fell, and I'm here both as an advocate and someone with lived experience who understands the importance of HB 6182. I have been a foster parent, an adoptive parent, a single mom, the head of a multiracial family, and I have seen the firsthand challenges that foster youth face. And before all that, I was actually a registered dietitian. So if you want to ask me questions about energy drinks, we can do that too. But today I'm here to discuss ensuring that foster youth have the same time and support that they need, or to have the time and support they need to pursue post-secondary education. HB 6182 would extend financial assistance for young people from the ages from 23 to 28. And this is more than just a policy adjustment. It really acknowledges the reality of their experience. Foster care introduces profound disruption and adversity into a child's development, the impact of which I don't think we can overestimate. Frequent moves from schools and instability make it nearly impossible for foster youth to progress through school at the same rate as their peers. Trauma alone qualifies the children for a 504 plan. And if it did, the first accommodation would likely be simple: give them more time to complete their tasks. Give them more time in preschool after being in 4 homes and 3 schools in a single year. Give them more time with supports. Don't let it take 3 years to get a school to approve educational testing. Give them more time to have their needs understood instead of telling us that children of color are overdiagnosed. Give them more time to work through adoption trauma, or the adoption trauma created that creates additional learning disruptions. And after all of that, when against all odds, they've managed to dodge the school to prison pipeline, give them more time to pursue their professional education. We know that the opportunity of Free State College is fantastic, but many foster youth may not pursue a traditional 4-year degree or even a 2-year degree. They may need trade skill schools or life skill programs or short-term certifications to help them reach the financial stability that they need. So extending financial assistance until age 28 is keeping the promise, honestly, that the state made when they removed these children from their families of origin and took over responsibility for their care.
Please summarize.
Done. That was it. So thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing the timely and very genuine feedback on your experiences, and making sure that that's part of our thought process, and just from the very beginning through to the end, what is our responsibility to these kids? So thank you. I don't see any other questions. So thank you very much for being here, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Good to see you. All right, next we will be hearing from Tanisha Signore. Did I get it right?
Yes, that's fine. It's Tanisha Signore. Hi. I'm from She Leads Justice. Thank you for having me today. Thanks everybody for sticking in there. You guys are hearing about a lot of really important issues today. And I know the weather was bad, so it's good to see everybody. Like I said, my name is Tanisha Signore. I'm the policy director at She Leads Justice, formerly known as PULP. We're a statewide nonprofit that uses justice and equity lens to advocate for under-resourced and marginalized women and girls in the state. I'm here today to talk about our support of SB 1217, an act providing school meals to all children. A dedication to advocating for marginalized women in Connecticut dictates a necessity to also advocate for our state's children and families. Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the nation. It is unacceptable for 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 of our state children to be considered food insecure. Childhood hunger can have a negative effect on someone's biology, cognitive functioning, academic performance, and social development. I believe, and we believe, that it is the responsibility of every Connecticut resident to ensure the most basic needs are met for children in our schools. I believe foundationally that this begins with making sure they are fed. This is not a novel concept. Many states have decided to invest in their children and provide school meals to all students. The benefits are plentiful. We see increased attendance rates, reduced suspensions. There's a positive effect on behavior, improvement on test scores. I have all of this cited in my written testimony, just so you guys know there are sources. And by making them available to everybody, as other speakers have spoken to, We are destigmatizing it in the schools, and it also increases a student's sense of belonging and community within the atmosphere of the school. And then I wanted to just note, as some of the other speakers also mentioned, that the new Alice report that came out told us the amount of families that we know that are struggling to make ends meet. They may not all qualify for free lunches or free meals at the schools. I think it's important to consider this and make it available for all students. These families are struggling to afford necessities like food and housing and childcare, clothing and transportation.
Please summarize.
Thank you. And this is one way that we can help ease the burden for these families. We hope that the committee votes favorably on 1217, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you so much. And thank you for providing written testimony with all of the links to the data that you cited.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not seeing any other questions or comments from the members, so you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And Allie, number 43, I'm going to guess your last name, Gorse?
It's okay. It's Giorsi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, Co-Chair Representative Paris and Co-Chair Senator Marr, Vice Chair Wellander, and Vice Chair Cohen, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Allie Giorsi. I'm a resident of Greenwich, and I'm speaking on behalf of SB 1217, an act providing school meals to all students. So although Greenwich is perceived as a wealthy enclave, 21% of our residents live below the Alice threshold. In order for a family of four to make ends meet in my community, the income threshold is approximately $151,000. A family of four, however, can earn no more than $500,000 to qualify for free and reduced lunch. And I should note that the Greenwich Public Schools, there's 19.5% of the students qualify for free and reduced. So this gap is significant, and school meals help to fill this gap as they truly make a difference to students, their families, and the school community. I've been a food justice advocate for 30 years and believe strongly that food is a human right. Providing schools for all students is very important to me. The policy before you today assures that every child, regardless of their family's economic status, has equal access to the most fundamental need during their school day, nutritious meals. We also know that eating throughout the day provides an overall sense of well-being. We also know that children intentionally skip meals throughout their day and go hungry because their parents struggle to pay the lunch bill. These students are more likely to skip school, act out, and underachieve, which perpetuates a myriad of disparities that we see today. School Meals for All goes beyond feeding children. It is an investment in communities and society at large. There is nothing more important than ensuring that children are well fed and cared for, as we are all better off when children excel and succeed in their lives. So please support school meals, and thank you for your service.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Seeing no questions or comments, you're all set for the night. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Next, we are going to hear from Speaker 45, Dawn Craco.
Good evening. I'm going to join my colleague Allie in speaking about school meals as well. Good evening, Rep. Wielander, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and members of the Children's Committee. My name is Dawn Craco, and I represent the national organization Food Corps and the Connecticut Farm to School Collaborative. I'm testifying in support of Race Bill 1217, an act providing school meals to all students. Food Corps is a national nonprofit with a vision for every child to experience the joy and power of food in schools. Ensuring Connecticut students have access to food at school so they can learn, grow, and thrive is personally important to me as a parent of 2 young children. All our kids need the tools to do their best in school. An empty stomach cannot be ignored when you're hungry, It's the focus, and there's not much more capacity to focus on anything else, let alone learn. I know you all know this. It's preaching to the choir. In addition to the 1 in 6 children in our state experiencing food insecurity, 1 in 5 older youth are considered disconnected or at risk for disconnection, which greatly contributes to societal and economic challenges. Food is foundational. School meals provide emotional nourishment and a consistent and reliable support in a student's day. Students can be more motivated to get up, to get to school when they know there's a hot breakfast waiting for them. They look forward to lunch when they can connect with peers in a safe space. And these meals encourage kids to show up, participate, and feel their best. Districts across the state are reimagining the school food experience. For instance, in New London, they have served traditional Puerto Rican pernil with pork locally sourced from Cicciarelli Farm in Waterford. In Middletown, this month they're featuring a high school favorite meal of barbecue chicken, mashed potatoes, lemon roasted carrots, and a garlic breadstick with alternative options like a grain protein bowl bar. These are the meals and experiences that are possible when more resources go into school meal programs. Not only does it level the playing field, but it increases participation in those meals, which brings in more revenue to support more choice, fresher local foods, and enhancements to the cafeteria experience. When those schools can count on that income, they can buy more locally produced foods, which supports our farmers and improves the overall food system. While I support this bill, I believe it's also important that there be an appropriation with this legislation, including funding for those schools that participate in the community eligibility provision, or CEP, but are not able to seek the full reimbursement for their meals. And I also understand that there is an interest in considering increasing the eligibility, the income eligibility. And I would just ask the committee to look to other states. There are very few of them that have tried, that are doing that, like New Jersey, and just the learning so far, which, anecdotally has not increased participation as much as they would have hoped. And thank you all for your work and leadership for Connecticut's children.
Thank you. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony today. My question is, you just mentioned the financial threshold. So I can just clarify, are you suggesting that we should change that threshold, or are you in agreement that we should get everybody free lunch?
Yes, thanks for asking for the clarification. I believe we should get everybody the free lunch. I think it gets really complicated when you start to draw lines. It gets confusing for families and understanding who's eligible and who's not from year to year. It still maintains paperwork that can be complicated to track down. Families are also hesitant sometimes to provide information about themselves in order to qualify for benefits. And you'll hear a little bit more from my colleagues later on this evening about kind of the amount of meal debt that has accumulated, which I think shows that there is a need out there and there's apprehension to participate when there's some students who can have no cost breakfast and lunch and some who can't.
Thank you so much for that answer. And my second question is, what do you say to the many people that have testified that so much of the food is being thrown away and their children are going home hungry anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's we could probably have a whole meeting on that specifically. But what I would say is to really, there are a lot of efforts out there to increase student voice and choice in meals. So I think I would encourage folks to contact their school nutrition director and ask more about what's being served. Is there student input in the meals? That's one part of it too. Like, do they reflect the cultures of the students there? I think it's also an issue of engaging kids in learning about food and where it comes from and what's good for them and their body and giving them agency to choose those things. So for me, it's like a holistic picture of, are they experiencing food education? Do they have a school garden, right? Are they learning how to cook with foods? What's good for themselves, right? And are they seeing that reflected in their cafeteria experience? So it's a bigger conversation for sure. I think food waste is a huge problem. I question sometimes why we target schools for that specifically. And the last thing I would say is there's some very exciting initiatives out there that have students learning how to compost. The reference I gave to New London is actually an example of where they have a composting program so students learn, you know, what food goes where, and then they take some of the scraps and they send them to the pig farm, and those are the pigs that are actually, you know, have been used on the menu. So there's a lot going out there. I would like look into what's going on locally and suggest we think holistically about food education and food engagement, both in the classroom and in the cafeteria.
Thank you for that answer. While I appreciate the education on composting, because I think that's important too, the idea of us paying for lunch and it going to composting is kind of unraveling, but I appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much.
Sure. Could I offer just one more thing to
Sure.
answer the food waste question?
Yeah.
One thing I've learned is that the school nutrition regulations that all sponsors who participate in the National School Lunch Program have to follow can be pretty complicated. And once you start to learn a little bit about them, you learn that there is something called offer versus serve, which says that a school nutrition program needs to offer 5 components of the meal, but the student only needs to take 3. So that's an optional thing. There's some education that's involved in it, but there are efforts out there that are in place to curb food waste, paired with, you know, the education.
I'm just curious now. So when they offer 5 and they have to take 3, are they able to only take 2? So for example, I would hate for them to take 3 because they have to take 3. Maybe they only like 2. Is that okay?
Yeah, 3 is what is considered a reimbursable meal. So this is how the school nutrition director gets the funding for that meal, and it's got 3 like nutritionally sound components to it. I would also say I'm not a school nutrition director, and there's a couple that are coming up, so you can put them a little bit more on the hot seat about that. But the idea is they're getting, you know, a balanced meal, and the federal government has decided what specific components can constitute those 3 items.
Thank you, Dawn. I appreciate your thoughtful testimony.
Sure. Thanks for your thoughtful questions.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, I believe you're all set for the night.
Thanks.
Thank you. And next we will be hearing from Kathleen Callahan.
Hello, good evening, honorable vice chairs, chairs, and ranking members, and all other members of the Committee on Children. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford, and the Director of Policy and Civic Engagement for the Connecticut Cradle to Career Coalition. We are a network of 5 Strive Together partnerships serving 125,000 children across Bridgeport, Danbury, Norwalk, Stamford, and Waterbury. I'm testifying on behalf of the coalition, and we call upon the committee to support SB 1271. Our advocacy focuses on economic, educational, and health equity, addressing systemic barriers that impact youth and families while promoting policy solutions that address youth disconnection and support social and economic opportunities and overall quality of life as young people transition into adulthood. Access to nutritious meals is fundamental to student well-being, academic success, and long-term health. However, food insecurity remains a persistent challenge in Connecticut, and rising food costs have placed additional strain on families, making it harder to afford nutritious meals. At the same time, federal funding for food security programs has declined, leaving critical gaps in support and heightening concerns amid current economic uncertainties, local, state, and federal. Universal free meals provide a tested, effective solution to reducing food insecurity while ensuring that every child has access to the nourishment they need to learn, grow, and thrive. For many children, school meals are their most consistent source of daily nutrition. Guaranteeing free meals for all students ensures that no child goes hungry, eliminates stigma, and reduces administrative burdens for schools and families alike. Regardless of family income, public schools provide wraparound supports beyond direct educational instruction. So by ensuring that every student has access to nutritious meals, we empower families to make other critical financial decisions, alleviating economic stress and promoting greater household stability. Hungry children are more likely to have trouble concentrating, increased behavioral issues and mental health challenges such as anxiety, depression, and chronic stress, and higher rates of absenteeism, all of which have lasting consequences on academic achievement and long-term success. These changes compound over time and contribute to youth disconnection. By prioritizing policies that address food insecurity, Connecticut can take a meaningful step toward keeping youth connected to school, strengthening pathways to economic mobility, and ensuring that all students have the resources they need to reach their full potential. The coalition urges you to prioritize this investment and pass SB 1217 out of committee. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. And it looks like that covered all the bases for right now. So appreciate you being here.
Thank you and appreciate you all being there. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. Let's see. Next speaker is number 48, Jeremy Stein. Is Jeremy on? Going once, going twice. Okay, we will hop ahead to number 52, Coralie Santana. Let's see. This might be a good reminder for everyone who is on Zoom waiting to speak to please accept the request or speaker notification from the clerk, please. The promotion to speak. Okay. Number 54, Xander Bauer, and then we will follow that with Randall Mell.
Thank you to the Committee on Children for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Xander Bauer, and I'm the co-founder and co-president of the Staples High School Make Our School Safe Club. When I was in kindergarten celebrating my 5th birthday, just 20 minutes away at Sandy Hook Elementary, 26 lives, including 20 children, were tragically lost in the deadliest mass shooting at an elementary school in U.S. history. That event forever shaped my experience of school as well as that of my peers. The threat of an emergency, along with the fear and anxiety that come with it, has always been a part of our lives. We have never known school without shelter-in-place drills. Preparing for an in-school emergency is something we've grown up with. Elijah and I co-founded MOS the summer before our freshman year because we wanted to make a real difference in our school community. I want to be part of an organization that could create real change and have a meaningful impact on my peers and myself. Elijah will speak about some of our initiatives, including the fun Staples MOS race to install 7 Stop the Bleed kits at our school, but I can think of no greater impact than Alyssa's Law, Bill SB 1216. If passed, this law will address the critical issue of law enforcement response time during emergencies, because time equals life. This legislation has the power to save students and teachers in moments when every second matters. It is an honor to be here today speaking on behalf of Staples MOS, myself, and my peers. We are a generation of students who have lived with the constant fear of a school emergency. I hope we are on the path to implementing a tool that not only eases that fear, but most importantly, saves lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your advocacy today.
Of course, thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions or comments from our members? Seeing none, thank you very much for speaking on this and doing what you're doing for your school community.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, well, it looks like we've got a couple people who are having some technical difficulties. So 52, Coralie Santana, are you able to get?
I think I can get audio, but video is not working.
We'll make do with this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative Wielander. Thank you so much to the chairs, Representative Paris, Senator Marr, Ranking Members Martin, Dauphinais, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Coralie Santana. I am the Policy and Advocacy Strategist for the Connecticut Project Action Fund. We are so grateful to the committee for raising this bill. We believe that access to high quality early childhood education is essential for Connecticut's children, working parents, and communities, and expanding family childcare capacity will help address our state's severe childcare shortage while strengthening economic opportunity for the childcare providers. As you are undoubtedly aware and have heard from many speakers, Connecticut is in a childcare crisis. 44% of families live in childcare deserts. There is a shortfall of more than 11,000 childcare slots for children under the age of 3, and 50% of families that responded to a survey that we conducted alongside Rapid say that they struggle to find a space either in a home or center-based program in the past year. And so family childcare provides a crucial role in filling these gaps. I have submitted written testimony with a lot of information regarding a survey that we did to family childcare providers. And in that survey, we found that, which surveyed 338 family childcare providers, we found that a vast majority of them would welcome being able to expand. We have several recommendations to amend this bill to ensure that it is a pilot and that it ensures that the safety of the children comes first to be able to expand, and that the Office of Early Childhood be allowed to then provide the adequate regulations to make this licensing permanent. I think you've heard from other speakers that this expansion could have the potential of filling 25% of the childcare gap that I mentioned before, but it also has the ability to provide expanded opportunities for providers. We ran an analysis alongside the Women's Development, the Women Business Development Council, and we found that if a child care provider was allowed to expand to 12 under the ideal conditions and paid themselves a $57,000 salary, paid an assistant a $41,000 salary, they'd still be able to generate an additional $22,000 revenue. That is not the case right now under current regulations. You will hear that a group home exists and that is a pathway, but our survey also found that the requirements of that group home licensing is hard to attain for providers and costly. And so in summary, I urge this committee to take our recommendations seriously and work to make this proposal legislation. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It looks like Senator Cohen has a question.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. And hi, Corliss. It's so good to hear from you in this capacity with TCP Action Fund. I heard you mention that the group's amenable to a pilot, which was recommended by OEC earlier today. Just wondered what your thoughts are on how what the parameters would be around a pilot, and if you have any concerns about continuation once the pilot's over. I know the OEC commissioner mentioned that this is really necessary in terms of making sure that all the adequate safeguards are in place, and that that this is truly going to help in terms of early childhood care. But I just wanted to hear from you what your thoughts are on parameters around a pilot moving forward.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your question, Senator Cohen. It's great to see you. Yes, we do have a position on the parameters of the pilot. I think we've piloted other early childhood legislation in the past with no true pathway to finalize the pilot period. I think this should have a sunset period of a pilot with a clear directive to the Office of Early Childhood to develop the regulations after those learnings are made. And so it should also be open to existing experienced providers that already have a licensed family child care home and that have an assistant to be able to expand from 9 to 12. And I think where we are at this time is 12 total, regardless of before and after care, no more than that. And I think that has also provided the protections of having to deal with any zoning or regulations that can sometimes be overburdensome, because these family child care homes already exist. So we want to learn from the existing providers. And I think the existing providers are very excited about that opportunity.
Okay, terrific. Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Again, good to hear from you, Corliss.
Thank you so much.
Thank you both. Seeing no further questions, you are all set. Thank you. Next, we will hear from Randall Mell.
Thank you, and good evening, members of the Committee on Children. My name is Randall Mell, and I am the Vice President of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut, otherwise known as SNACT. We are a professional organization of child nutrition professionals throughout the state of Connecticut. I'm writing to share our association's perspective on Bill 1217, which would provide no-cost school meals for all children. For note, I am also the Director of Food, Nutrition, and Wellness Services for Middletown Public Schools. SNACT believes that ensuring all students have access to nutritious meals is essential for their academic success and overall well-being. We recognize the positive impact universal meal access can have, eliminating barriers for family, increasing participation in meal programs, and improving students' ability to focus on learning. Additionally, this legislation will help remove the stigma often associated with free and reduced price meals, fostering an inclusive environment for all students. Swift implementation of Bill 1217 will ensure all students have access to healthy meals as soon as possible. The sooner this policy is enacted, the better it will be, not only for children, but for families and for school districts. For students, it means better health, improved academic outcomes, and more equitable access to educational opportunities. For families, it reduces financial stress and ensures that no child must go without a meal due to economic barriers. That being said, the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut strongly encourages that the bill includes sufficient funding to ensure its success and long-term sustainability, including for districts that operate under the community eligibility provision, such as Middletown. The administrative burden of unpaid meal debt and the cost associated with managing the current system place a significant strain on school nutrition programs. For universal meals to be implemented effectively, additional resources must be allocated to support these programs without compromising the qualities of meals served. The need for immediate action cannot be overstated. We are at a critical juncture where the health and academic readiness of our students are at stake. Ensuring all students have access to nutritious meals is an essential part of our overall success and well-being. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that. I do have a question based off of a concern that Representative Daphne shared about the potential food waste that could result by offering more. I know in my area at Amity High School, they have a partnership with a nonprofit called Haven's Harvest, where uneaten and untouched food can be picked up, and food recovery is the term that is used. And then it is brought to various shelters and other community partners so that it doesn't go into the trash bin. Is there any other program such as that, or any thoughts you might have on reducing that kind of food waste?
Yeah, so I do want to definitely emphasize that first, when we're asking for the access for school meals for all, we are specifically asking for that, the access for students who want these meals to be able to obtain them at no cost. So we are not forcing a meal down every student in this building, and more so, as my colleague mentioned a little bit earlier, on offer versus serve. Students only have to take a certain number of meals, one of those being a fruit or a vegetable. Additionally, there are a variety of food rescue programs that could be put into place, as well as composting. But as far as food waste, I also do want to make mention of the importance of the time for school meals. So right now in the state of Connecticut, the law is students from bell to bell only could have at least 20 minutes. That expanded a little bit with when teachers were given a full 30-minute break. But we want to emphasize that when you're bringing in hundreds of students to the line at once, that they need time to actually be able to physically sit there and eat while also socializing, because that is their little time during the day that they have to also socialize with their peers.
Those are both good points to think about when we make one choice and decision, the ripple effect happens. Thank you so much for those points. Sorry, I muted myself. Seeing no other questions or comments, you are all set for the evening. Thank you for your time. See, next we will be hearing from Lori Aldef.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lori Al-Hadaf, and I'm here today testifying in support of SB 846, Alyssa's Law. I am the founder of the nonprofit organization Make Our Schools Safe, and most importantly, I'm Alyssa's mom. Alyssa's Law is named after my daughter, Alyssa Al-Hadaf, who was one of the 17 victims at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School massacre on Valentine's Day in 2018. On that day of this terrible tragedy, I was texting with my daughter, Alyssa. I told Alyssa to run and hide, that help was on the way. But unfortunately, in that critical moment, help did not arrive fast enough. The principle of Alyssa's Law is simple. Time equals life, and we need to get our kids and teachers to safety as quickly as possible and reduce the response time of first responders. This law directs wireless emergency response systems that directly links to law enforcement in a life-threatening emergency for a campus-wide multi-sensory notification. When seconds matter, we want to support and empower our teachers to immediately connect to the help that they need. Time equals life. This technology doesn't replace other safety measures, it enhances them. This is not only a lifeline to first responders, but also connects the entire campus so that every student and classroom can move to safety. This critical measure helps not only during active threat situations, but also during medical emergencies, weather events, or other essential notifications to keep our kids safe. I know that lives would have been saved if this measure has been in place almost 7 years ago on Valentine's Day. Every time an emergency response system is used, I know Alyssa is saving lives. While Alyssa's legacy lives on, we miss our daughter every single day, and we have dedicated our life to keeping others from experiencing our pain, a pain that Connecticut and several other communities across our country unfortunately know too well. I want to applaud Senator Mayer for her swift and proactive work to make schools safe in Connecticut. When this bill is passed, Connecticut will join 7 other states in the country that have passed Alyssa's Law, working to create and maintain a culture of safety and vigilance in school environments. I'd also like to thank Elijah and Xander from our Staples High School Make Our School Safe Club for their testifying here today. I call on Connecticut lawmakers to pass Alyssa's Law and continue to work diligently to make our schools safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, and I'm so very sorry for the loss of your daughter. Senator Marr. Oh, you're on mute.
Doesn't matter. Could be hours on end and we still miss the mute button. Lori, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for speaking about all the work that you're doing to try and keep children safe in schools. It's very important work and also exhausting work. So I appreciate your time and the energy you're putting into it. Specifically, can you speak a little bit about how, when you say a multisensory experience in terms of knowing when to move to safety, can you speak a little bit towards that?
Sure. So if it's a medical emergency, the teacher would press their panic button 3 times. If it's an active shooter situation, they would press it 8 times or more. And then once that happens, within seconds, it's mass notification. So law enforcement is notified, teachers are notified, and they're notified by the intercom system. On their computers, it will say lockdown. There's strobe lights so that they could visually see that there's a lockdown, so they can, hear it, see it, and then know, and then go into their protocols to lock down and get to a safe space.
And can you give us at least one time that this has been used recently where it was successful?
Yes, so it was just used at Appalachia High School where they had the wearable panic button and basically within seconds they were able to get to the shooter and apprehend the shooter and stop further loss of lives. So lives were saved that day, and as I said before, time equals life.
Thank you so much. Those are my two questions by our own committee rules. So I appreciate you and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
See no other questions or comments from our committee members. Thank you again, Lori, for being here and advocating in memory of your daughter.
Thank you.
Next, we will be hearing from Jim Williams.
Yes, good evening. My name is Jim Williams, and I'm the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association here in Connecticut. The American Heart Association is the nation's oldest and largest voluntary organization dedicated to fighting heart disease and stroke. I would like to thank the leadership and members of the Children's Committee for providing me with the opportunity to provide brief comments in support of Senate Bill 1217, which proposes providing school meals to all students. We strongly support funding that gets us closer to healthy, free school meals for all students, free of charge, regardless of family income, which this bill suggests doing. Federal child nutrition waivers passed during the pandemic decreased child hunger and poverty, allowing all students to have access to free school meals. Obviously, that funding has expired, and now children who depend on it are going hungry again. States right now are stepping up to fill the gap and ensure that all children, regardless of family income, can obtain healthy meals throughout the year and have the best chance to learn and thrive in school. Why is this issue important and deserving of your support? Students who eat school lunches tend to take in more whole grains, vegetables, and dairy, and fewer refined sugars and empty calories than those who bring their lunches from home. And students who have more nutritious diets tend to perform better and pay more attention in school. Additionally, on a separate issue, I would like the committee to know that we strongly support all efforts to ensure affordable access to quality early care and education, particularly for children from low income and other under-resourced families, as well as the recruitment and retention of providers. House Bill 6839 and 6840 help to address those issues, and we are very supportive. At this point, I would just like to again thank you and offer to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. My question is, we've heard many people talk about the food waste, children throwing away half their food, not liking it, and still going home hungry. What do you see as a solution to that?
You know, I have heard of that happening, and you know, I have two teenagers myself, and sometimes they like what's offered to them, other times they don't. But I have heard of the program where the leftover food could be, you know, provided to shelters. I'm not real knowledgeable in other programs that exist. I'd be more than willing to do a little research for you and share that with the committee, though.
Well, thank you for that answer. I think that's a concern of a lot of people. So thank you for that answer.
You're welcome.
Seeing no other questions, thank you for your time and your patience tonight and for your testimony.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, we will have speaker number 64, Amari Brantley. And again, please, if you're waiting to speak, please accept the promotion to speak from our clerk on Zoom.
Good evening, all. Good evening, distinguished members of the Children Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amari Brantley, and I am the Policy Coordinator at End Hunger, Connecticut. Tonight, I am here to express my strong support for Raise Bill 1217, an act providing school meals to all students. This bill is about more than just feeding children. It's about equity, dignity, and ensuring that every student in Connecticut has the same opportunity to succeed. Right now, we realize that there are safety nets for those who live in low-income communities, but there are no safety nets for poor people in wealthier communities. Many families struggle to afford school meals in towns that are often overlooked, because they don't live in a district that qualifies for the community eligibility program. Yet they face the same financial hardships as families living in those communities with access to that program. Universal school meals ensures that no child in Connecticut is left behind simply because of where they live and how much money their parents make. We know this model works. 9 states have already implemented the Universal School Meals program, including Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont. These states have seen higher meal participation, improved student behavior, and better academic performance. At the In Hunger Connecticut, we call those the pillars that the state of Connecticut should stand on. School meal participation increased significantly when universal school meals were available. And last year, school breakfast participation increased by 20% when it was available to all. Feeding kids is an investment in our future. The economic benefits of this bill are clear. The Connecticut State Department of Education, also known as CSDE, has found that for every $1 invested in school meals, it brings $17 in federal funding. This is the money that supports our local farms, strengthens our economy, and creates our local jobs. Families struggling with high cost of living will see immediate relief. For a family with 2 children, paying for school meals can cost over $1,800 a year. For many, that is the difference between paying rent or putting food on the table. Universal school meals ensures that no family has to make that choice. Beyond the numbers, this bill addresses a basic human need. When kids are fed, their behaviors improve, they focus better, and they participate more actively in the classroom. Teachers spend less time managing hunger-related disruptions and more time educating our children. When students are well fed, the entire school environment thrives. Moreover, universal meals create a sense of pride and community. Right now, many children are embarrassed to take a free meal, fearing judgment from their peers. But when everyone eats together, that stigma disappears. As I close, by passing Raised Bill 1217, Connecticut has the chance to create a school system that nourishes every child, strengthens every workforce, and boosts our economy. I urge you to pass this legislation not just because it's the right thing to do, but because the children of today are the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Daphne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. And I'm going to ask you what I've asked everybody else is, while individuals benefit from having lunch offered to them, what is the solution to those that are saying that they're throwing away their food and still going home hungry?
And so I've heard you ask this question today, and it made me think back to just 4 years ago when I was a student actually participating in the free lunch program and being in that line. And, the answer to that is more about the access to it. It's not, we can always focus on the waste and the other conversations that can come of it. But if we don't allow access as a state to the kids that do and are interested, are we doing a disfortune to all of our children or solely just individuals who wouldn't like to take the option? I believe my colleague also mentioned earlier that school meals aren't necessarily forced on people, but they are an option. And so with that being an option, we turn around and look at just providing all students with the option and access to it rather than allowing them the option to do what they choose.
Thank you for that answer. And I will tell you that I think a lot of people might be more amenable to know that the food was being used, right? And children were taking advantage of that and going home feeling fed versus taking the food and throwing it away. I think nobody wants to know that their money is going to be thrown in the garbage. So that's what I would respond to your statement. And I think that we need a solution to that, right? We need to know that if the children are going to take the food and they need the food, we need to know that they're eating the food, not taking it and then throwing it away. So that's all I would say to that. But thank you so much for your.
Can I, if you don't mind, can I extend on my answer a little bit?
Of course, yes.
So I do know that I work with a lot of school nutrition directors, and they talk about a program called the Share Program, which allows students that are in the cafeteria to be able to pass along a part of a meal that they may not like, and allow others who do like that meal to be able to take that part of the meal with them. So if you don't necessarily like your apple, you can pass pass your app along to another student. We can see that come, and that may be an answer to, students throwing food away if we implement more programs like the share program, as well as, another solution may be money, right? If we talk about the kinds of food that we're serving our students, right now we're fighting for access. And once we get access, the fight beyond that comes that the solution has to be money for better types of food, healthier, nutritious, different options for our students so that they can learn to love the food and where it comes from.
Thank you so much for your thoughtful answer.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, Senator Marr.
Thank you so much, Representative. Excuse me, Madam Chair, I should say. Amari, thank you so much for your testimony. I'm just looking for where you are. Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I very much appreciate it. I really want to put a finer point on the concept of food being thrown away, because it makes it sound like the food is being delivered to the kids take it to the table, and then they dump it in the garbage can. And I would hesitate to say that, because it seems to me that many children, we know from the universal breakfasts that we just had recently over the past, a year and a half ago, 9 months ago, that we know that kids were eating, they were coming to school sooner, they were coming to have community with their friends at the tables. And we also know that if we revamp this program and make universal meals available, that it allows us to look at how we do food provision in a different way. To your point about using share, to someone's point earlier about reaching out to local vendors and utilizing more of our Connecticut grown foods. There are lots of ways of looking at it, but as long as we're contesting the idea of whether children should have food in school or not, we can't look at positive new solutions to this issue. So I just want to thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. And I guess I really didn't have a question after all. Apologize.
Thank you, Senator Mayer.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments from the committee, you are free to go. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next, we will have speaker number 65, Jennifer Krapf. And I'm doing a bad job with last names tonight. And then I will be passing the baton over back to my good Senate Chair, Senator Marr, for chairing the committee.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jen Kraft, and I am the cafeteria lead at Beaman Middle School in Middletown, Connecticut. I am here tonight to show my support for SB 1217, an act to provide free meals to all Connecticut school children. Currently, I serve 75% of my student population free breakfast and free lunch. There are 1,000 children in my school. Every day, I see the food insecurity that my students face. I think I have some answers to some of your questions, and I'm going to kind of skip over a little bit of what I was going to say, because in my school, we do things a little different. So I was once worried about what we were throwing away and why weren't we reaching all our schools. I wasn't always at 75%. I run a group of student-led food critics who I use, sorry, I'm so nervous, who I use on a daily basis to help me figure out what foods are good, what foods are bad, what do they like, what do they not like? And they are very honest with me. I have had students come in and show me how to make a recipe the right way. I do my meals every day by what my students like in my school. I teach 3 days a week, I teach after-school cooking classes to my kids.
You're doing a great job. Please keep going. Great job. Thank
I
you.
teach afternoon cooking classes to my kids, and we go over nutrition, and it's so important to pass this bill. I just want to say that I've talked a lot to my food critics about this. They all have testimony that will be submitted, and I really listen to them. They trust me because I spend so much time with the school kids in my school. And one of the stories that I heard, one of my little girls was in a different district, and she is not eligible for free lunch at the time. And she would go to school, and if she didn't have money, she wouldn't get lunch. She'd be offered a free sun butter and jelly, but she would never take it because if she took it, the other kids would know she was poor and they would make fun of her. So that child would rather starve every day than take a free sandwich because the other kids would know that she was poor by eating that sandwich. In our school currently, we have hydroponic gardens. We use the lettuce that we grow in our hydroponic gardens in our salad bar in our school. Our cafeteria, I wish I had pictures to show you right now because it is not like your normal cafeteria. We have a deli, we have a salad bar, we have pizza, we have a grill, and all of this we have done because we wanted to make sure that with our children getting free lunches, that they were actually eating the lunches they were given. We encourage our children to share. So if they don't want something, they have to take the 3 components. They have to have 3 food groups who walk through that register. But if they don't want to eat it, I encourage them, listen, take the apple and give it to your friends. One of your friends is going to eat that apple. Somebody is hungry enough asking for an apple, asking for fruit every single day. I have had students at breakfast tell me that the breakfast was the first meal they had had since they had lunch the previous day. It's so important for us to make sure these kids are fed healthy foods too. I was once a single parent. I wasn't eligible for free lunches or breakfast for my children. I had 3 teenagers, and it was cheaper for me to go buy a package of donuts for $1 in the store and give them that than actually provide a lunch some days. I just couldn't make it week to week. So I understand the struggle that a lot of parents do have. And also another thing that stuck out with me, one of my kids said, is when they're hungry and they're in class, they don't hear anything that's going on. They're not learning anything because they're sitting there and all they're thinking about is when are they going to eat their next meal? When are they going to get their next food? I'll be happy to. And before I answer any questions, can I just say you are all welcome to come to my school and meet my food critics. Come to my cafeteria and see what we do and see how little waste we have in our cafeteria because we work hard every day to make sure that these kids are fed and that we provide many, many different opportunities for them so that they're not feeling like they have to throw it away. It's not like a cafeteria that you remember growing up. Sorry.
Thank you so much for your passion. And I think you do have a couple of questions. So Senator Cohen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jennifer, I just want to thank you for so passionately serving your students. It's just really coming through loud and clear. I actually had raised my hand to ask you a little bit about food waste and whether or not you sort of analyze your food waste. More to say, I don't think it's necessarily irrelevant to the conversation, but I think they're 2 separate conversations about serving kids nutritious meals that they enjoy and also making sure our children are fed. So we heard that a little bit before, that you could really make this into 2 completely separate pieces of legislation around the federal school lunch program and what's required from a nutrition standpoint and how those parameters can often be so cumbersome that it's very difficult to use locally sourced items and add some variety that students like. But it sounds like you're doing all of this already. If you want to add anything, let me know. But I really love hearing from you, and I hope other districts close to you are using your system as a model.
So the other thing I did forget is I also have a featured recipe every week in my cafeteria from my students. So a student can take a recipe from home and they bring it in and we make it so it's nutritionally viable through our standards, and then they get featured and served, and it gets served on our grill, which is like, grab and go items they can grab for an entire week. So that encourages them also to make good choices and gives them more choices. I mean, I'm not going to lie, a lot of times it's like a different version of nachos or something like that, but it's giving them also, they're also having their say in what they have for lunch, and I think that's been a big help in increasing our lunches in our schools.
Well done, Jennifer, and thank you for your time and energy and patience with us tonight as you waited to testify. Thanks.
Thank you.
So, and I just wanted to add one more time. I'm sorry, Representative Comey. I apologize.
That's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. I just had a quick question. You described such a tapestry of items and freedom within your school meal preparation and how you approach it, which is fantastic. And I'm sure it garners a lot more buy-in than some of the other districts. I was wondering, do you guys provide the food yourselves, or are you a corporate cafeteria?
No, we provide the schools
Corporately.
ourselves, all of our, so I just want to say that, and even though he's already gone, he was on earlier, my director, Randall Mell, is amazing and has allowed me to really a lot of freedom in creating different things. I spend a lot of time looking at recipes through different school districts, and we do mostly most of our meals are made from scratch in our school. And we take what we have, we get different things, we get some USDA subsidies. So I try to look at that stuff and can I use that? What can I use that to make? What can I use that to make for our kids rather than the same old thing every single day? Because there's so many recipes out there that you can do. So I'm very fortunate that my director does allow us and allows me to look up all those things. And then he also allows me to help, create my menu every month because I know better than anybody what my kids are going to eat. So I'm very fortunate.
It's not a corporate like a Chartwell's or some of the others.
No, we work for the Middletown Board of Education.
Thank you so much. All right.
Please come see us.
Okay. Thanks.
Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I really thank you so much for your testimony. You seem so enthusiastic about changing what the norm is with regard to school lunches. I love it. I love your enthusiasm. I love your cooking class idea. But I just wanted to just bring something up that kids cannot have, even if they can't pay, are not to be given a different lunch. You had talked about an almond sun butter sandwich or something like that.
It wasn't in our district. That was the student was speaking from her experience in another district.
Okay.
And what they were offered, and it might, I don't even know if it was in Connecticut. It might have even been, because she is from New York, so I don't want to speak. I could find out for sure. But what she spoke of is that stigma of not being able to get the same lunch that was given to the other kids, and that the other kids knew. I mean, kids are mean. I see things, I'll tell you, I told you my featured recipe, right? And I take a picture of the kids, but if you look at the picture of every kid, they're like this. The reason they're like that is because they don't want their friends to make fun of them on social media. So if a child finds anything, they're going to make fun of them for something. And I think that's what she was trying to get across.
Thank you so much for that. But in the state of Connecticut, we have passed a law that schools can't be given a different lunch because they aren't able to pay. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that. But I wanted to also thank you for your enthusiasm, your commitment to making the process better. I'm so excited about your passion for that. And thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you again, Jennifer. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us and share
Thank you for having me. Have a great night.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Next would be Jessica Ziolko.
Yeah, hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jessica Ziolko, and I've been a licensed home daycare provider since 2021, and I have worked in the early childhood field for over 14 years. I would like to express my opposition to HB 6180, which would require home daycare providers to disclose the number and type of firearms they own to parents of enrolled children. While I understand the policy's intent to ensure the safety and well-being of children, I do not believe that requiring this disclosure is an appropriate or effective measure for protecting children in daycare settings. First and foremost, I believe that firearm ownership is a personal matter, and requiring daycare providers to disclose the number and types of firearms they own could be seen as an unnecessary invasion of privacy. Home daycare providers such as myself are small business owners, and it is not uncommon for many of us to have firearms in our homes for personal security, hunting, or other legitimate reasons. However, simply owning firearms does not equate to posing a risk to children. While I understand safety is a top priority for children in care, I firmly believe that this policy could create unnecessary vulnerability for providers like myself. Requiring us to disclose personal information such as the number and type of firearms owned opens us up to personal scrutiny and judgment, regardless of our intent or the safety measures we have in place. All it takes is one person to use that information to smear a provider's reputation or to paint them in a negative light, especially in the days of social media, even if their actions and practices are fully in line with safety protocols. This could lead to unwarranted fear, loss of clients, and long-lasting damage to a provider's name, potentially affecting their livelihood. I also believe that sharing such personal information about firearm ownership can inadvertently create significant security risks. Specifically, this disclosure could lead to the information being passed along to individuals with bad intent. If this information were to fall into the wrong hands, it could expose my home to unwanted attention and potentially make my family and my daycare setting a target for criminal activity. Firearms are valuable items, and this type of disclosure could significantly increase the likelihood of a break-in, putting both my personal safety and the safety of the children in my care at risk. Instead of focusing on the number and type of firearms owned, we should prioritize ensuring proper firearm storage and safety protocols are being followed. Connecticut home daycare licensing regulations require stricter storage laws for firearms than those for regular gun owners. Firearms must be locked and stored unloaded, while ammunition must be locked and stored separately from the firearms. The home daycare provider who owns firearms successfully passes their licensing inspection, which includes an evaluation of the storage of their firearms. This should be sufficient to demonstrate that they are a responsible gun owner and that the enrolled daycare children are being cared for in a safe environment. Home daycare providers are not obligated to disclose other harmful items in their homes, so why should firearms be any different? It is the responsibility of parents to ask the right questions and ensure the safety of their children by discussing any concerns with their provider. Overall, I don't think we should support this bill, as it does not protect children without overstepping the provider's personal rights or jeopardizing the provider's reputation and safety. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. I have so many people that have called me with the same concern with regard to their privacy. Have you ever been told there's a policy where you cannot tell a parent that wants to bring a child to your daycare system that you are a gun owner and you have guns?
I personally have never been asked by a parent that question in my 4 years. I would have if a parent came to me during an interview and asked if I owned firearms, I would be open and honest and let them know that I do. They're stored according to these regulations, and I've never had a safety violation. I'm just not comfortable with disclosing how many firearms I own and what type of firearms.
Well, and I thank you for that answer, and I think that many people are concerned with that, and also having to just reveal that to anybody who has no concern for it, right? So if someone comes to see you and has a concern and has a question, then you get to have that dialogue with them with regard to why you're a gun owner, how you think it might benefit the children that are in your daycare, right? So if there was a perpetrator that were coming in, I'm sure, I don't know, maybe I should let you answer this question, but have the utmost concern for the safety of those individuals that you're protecting. Is that right?
Exactly. The safety of my daycare children is the most important thing when they're in my care, whether it's being safe from firearms, being safe from hazardous chemicals, prescription medications. There are so many hazards in a daycare home, and it's my top priority to make sure that they are protected from all of those hazardous things, not just firearms.
Thank you for being so concerned about those things. And I would, if I were bringing my children to a daycare center, you would be the kind of person I would want to bring them to. And listen, we know that I'm not going to go through all the names of the individuals that have had home invasions in the state of Connecticut, those that have lost family members because of that, but I'm grateful that you have stepped it up and have taken that precaution and safely. I'm assuming that you've gone through the scrutiny of the application process and to make sure that your guns are safely stored and so on. So I appreciate that you have put that at your top of the list with concern for protecting the individuals that you have in your daycare. I want to thank you for your testimony. I know you're speaking for a lot of people that don't want their privacy rights intruded on. And again, I think many of you are willing to have that conversation on a one-on-one basis if somebody would ask you, but you don't want to have to put it in an advertisement to individuals. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your testimony. We will move on then to the next person.
Thank you.
I have to apologize to you. I jumped over you and I'm very sorry. So it's going to be Alexis Stamos next, then Christopher Scott, and then Meg Zimmerman, just so we're staying in order. Okay. Alexis, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Good evening, Madam Chair, and all of the senators, representatives, and members of the committee. My name is Alexis Stamos, and I own Tiny But Mighty Family Childcare here in Seymour, Connecticut. I am here to express strong support for the proposed bill, HB 6839, an act increasing the number of children permitted in family childcare homes from 6 children to 12 children with an assistant. As a childcare provider in Connecticut, I've witnessed firsthand the overwhelming demand for quality infant and toddler care in my community. I am constantly receiving inquiries from parents seeking care, often on a daily basis, 8 inquiries actually in the last week alone. Unfortunately, due to my current cap of 6 children, I have to turn many families away, leaving them with limited options. I want to note that I have a parent who's due with twins who I don't have space for, so she will be leaving her job to be able to stay home with her older toddler and her new twins. And I have another parent who just had her second child who I didn't have space for, who has given her notice as a police dispatcher, so that way she can stay home with her 2 children, seeing as though she cannot find placement for both of them in the same location. This bill would be an essential step in addressing the growing need for childcare services while also benefiting the local economy. By increasing the number of children I can care for, I would be able to provide care for more families, supporting working parents who desperately need reliable options. It's important to note that often home daycares are a little bit more cost effective than these large mainstream centers. So many parents do come to me for that. With many parents struggling to find affordable care, this proposal would help ease the burden and provide a much needed service in our community. Additionally, in light of the current economic climate and the rising cost of living, this bill would have a significant positive impact. Increasing the number of children I can care for while also hiring an assistant would open up a job in the community for someone to fill that assistant role. And you heard earlier some of the speakers reference the number of family childcare homes that there are, so potentially employing over 1,000 people additionally in the community. This would also benefit me directly as a business owner by increasing my income. And in this economy, the added financial stability would be incredibly helpful, allowing me to better support my family and continue to provide quality care for children. Furthermore, with the recent change in age requirements in the state of Connecticut for children attending kindergarten, changing the cutoff to September 1st to be 5 years old, there will be hundreds of older 4-year-olds and young 5-year-old children in Connecticut each year who will have to
Can you please summarize?
utilize an additional year of daycare or preschool setting. Allowing home-based childcare providers an opportunity to enroll more children will help to combat this. I'd like to also note that home daycare providers in Connecticut can have 9 children right now with an assistant, but that does nothing to really help us financially, as those 3 extra tuitions cover the assistant's fair salary. And oftentimes we lose money by hiring an assistant to take those 3. So with 12 children, this would alleviate those issues right away and create many more spaces for children in our community. So I also urge you to consider this becoming permanent and not just being a pilot to test out, as I think that the benefits to Connecticut as a whole are paramount. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and Representative Dauphiné.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Alexis, for your testimony. So many people in the state are looking for childcare opportunities, and this is a no-brainer in my opinion. I mean, it doesn't cost the state any more money. We just allow individuals like you who are willing to take in more individuals the opportunity to help individuals who are looking for daycare opportunities. So I want to thank you for your commitment to that. Thank you for stepping up and speaking for so many people who share your thoughts and views. So thank you for that.
My pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and speak on behalf of myself, but also many of my peers who are in this business that I know share a similar sentiment.
Thank you. I've gotten many, many calls on this issue, and many people want the opportunity to expand. And I think it's a great idea. It doesn't cost the state any money, and it looks to solve a problem that we're trying to fix. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alexis. The next up will be Christopher Scott, followed by Meg Zimmerman, and then Francesca Velasquez.
Good evening, everybody. First and foremost, well, let me set a timer so this way I don't go over. First and foremost, just thank you, everybody, for your time today. I realize you guys have all been here for quite some hours. I had jumped in at the beginning of this session to hear the commissioner's remarks, and yeah, you have my utmost respect, and I just have to say it's a pleasure to see Representative Martinez. I grew up in Plainville, Connecticut, so most of my life was there. So I'm in Manchester now, but it's always a joy. So I wanted to speak on behalf of House Bill 6182, an act extending financial assistance for post-secondary education expenses for foster youth. And I'll preface, I realize this is an uphill battle. This is a hard bill to pass due to the presumed cost, but I want to speak on it nonetheless. I serve as the executive director of Sun Scholars Inc. We're a nonprofit organization in Connecticut that I had founded back in 2019. We contract with the Department of Children and Families, and we also receive philanthropic support. And what we do is we work with foster and adopted youth every day who grew up in the system that are going to college, trade school, vocational, between the ages of 18 and 24, where is roughly where many of the students' funding gets cut out, 23, 24. I grew up in foster care. My whole life was in the child welfare system. When you grow up in the system, your life is just very different, right? You see a different world, you have different experiences and trauma, and as you kind of face adulthood, it's really jumping off a cliff. I imagine most 21-year-olds have a hard time adjusting to, the world, let alone those who come from the child welfare realm. And, I just feel obligated to speak on this bill because every day I'm working with this population, and I am this population. It's a joy to serve the community I'm in. Many of our students don't graduate at 21 or 22. In fact, according to especially the fact sheet shared by that I read in response to this bill, only I think like 20% of students of all populations graduate college by 21, 22. I believe 44% of Connecticut students graduate in 4 years, and 74% complete their degrees within 6 years. And that's with a normal, traditional family. My students are resilient. My students are hardworking, and a couple extra years for them would be life-changing. It certainly would have been for me. I felt so scared to, use my funding and graduate when I had to. When I was out at 21, I joined Teach for America, and I then started building my nonprofit. And 21's a scary age when you're alone. And I was fortunate enough to jump into the workforce. And, I just want to fight for a better reality for many of our students that really struggle in those final years of their college and, trade school journeys. So I want to respect time. I know I'm at 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I can go on forever with this stuff, but really just the consideration of extending funding in any regard for the child welfare population is important, as they are wards of the state and children of the government. Thanks.
Thank you, Christopher. We appreciate you taking the time and circling back with us. Representative Wielander.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Christopher, I was wondering if you could speak to this, since this is a lived experience for you. What would you say that having this extended period of time of support, how would that impact a young person looking ahead in their life? Would that be something that, well, I'll let you, I won't speak for you, but yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, sure. Thank you, Representative Wielander. I appreciate the question. It's a couple, and I can share specific examples, and I can share kind of a macro sense. First and foremost, I imagine most people here have attended some sense of post-secondary education, whether it's vocational, apprenticeship, college. I imagine that was done with a degree of, anxious anticipation, but also joy. Many of our students, it is terrifying, genuinely terrifying to be in college as a foster youth for a couple reasons. Perhaps the most important and the most prevalent is that if you graduate, then your funding for housing ends. If you fail out of college, your funding for housing and food ends. And so there's this kind of very weird, almost toxic relationship with education where it's like, all right, I have to keep a 3.0 GPA. Otherwise, it's not my parents that are going to be upset, because many of our students have abstract senses of family, if any at all. I certainly did not have any family. It's also very scary because like, oh, if I fail, I'm going to be homeless, which was a fear I had. So, I think extending the funding age is really, it kind of combats a piece of that. On another end, you might hear my dog drinking. I promise it's like a weird sound in the background. Many of our students also just simply aren't graduating in time. So the fear, right? When you hit 23 and your funding is ending, say you have a year or two of college left, for whatever reason, you had a hard 18, 19, 20-year-old life, which is very common for our students that grew up in foster care. Remember, child welfare is a microcosm of the great challenge of society. These are children that have survived, worlds of addiction, human trafficking, immigration complexities. Students that I work with are refugees that have citizenship here and then enter the foster care system after becoming a refugee. These are impossibly hard lives. And my experiences are kind of mixed into some of that as well without sharing directly. And so, when you're hitting 23 and your funding ends and you don't have a degree yet, and remember, most kids in Connecticut don't have a degree at this age, regardless of child welfare status. You're just thrown right off the cliff. You have for employability, for career outcomes, and honestly, it's like an immediate foster care education to prison pipeline, foster care education to homelessness pipeline. So we pay for it one way or the other, right? Like we're paying for rehabilitation services when they're 30, 40, or 50, or we're helping them right now. And I can say right now, man, if I didn't have college funding, I went to Tungus Community College, I went to Central, and then I got my master's at Harvard. Had a really wonderful journey. If I didn't have college funding to get through Tungus and Central, I really don't know where I'd be right now. Certainly not in my living room with my dog and my wife. Like if you rolled the dice 20 times, this is one in a million. Like I'm very lucky. And part of that is because I was in Connecticut, in a state that offers college funding to begin with. And so extending it just seems logical. I realize it's expensive, but again, we pay for it somehow. I hope that answers.
It's a fantastic answer. Thank you so much for sharing your perspective on this. And that is true. We do pay for it one way or the other. And I think one of the most important things that I'm taking away from these conversations is that this isn't just extending an opportunity lifeline. This is extending hope and of a better future for themselves. And that I feel like it's an invaluable thing that we could maybe give some of the kids who've had, any kid would be, that's good, but a kid who's had a really rough time, this is where we can give them that little boost, and they can become who they're meant to be. So thank you so much for being here tonight. I really appreciate your words.
Hey, thank you. And thank you for, all the stuff that you and everyone else here does. I realize these are some long days and you have my respect.
Thank you, Representative Wieslander. Representative Martinez.
Christopher, so good to see you. Always so proud of you. Your nonprofit sons, I know that you've been very involved with college students and really going to bat for them. And funding is kind of a piece of the puzzle, right? I remember that I actually learned through you how many avenues you were helping with college students, whether just getting them some simple supplies, helping them out with food on college campuses, and things of that nature. So I guess there's not really a question. Just the state is so lucky to have you, and thank you so much for all that you're doing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's great to see you here. It's such a joy on my end. I'm like Plainville proud, even though I'm in Manchester now. And I think just to speak on that real quick, you know, that's a piece of the puzzle that, I think often we forget is that and sometimes is a way people I think sabotage good policy is like, oh, we put money at this and there's no outcomes, all right? Because only like 3 to 10% of foster youth graduate college. And the answer is not to say, all right, let's cut this funding and to get totally. The answer is like, oh, well, what else needs to be added? And part of that is strong supports, strong mechanisms, community supports really make a difference. So at Sun Scholars Inc., if you recall, like 3 to 10% nationally, foster youth graduate college. We have a graduation rate now that we've been around for more than 5 years. Statistically, we can share this with certainty. We have a graduation rate of about 31% amongst our students. And the students that don't graduate, we make sure still they go get their CDLs. We still work with them. We don't slam the door on them. And that's because what works here, it's not that we wave a magic wand. It's that on one end, we're community, right? My students see me and I'm approachable. And it's like, hey, I live the same life as you, right? Same mountain, different paths. And it becomes realistic. It becomes, okay, if Chris can do it, then I can do it. And all of our staff, everyone that works at Sun grew up in foster care. So all my staff also have lived experience, and many of them are former students now. So it's the students see themselves in like Alan or Whitney or Ty, and then like, oh, and Chris isn't that far ahead or far away from them. We go above and beyond. It's not just about academics. It's over the winter we hold holiday parties for them. We have a men and women's group because a lot of our students haven't had healthy examples of what it means to be a good man or good woman in many regards, and we want to show them. And so Whitney runs one for the women. I run one. We have other affinity groups coming out. Alan does amazing work on that. We if a student's struggling financially, we'll help them out. We have emergency funds. We work with DCF. I mean, so we really create a bit of a strong community for our kids, our young adults. So yeah, community goes a long way.
Okay, thank you. We really appreciate that. And I learned a ton about Sun Scholars, so thank you. I think we do need to move on though, because we have a few other people coming. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your testimony, and thanks for the work you're doing.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I want to make sure I'm on target here. Meg Zimmerman, then Francesca, then Elijah.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. Thank you to the members of the Committee on Children for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Meg Hadley Zimmerman, and I'm the Program Manager for End Hunger Connecticut. I'm here to express my strong support for Raised Bill 1217, an act providing school meals to all students. I can't say that I have experience receiving free school meals as a student, but I do have experience receiving free school meals. For the first 2 years after I moved to Connecticut, I worked at an elementary school, and during those 2 years, I ate a school meal every day. I'm grateful for this experience, not only because I enjoyed connecting with my students over lunch and hearing their stories and gaining insight into their lives, but also because it meant that there were 5 fewer meals each week that I needed to squeeze into a tight food budget. So I understand firsthand the power of school meals in bridging the gap between food insecurity and food security. Those free meals, even if they were elementary school sized, really made a difference for me because at that time I was earning just too much to qualify for SNAP or other assistance programs, but too little to easily make ends meet. I've since been introduced to the concept from United Way of the ALICE threshold, asset limited, income constrained, and employed. And this has given me the terminology to describe the predicament that I myself was facing at that time. As part of the ALICE population, I was one of almost 500,000 households across the state who are stuck in this middle zone above the cutoff cutoff thresholds for assistance programs, but still below the basic cost of living. Yes, we already provide free meals to many students who need them, but not nearly all of the students who need them. By my estimates, there are over 130,000 kids across Connecticut who live in ALICE households but don't receive free meals because they're either above the eligibility threshold for free meals or they don't receive free meals through the Community Eligibility Provision, or CEP. Now, this number will only increase if cities like Stamford, where I currently live, lose their ability to pay for the CEP program, which is difficult for many cities, and therefore provide free meals to the students who would be ineligible otherwise. This bill is not just about food, it's about equity, dignity, and opportunity for every child in Connecticut, as my colleague Amari explained earlier. Providing universal school meals is a crucial step in ensuring that all students, regardless of their family's financial situation, have access to nutritious meals that support their well-being and academic success. We have a really powerful opportunity before us to set a national example and ensure that every child in Connecticut receives the nutrition they need to grow, learn, and thrive. For all of these reasons, I urge you to pass Raised Bill 1217 and prioritize the health, success, and dignity of our students. Thank you for your support of this important issue. Thank you for your time and your leadership and all of your commitment to Connecticut's children.
Thank you, Meg. We appreciate you. And I think you may be one of our first without a question in quite a while. So thank you on that. And we'll move on to Francesca.
I was going to say good afternoon, but it's good evening now. Good evening, members of the Committee of Children. My name is Francesca Velasquez, and I am a childcare provider, a business owner, and I am part of Circle and Childcare for Connecticut, and organizations that support family childcare providers. And I am here to strongly support the HB 6839, which would allow home-based childcare providers to care for more children. Right now, Connecticut is facing a major shortage of infant and toddler slots. Parents are waiting months and sometimes over a year to find an open slot for a baby. This is especially tough for families who need to return to work but can't find childcare. And this bill would instantly help fix the problem by increasing the numbers of children home-based providers can care for. We would open up more infant and toddler slots across Connecticut without any extra costs. Not only would this help the parents find care faster, but it would also give families more options for safe, high-quality childcare in their communities, support the parents so that they don't have to choose between work and childcare, and create more jobs since providers would now need extra help to care for more children. Right now, there's an urgent need for infant and toddler slots, which I already said. But I wanted to say on a personal note was that I started off as a home daycare provider, I think like 10 years ago or 12 now. And I had the option of expanding. And instead of expanding to a group, I expanded to a center because all the hoops and things that I had to do, the zoning, the building, that I had to go through, I was going to do it for only 12 kids. So I said, I'm just going to do a center. So it makes sense that for home daycare providers that want to expand and probably not spend the extra money, because it did cost me extra money to be able to do this, it will give them the opportunity to be able to care for 12 kids in their home at no extra cost, only just to employ someone else. And if you have any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Francesca. And thank you for being here and listening to the testimonies as we led up to your time. I enjoyed watching you shake your head and not get all excited about what people were saying. So thank you for being here and hanging in with us. Take care. Okay, so I missed Rachel Cunha first, and then Elijah, and then we will go to Tashiana. So,
hey, good evening, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, Senator Cohn, Representative Wielander, and Ranking Member Senator Martin, and Representative Dauphiné, and distinguished members of the Children's Committee. My name is Rachel Cunha, and I had the honor of serving as the state representative for the 149th District. And it's really a privilege and pleasure to have seen all of you this afternoon into the evening. I'm here to advocate for ensuring that no child in our state goes hungry at school and to urge you to support Senate Bill 1217, an act providing school meals to all students. During my time in office, I visited a civics class at Greenwich High School. One of the priorities for the students I spoke with was free school meals, which was frankly surprising considering everything else that teenagers have on their minds. And as a former chef and cookbook author, I know firsthand the importance of food and nutrition for a person's overall well-being. This is especially true for children. And you know better than most that there's food insecurity in all communities. In 2024, 1 in 6 children in Connecticut suffered from food insecurity, and it's not confined to one demographic. In Greenwich schools, where roughly 16 to 19% of students participate in the free and reduced lunch program, and Stanford, where about half of students receive free or reduced lunch, there's an urgent need for initiatives to support free school meals. And those are just the students who qualify. There are many, many households that aren't eligible for income-based assistance, yet who are still struggling and for whom a free lunch can make a tremendous difference. Most importantly, free school meals available for all removes the stigma for children who need this help, but are afraid to ask because they don't want to be singled out. Providing free school meals to all students isn't just the right thing to do, it's smart policy. A well-fed child is a better learner and much more likely to thrive academically, socially, and professionally. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It's really great to see you, and I appreciate all the knowledge and background you bring to your testimony. And no questions from anyone at this point, so thanks.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too. All right, Elijah Falkenstein. And then we'll follow up with Tashiana and then Dom Bazile.
Hi, Senator Marr. Nice to see you. Thank you to the Committee on Children for giving us this opportunity today to speak and give testimony. My name is Elijah Falkenstein. I'm a junior at Staples High School, and I'm a co-founder and co-president of the Staples Make Our School Safe Club. First of all, I would like to just say that I'm also talking about Bill SB 1216, also known as Alyssa's Law, which my co-president here, Xander, also spoke about, and the national organization head, Lori Alhadeff, also spoke on. And I just want to say, on Valentine's Day 2018, my cousin was at school on what seemed to be a normal day. However, that did not end up being the case, as only a couple miles away, an armed intruder entered Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. This ended with the loss of 17 innocent lives and a whole community torn apart. Among these victims was Alyssa Alhadeff, a hardworking, smart, and talented girl with a bright future. Alyssa was close friends with my cousin and they played on the same soccer team. When my cousin told me about the organization and its clubs, I knew starting one in Westport would be the perfect opportunity to make change. In this generation, I've never fully felt safe at school, especially when countless tragedies keep occurring and with little to no measures to ensure student safety. The tragic loss of Alyssa has taught us that having the equipment necessary for faster response time does indeed save lives, as we've seen in Georgia and many different examples. And it could have also saved her life as well.
Thank you, Elijah. Just one quick question. When you speak not feeling safe in the schools, what are you hoping to accomplish through your advocacy?
Well, first of all, having Alyssa's Law, or in this case, SB 1216, well, it will make our school safer by having the equipment necessary to make everything like faster for the police and authority to get to on campus in time. It also makes people feel safer at school, and it's like one of the goals of the organization to have people feeling safe at school. So by having these measures instituted, like put in place, people don't have to worry as much when they do lockdown drills and shelter in place drills, and it can really make a difference in people's mental health as well.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank both you and Xander for bringing this idea forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, have a good evening and thank you for sitting in with us as we went through our public hearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Tashiana O'Connor and then Dom Bazile and Cruz O'Neill. At least that's who we had before. Yeah, I still see them. Okay, great. Did Tashiana go? I guess so. No longer is here. Okay, Dom Bazile. Oh, Tashiana's back. All right, here we go. Where's Tashiana? She's here, she's gone, she's back. All right, why don't we start with Dom and then, oh, there you are. Hi. I think you're on mute. No, can't hear you. Do you want to go out and come back in and we'll start with someone else while you, okay, great. So I think Dom, are you here? And I don't see Dom, so Cruz.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there's Dom. Hi, Dom.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Distinguished members of the Committee on Children, I would like to take this opportunity to voice my strong opposition to HB 6180. This is an act concerning notice of firearms by operators of a family child care home. Firearms are dangerous devices. This statement is an indisputable fact. The legal definition of due diligence is the care that a reasonable person exercises to avoid harm to other persons or their property. Our responsible citizens affirmed the right to possess a firearm in their home? The answer is yes. Does the state of Connecticut have laws pertaining to the safe and proper storage of firearms in the home? Again, the answer is yes. Can responsible citizens operate a state licensed, state approved, and state inspected daycare facility out of their private home? The answer is yes. The debate seems to be in weighing the rights of privacy and the sanctity of one's home and balancing that with parental rights and the rights of parents to know what type of environment they are entrusting their children to. By all means, parents have the right to ask and question staff and facilities and fully vet them with questions about guns, and not just guns, any other potentially hazardous material. If parents are uncomfortable with the review, then those parents can freely exercise their prerogative and take their child elsewhere. It's really that simple. If a private home daycare center does have firearms on the premises and the standard is met of Connecticut safe storage laws, then they pass the scrutiny and they also pass the scrutiny of unannounced state inspections, then they have successfully accomplished what could reasonably be expected of them. Mandating that they surrender a listing of all firearms with make, model, and serial number is a gross overstep and an invasion of privacy and their Fourth Amendment rights. Submitting such information does nothing to enhance the safety and security of that environment. HB 6180 is an ill-conceived bill that fails to serve any legitimate purpose. I respectfully request that you oppose HB 6180. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony, and seeing no questions, I think we'll move on to Tashiana. Thank you, Dom.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
You too. How are we doing, Tashiana? Can we hear you? No. Oh, Representative Comey, you're muted.
I said sometimes if you go under the audio, bring up the audio in the lower left-hand corner and you fool around with the different settings, you can get it to work.
And
It
also,
happened to me earlier.
I know this seems silly, but just make sure that you haven't muted yourself on your computer. Okay, because I've done it. Have you submitted testimony? Written testimony? Would you like to do that? You'd rather speak. Okay. While we're figuring it out, Cruz, why don't we ask you to speak, Cruz O'Neill? And then after Cruz, we're going to go to Donna Seeger. And after Donna, we'll come check back with Tashiana, see where we're coming out here. Okay, so Cruz.
Buenas noches, representante Paris y miembro del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es Cruz O'Neill y soy madre y proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar en la comunidad de New Britain, Connecticut, con el programa de Care for Key y miembro orgullosa de mi sindicato CSEA SEIU Local 2001. Ofrezco el siguiente testimonio sobre el proyecto de ley 6839 y el proyecto de ley 6840. Primero quiero agradecer al comité por considerar estos proyectos de ley y por escuchar mi testimonio. Estos proyectos son piezas importantes de legislación que en general cuentan con el apoyo de las proveedoras de cuidado infantil familiar, pero pedimos algunos cambios que sabemos fortalecerán su efectividad. He sido proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar durante 4 años. Y también soy madre de 3 hijos, de 4, 7 y 9 años. Para poder estar con mis propios hijos, que actualmente 2 de ellos están en proceso de residencia, me veo obligada a dejar a 2 clientes cada vez que ellos vienen a visitar. Incluso si eso es solo un corto periodo de tiempo, como unas vacaciones o una emergencia. Esto significa una pérdida directa de ingreso. Y para una proveedora de cuidado infantil, esa pérdida es difícil de recuperar. Además, con el límite máximo de solo 6, debo contratar a una sustituta. Si tengo más de esa cantidad, el problema es que con el poco dinero que actualmente entra, es difícil pagar un asistente, mantener mi negocio abierto y al mismo tiempo vivir con mis hijos. ¿Cómo podría sostenerme en esta condición? Esta es una pregunta con la que muchas de nosotras luchamos. El proyecto de ley HB 6839 propone aumentar el límite de 6 a 12. Este cambio es crucial para la viabilidad del negocio mío. Nos permite ganar ingresos suficientes para mantener nuestro sustento, incluso cuando enfrentamos desafíos como el mío. Evitaría que tengamos que rechazar a familias desesperadas por encontrar cuidado infantil de calidad. También apoyamos el proyecto de ley HB 6840,
Please summarize.
pero creemos, le pido que consideren estos cambios más que una simple legislación. Estos proyectos de ley representan la posibilidad de construir un sistema de cuidado infantil más fuerte que apoye a los niños y a las familias y a los proveedores. Gracias por escuchar mi testimonio. Cruz O'Neill, New Britain, Connecticut.
Thank you so much, Cruz. Did you have a translator with you? If not, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being here and speaking with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak and for your patience with my technical difficulty. I'm here. I'm a childcare family. I'm a home childcare family. I'm sorry. I'm a childcare family provider. I'm here to speak about Bill HB 6839, the act of increasing family childcare from 6 to 9. And in February, from 9 to 12, I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, from 9 to 12. In February of 2024, there was approximately 40,000 unfilled childcare slots in Connecticut. This is due to the number of factors, including shortage of qualifying workers, low wages, and high costs of provider care. 2029, there were 1,997 licensed family child care in the state of Connecticut. This was a total of 292 licensed family child care provider homes. With that said, there's currently 40 slots available. This was by opening us and giving us the opportunity to go from 9 to 12. We will not only fill that gap, but we also provide jobs for people for more economy by providing more jobs. By giving us that, we could they give us. I thank Commissioner Best Buy for all over the place. I'm sorry. Let's first of all thank Commissioner Best Buy and Governor Lamar for giving us the opportunity within the COVID to care for 9 children. And also see that we were able to do it and give us another opportunity to, okay, 6 to 9 with a qualified staff. Now we ask them, we see that the 9 will not help us. So what the 3 that we additional 3, we have to pay that out to staff. So we come back and we ask them for 12 kids. Saying, okay, let us have 12 kids with qualified staff with adequate spacing, right? With adequate spacing, and we could be able to provide more care for more children in our community. And to have parents out there working and give parents an option to have, not to be in a waiting list for 2 to 3 hours, 2 to 3 months for a year, and so on. And that's it. I'm all over the place. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much for hanging in there, figuring out the technology, and giving us testimony. We appreciate you. Okay, seeing no questions, we will move on then to Donna Seeger, followed by Ashley Carl and Thomas Burr.
First of all, I appreciate the patience and the attention that you give to each person that speaks. So, dedicated people, I am here to express opposition to HB 6185. My name is Donna Seeger. I am an emergency physician and a clinical toxicologist that spent 3 decades at Vanderbilt, primarily as the medical director of the Tennessee Poison Center. I held both national and international positions, and as such, I was a member of many working groups. I am here at the request of the American Beverage Association because of my experience with working groups and experience assessing medical risk, which is the stated purpose of this working group. I am speaking in opposition to the bill because the evaluation of medical risk must be performed by scientists following a scientific method in order to come to a reproducible and valid conclusion. This working group has stated that the purpose is to, quote, study the medical risks of energy drinks and the effects of prohibition of sales and make recommendations for public awareness, and then go on to describe how they will disseminate the information. I want to address the committee on how one evaluates medical risk and how it is important that medical risk is evaluated by a scientific method. There are 3 subset analyses that must be included in medical risk. The first is that of dosage. So one could take Tylenol for a week at the recommended dosage and do just fine. One can take 2 bottles of Tylenol and die of liver failure. It is very important that dosage be assessed with every scientific evaluation of risk. The second necessary subset analysis is that of determination of causation based on the mechanism of action. We know that Tylenol causes liver failure. Take a lot of Tylenol, we can reproduce it in the lab and we see it in people, it's liver failure. But if you take a bottle of Tylenol and develop lung cancer, the Tylenol didn't cause the lung cancer. Just because 2 things occur at the same time does not mean that one caused the other. The third subset of analysis is that of level of evidence. All of the articles must be brought together and graded in terms of level of evidence. so that we know how much weight to put on each article. The best level of evidence is randomized controlled trials. The worst level of evidence is case reports. So level of evidence must be included in every evaluation of medical risks. In summary, researchers, when using the scientific method to evaluate data, have been unable to demonstrate a causal link to disease when energy drinks are ingested in the recommended dose by healthy people. Medical risks must be evaluated by scientists based on the scientific method. The conclusions based on science can be reproduced. If it isn't reproduced, it isn't science. Committee consensus is based on politics, not science. Assessment of medical risks by a non-scientific approach, such as a consensus, may yield dangerous conclusions, and if not dangerous, at least inaccurate. The proposed working group has not stated what method they will use, what data they will use, or how they will evaluate level of evidence to assess risks. From the composition of the group, the only conclusions will be based on consensus, which means that they will not be scientifically valid and may be very unfounded conclusions. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to address any questions.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. And it looks as though we have no questions, which probably has more to do with the lateness of the hour than my interest in the topic. So thank you. We appreciate you being here with us. And we'll move on to Ashley Carl, then Thomas Burr, and we will wrap it up as of right now with Maria Reyes.
Good evening, members of the Committee on Children. I first want to apologize that my daughter is currently being put to bed and she's 2. So if you hear any screams, that is why. But my name's Ashley Carl, and I'm the registered dietitian, and I'm a food service director. So today I want to express my strong support for Bill SB 1217, which would establish no-cost meals for all students in Connecticut. So I'd like to share some impactful data. So in the school year 24-25, Connecticut's actually projected to serve 2.6 million fewer breakfasts statewide than compared to last year when universal breakfast was offered to all students. As of December 31st, 52 non-CEP, which is the community eligibility provision schools, districts alone had accumulated a staggering $681,000 in negative meal balance debt. This figure represents less than half of the districts across Connecticut. And in my own district, breakfast participation has decreased 33% after the decision to stop providing free breakfast for all students. And while data is incredibly important in shaping policy today, I want to highlight the human side of this issue and the stories that I've lived and the voices that I hear as a food service director. So I was once a child who received reduced price meals. And I can tell you, I don't remember a lot of the books I read in high school. I don't remember the specific scores on my exam, but I will never forget my favorite lunch and the cafeteria staff member who allowed me to charge a meal when I couldn't pay. The act of kindness left a lasting impression on me. And however, I also vividly remember that stigma I felt as a child receiving reduced price meals. It was real, and I see that same stigma affecting the students that I see every day. Every child who enters the cafeteria should be able to focus on their education and not the stigma that they feel while receiving their meals. One of the most heart-wrenching parts of my job is hearing from parents in distress. I've received calls from parents in tears, like the one who told me I'm receiving food from the local food pantry. How do I not qualify for free meals? Or the single mom with 3 children who makes too much to qualify for free meals, but still is struggling to put food on the table. I've cried with these families, and I believe that we, as a state, owe it to them to provide free meals for every child in Connecticut. Earlier this year, 2 elementary students came to the cafeteria in the morning and asked how much breakfast cost. When I told them it was $1.75, they said their parents couldn't afford it. They walked away without taking breakfast, and I ran back into the kitchen, and I will tell you I cried with my cafeteria manager because no child, especially a young child, should ever have to make the decision to go hungry because their parents can't pay. The burden these children carry is unimaginable, and it breaks my heart daily to know that these choices they're being forced to make. Bill 1217 is a chance to change this. We have the power to give our children something so simple but so vital, the security of knowing that every single student, regardless of their family's income, will have access to a nutritious meal each day. I thank you so much for your time and commitment. I know you guys have had a long day. I've had the meeting on since 1, but really thank you so much for all that you do for our kids in Connecticut.
Thank you so much, Ashley. We have two people with questions for you. So Representative Martinez.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
Thank you for coming on. So Ashley works in my district. So I'm very familiar with the work that she does, and you really do go above and beyond. One sentiment has been coming up throughout the day, and it's food waste. So I just wanted you, if you could touch on an example of, I know you've worked really hard to come up with creative ways to get kids to try new foods and to like new foods, like making kale cool. So if you could just give an example of what you've been able to do in the district.
Of course. I thank you so much, Rebecca. I'm so excited that you're on this committee. I saw that earlier and I was so proud. And so some of the things that like we in Plainville have specifically done is we do taste tests with the support of the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids grant. We got a micro grant. So we were able to hire a farm to school coordinator this year, and we actually do taste tests with our students, which is incredible because they kind of give us their feedback and then we can offer to put those items on the menu. And I know like food waste has been a hot topic today. And like my thought throughout this whole process has been, as a dietitian, I have a 2.5-year-old. I know that if I gave her 3 slices of pizza, she would eat 3 slices of pizza, but we always want to encourage, right, the fruits, the vegetables, and we want to encourage and offer those to our children. So one of the things I think is incredibly important is having all students have access to fruits and vegetables. But I really think we should kind of like change that conversation as well, and to why kids are throwing away items and not why they're not eating it, or not to why they're not throwing it away, but why aren't they eating it? So with that, we're also trying to do like nutrition education lessons for students, because I think that's really impactful and really important. And as a dietitian, we really want to expose kids to a bunch of different fruits and vegetables. And I think that's a way that we can kind of combat food waste, is having kids eat food and try different foods and not be throwing them away.
Thank you. Representative Lanu.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Thank you, Ms. Carl, for your testimony. Thanks for hanging in there all day and coming before us. I was just wondering, I'm hearing some of the arguments throughout the day. So I heard some mention that we passed a law a while back here that you can't give a kid who can't afford to pay a different type of lunch, and a kid cannot refuse lunch. I'm just trying to understand where we are on the ground with this. Have you still seen issues where kids are being denied lunches or being served different lunches, even after this passage? Or I just wonder if you could give me some insight on that.
So I personally have not heard of, I work with a lot of my colleagues. I have not heard anybody, and as far as I'm aware, no district in the state is doing that. I can't say with certainty, but I would imagine that law was passed back, I think in 2021 or 2022. So I don't believe anybody is doing that. And I think that's kind of why our negative meal balance is also like increased significantly since there's no longer universal free meals. So I have not heard anything, and I would beg to say that I think I would be 99.9% sure districts are not offering alternate meals to students who cannot afford them.
Okay, that's helpful. That's good to know. That's helpful. Also, I guess my other question is, in your view, as somebody who lives this day in and day out, if this bill is to pass and become law, what is the biggest problem do you think this will currently solve most immediately?
I think that I want to say that there's kids that are not eating that are not eating because they can't afford to be eating. I think it kind of alleviates all the stigma throughout the cafeterias. I know that stigma is sometimes a hard thing to prove, but I can tell you it's real. I welcome anybody to our schools. I love what we do, but I really just think it gives equity to all students. Students throughout all districts, right, get transportation, they get Chromebooks. And I really think it's incredibly important. Why would we not offer them a meal? We don't go to a meeting for 8 hours and not like have food available there. So why would we not provide food? And I just think the stigma piece would really go away. And we saw that during COVID. And we'd also be able to buy more local food, which would be absolutely amazing and support our economy in Connecticut.
Thank you, Representative.
I appreciate those answers. Thank you.
Representative Paris.
Ashley, how are you?
Fabulous. How are you?
Good, thank you. I'm not going to keep you too long, but I just have a few questions for clarification, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Thank you for the work that you're doing, of course, in our public school system. Two questions. Connecticut has about 750,000 children in the state, and I think over the last year, in 2024, we've seen the food insecurity rates amongst children go up. I think it's gone up to about 12.5%, which means a little bit right under 100,000 children across our state are food insecure. Have you seen a uptick in the public school system with kids from the 3 years to present day in terms of those who are experiencing food insecurity?
Yes, and what I can say is I think Food Share released like 1 in 6 kids are food insecure. I can say that our breakfast numbers have decreased 33% from last year to this year. And I don't think those 33% that decreased are not eating because they don't want to. I think they're not eating because they can't afford to. So I would say that since no longer having free meals, I would think that our food insecurity is increasing.
That's helpful for me to know and also helpful for the general public to know. One last question for you. Do you think that the lack of food options and access to food is essentially affecting the way that our kids are learning in the public school system? Do you think they have a harder time with learning and retaining information and being engaged in the classroom because they're not eating?
Absolutely. As someone, so I actually I was food insecure growing up, and I can tell you that I think I excelled better in college because I was eating and I was provided like nutrition. I was just eating more. Whereas when I was in elementary school, I don't think I did as well. Or in high school, I would always like be hungry, and you're constantly thinking about like where your next meal is coming from. Like I know if I'm hungry, I'm not thinking about my math test. I'm not going to do as well. And I think there's always a reason why we provide food to students before they test, right? You're going to test better when your belly's full. So I think eating and having high test scores is correlation.
Certainly have to agree with you on that, and I appreciate your sentiments on this. I think if we're fed in the legislature before we vote so that we can vote with a clear mind and big heart, we should certainly be able to feed our kids as well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you so much, Representative Paris. Ashley, I see no more questions, so thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate you sticking in here with us.
Thank you.
Next is Thomas Burr, and then Carolyn Papakota, and finishing up with Maria Reyes. Thank you. Thomas?
Yes, good evening, Senator Marr, Representative Paris, and members of the Committee on Children. My name is Thomas Burr. I'm the Public Policy Manager of the Connecticut chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, otherwise known as NAMI Connecticut. I am testifying today in regards to HB 5474, an act concerning the use of social media platforms by individuals 16 years of age and under. NAMI is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization dedicated to building better lives for the millions of Americans affected by mental illness. For any of the legislators here on the call tonight that are unfamiliar with our organization, more information about us is included in my written testimony. Now, regarding HB 5474, NAMI believes that no one should be subject to practices that can cause or worsen mental health symptoms, and that public policies to protect individuals should be guided by credible evidence-based research. NAMI supports public policies that facilitate research into the risks and benefits of social media use and policies that mitigate the risk of social media use on mental health with a focus on youth and young adults. Social media use is widespread across all age groups in the US and especially prevalent among youth, with US teens spending an average of nearly 5 hours daily on social media apps. This is concerning in as much as, among other things that contribute to good mental health, likely suffer, such as exercise, being out in nature, and most importantly, sleep, which is hugely important to brains that are still developing. At the same time, youth are experiencing a mental health crisis, with a percentage of high school students who report persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness increased by 50% from 2011 to 2021. Given the near universal use of social media, parents, caregivers, educators, and policymakers have raised concerns about the impacts of social media use on youth mental health. We echo those concerns. At the same time, studies have found that social media use presents both benefits and risks to mental health. Social media can offer an outlet to express creativity, as well as opportunities to receive mental health resources and build community with individuals who can offer emotional support, and especially for people with marginalized identities. Social media platforms also have the potential to provide mental health interventions and opportunities for moderated peer-to-peer engagement to improve youth and young adult mental health. There are also documented risks to mental health from social media use, such as depression, social comparison, cyberbullying, fear of discrimination, exposure to harmful content, and again, sleep disruption.
Summarize.
All right, so there's a lot of reports that I listed in my written testimony, and I just want to, in summary, say that we still have a need for further research to understand the long-term effects of social media use on mental health, as well as how specific features and content impact mental health, and the potential for social media apps to provide evidence-based interventions. So therefore, we support public policies that facilitate this research into the risks and benefits of social media use, and policies that mitigate the risk of social media use on mental health, and a focus on youth and young adults. And again, please refer to my written testimony. There's some really great information about there, including some links to recent legislative efforts from other states compiled by the National Conference of State Legislators. So thank you all for staying so late tonight and listening to my testimony, and I'll answer any questions that I can.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you providing all the links in your testimony, and we will take a look at that. And I see no questions at this time, so you are free to go and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much.
Have a good night. Thank you.
Carolyn Ryan Papakota.
Hi there, how are you?
Good.
So I believe I might be the only one testifying on this. It's House Bill 6186. I'm an attorney based out of Hamden, and this is a complicated topic, so I would refer to my testimony, but to try to condense it, this is an addendum to an existing law that serves as a clarification that prenatal records shall not be included as a part of a mandated report to DCF. So when it's with a newborn, it's typically going to be a hospital that would be making those reports, and the hospital would have access to a woman's prenatal records. Connecticut is in the majority of states that a pregnant woman who ingests an illegal substance that is not abuse or neglect alone. And DCF regulations in Connecticut go even further, that nor should she be investigated based on substance use alone during pregnancy. But though the regulations are clear, what the operation of the care line on a very practical level does differ. So unlike older children, the newborn portal is all done online. So the hospital worker goes through an online portal, answers a series of questions. One group of those questions specifically asks detailed questions from DCF to the hospital worker about the woman's prenatal care. They are, quote, what prenatal care was provided during pregnancy, and were there any positive or negative toxicology tests? And next to all that is an asterisk that the question, an answer is required in order for the reporting hospital to proceed. Now, those questions are asked even if the woman is being reported, and the family, the woman and her newborn, for reasons that are completely unrelated to substance use. So one woman I spoke with was reported because she was living at a motel, and the hospital interpreted that as being homeless. So even if there's no history or concerns with substance use, her detailed prenatal records are still being released without consent as part of the online portal questions that are required. This practice is invasive. It discourages women who may have a substance use disorder from seeking prenatal care, and it has also led to disparate incomes. Information I received from a Freedom of Information request found that 53% of all women who were investigated after giving birth at a hospital and referred to DCF were women of color. So in Connecticut, to substantiate neglect and abuse against the mother of a newborn, there is a heavy reliance under Connecticut regulations that the newborn have a positive toxicology or be experiencing withdrawal symptoms. This is enough without invading women's prenatal records without their consent. Prenatal care is worth prioritizing. In 2025, pregnant women should have the same confidentiality in their medical records as the rest of Connecticut society. Especially with pregnant women, the stakes are higher, and I ask the members of the committee to restore this dignity by voting yes on House Bill 6186. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and I believe you're right. I do think you are the only person who provided testimony on this.
Yes.
We do appreciate you, and we appreciate it. You provided written testimony, so we
much more extensive. Yes. Thank you.
We appreciate your time. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, our final, am I getting this right? Yes, our final speaker tonight, our final, oh my gosh, my brain has now completely left me. Maria, we'd like you to provide testimony. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Buenas noches, Senador Maya, representante Paris y miembro del Comité de Niños. Mi nombre es María Reyes y soy proveedora de cuidado infantil familiar con el programa de Care for Kids en Marbury, Connecticut. Soy un miembro orgulloso de mi sindicato SCIA y CIU local 2001. Ofrezco el siguiente testimonio sobre el proyecto de ley 6839 y el proyecto de ley 6840. Primero, quiero agradecer al comité por considerar estos proyectos de ley y por escuchar mi testimonio. Estos proyectos de ley son piezas importantes de legislación que, en general, cuentan con el apoyo de las proveedoras de cuidados infantil. Pero pedimos algunos cambios que sabemos fortalecerán su efectividad. He estado en la industria de cuidados infantil por más de 20 años y este trabajo sigue motivándome porque sé que la diferencia que marco en la vida de los niños y sus familiares. Me orgullece brindar un ambiente seguro, educativo y enriquecedor, más allá de ofrecer cuidado de calidad. Considero mi rol como un mini incubadora para futuras proveedores. Trabajo estrechamente con mis asistentes, ayudándole a desarrollar sus habilidades para que un día puedan abrir sus propios espacios de cuidado infantil. Hago esto porque las necesidades de nuestra comunidad son muy grandes y quiero asegurarme de que cada niño, no solo infante, tenga un lugar donde aprender y crecer. A lo largo de los años he visto cómo este modelo beneficia no solo a los niños, sino también a los asistentes y a los ayudantes a medida que se desarrollan profesionalmente, contribuyendo a la expansión del acceso de cuidado infantil de calidad en Marbury, y en todo Connecticut. Al formar a las próximas generaciones de proveedores, ayuda a construir una red de profesionales dedicados al cuidado
Can you
infantil
please summarize?
que entienden las necesidades de nuestra comunidad. El proyecto de la ley HB 6839 busca aumentar el número de niños que los proveedores de cuidado infantil familiar puedan atender, de 9 niños a 12. Aunque apoyemos firmemente este cambio, no es la única mejora necesaria para abordar realmente la falta de opciones que falta en cuidado infantil. También debemos aumentar la tarifa para los proveedores, tarifa más alta, que permiten mejorar la contratación y retención de personal, permiten que las proveedoras permanezcan en un campo que puedan satisfacer la creciente demanda de cuidado infantil en Connecticut. El proyecto de ley HB de las proveedoras tiene que ser, buscamos aumentar un número de niños en los proveedores de cuidado infantil familiar. Puede atender de 9 a 12 niños. Aunque apoyamos firmemente este cambio, no es la única mejora necesaria para abordar realmente la falta de opción de cuidado infantil. También debemos aumentar las tarifas de proveedora más altas, permitir mejor contrataciones y retención de personal, permitiendo que las proveedoras permanezcan en el campo, que
Okay,
puedan
Maria.
satisfacer la
Yeah.
creciente demanda de cuidado infantil. Gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you. I
I
see
have
that.
I have the translated version of her testimony.
Thank you.
And
And
so
you
I
have
will
your-
go ahead and read it for you all today.
Thank you.
Good morning. If you, um, I will get past to the important part. My name is Maria Reyes, and I am a family childcare provider in Waterbury, Connecticut, as well as a proud member and council president of my union, CSEA SEIU Local 2001. I offer the following testimony regarding Bill 6839 and House Bill 6840. First, I want to thank the committee for considering these bills and for listening to my testimony. These bills are important pieces of legislation that overall have the support of family childcare providers, but we are requesting some changes that we know will strengthen their effectiveness. Maria has been a childcare provider for more than 20 years, and in this work, it motivates her because she understands the difference that she is making in the lives of children and families. She takes pride in providing a safe, educational, and enriching environment. Beyond offering quality care, Maria views her role as a mini incubator for future providers. She works closely with assistants, helping them to develop their skills so that they can one day open their own childcare spaces. She does this because she knows that the needs of the community are great, and she wants to ensure that every child, not just infants, have a place to grow and learn. Over the years, she has seen how this model benefits not only children, but also her assistants, who work closely with her, as she develops them professionally and ensures that they continue to contribute to expanding access to quality childcare in Waterbury and other parts of Connecticut. By training the next generation of providers, she helps to build a network of childcare professionals who understand and addresses the needs of the community. House Bill 6839 seeks to increase the number of children that family childcare providers can care for from 9 to 12. While we strongly support this change, it is not the only improvement needed to truly address the lack of childcare options. We must also increase the rates of pay for providers. Higher rates of pay would improve hiring and retention, allowing for more providers to stay in the field and meet the growing demand for childcare in Connecticut. Thank you for listening to my testimony and for recognizing the need of increased support and resources for providers, children, and parents. I have also submitted a written testimony that was translated, Maria Reyes, Waterbury, Connecticut. And Madam Chair, if I may also mention, I have Cruz O'Neill's version of her testimony translated if the committee would be interested in hearing. She has also submitted that in English and as a written testimony.
Please go ahead.
Thank you.
My name is Cruz O'Neill, and I am a mother and a family childcare provider in New Britain, Connecticut. Under the Care for Kids program, as well as a proud member of my union, CSEA SEIU Local 2001, I offer the following testimony regarding Bill 6839 and House Bill 6840. I have been a family childcare provider for about 4 years now, and I'm also a mother of 3 children, ages 4, 7, and 9. To be with my own children, 2 of whom are currently undergoing a residency process, I am forced to drop 2 of my clients every time they come visit me, or even if it's for a short vacation, a period of time, or an emergency. This results in a direct loss of income for a family childcare provider, and that income is difficult to recover. In addition, with the current maximum limit of only 6 children, I have to hire a substitute if I want more than that number. The problem is that with what I currently earn, I cannot afford to pay an assistant, keeping my business running and provide for my children at the same time. How am I to sustain myself under these conditions? This is a question that many of us struggle with. House Bill 6839 proposes increasing the limit from 6 to 12 children. This change is crucial for the validity of businesses like mine. It would allow me to earn enough income to support ourselves, even when facing challenges like mine, allow me to have my family with me, and would prevent us from having to turn away families who are desperately seeking quality childcare. We also support House Bill 6840, but we believe it should include an essential element, the participation of family childcare providers like me. Our direct experience makes us important voices in developing an effective plan that addresses the real needs of low-income families. I urge you to consider these changes more than just legislation. These bills represent an opportunity to grow a stronger childcare system, one that supports children, families, and providers. Thank you for listening to my testimony, which has also been submitted in English and writing. Cruz O'Neill, New Britain, Connecticut.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your translation. And seeing no questions, I think we are done with this public hearing. I want to thank everyone for sticking in till the end, and also to everyone who testified. It was, oh, we see a hand here. Jeremy Stein. Okay. Jeremy. Oh, Jeremy. Oh, there you are. Can't hear you.
Hey everyone, sorry, you'd think 4 years of Zoom, I'd know how to unmute myself.
Okay, you got in just under the wire. We had moved past, we were about to close the hearing.
Well, I'll be brief. So my name is Jeremy Stein. I am the Executive Director of States United to Prevent Gun Violence. I'm testifying in support of House Bill 6180, which is a pretty straightforward, simple bill. It's a bill that puts the protection of children first and foremost and gives parents the information they need to make informed decisions about where their children receive care. It's really that simple. As many of you know me from my years with Connecticut Against Gun Violence, the facts are pretty straightforward about guns. They do not make us safer. They are the leading cause of death for children under the age of 18 in the United States, the leading cause of death. Nearly 1 child gains access to a loaded firearm and unintentionally shoots themselves or someone else every day in America, and an average of 350 children a year. And more than 7 in 10 unintentional child shootings occur in or around the home. The statistics you've probably heard all day long are surrounding firearms, people saying that guns don't make us safer. And then you've heard it from the other side saying, well, they're really troubled by this because it's targeting gun owners or it's violating the constitutional rights. Number one, this is not about constitutional rights. There is no constitutional right of privacy to also own a gun. There is a right to own a gun, but the privacy right is separate. And really what this committee is focused on is protecting our children first. We know all too well, whether we're talking about Sandy Hook or we're talking about Ethan's song, we know that children and guns do not go together, but it's really not even about, this bill isn't really about whether or not you're safer with a gun or not safer gun. This is about giving the parents the right to make that decision themselves. And I heard over and over in this hearing from both sides saying that parents need to be more informed so that they can make choices to be able to protect their to protect their children, in order to make an informed, educated decision about one of the hardest choices that parents will face, where to place their children for care when they're unable to do so, whether it's for work or medical needs or other priorities. Parents should be able to make an informed decision, and they should know whether or not the home that they're going to put somebody in, their children, has a gun in it. And that's all this bill does, is just says notify the parents, let
Can you
them
please
make the
summarize?
choice. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Thank you, Jeremy, for getting in here under the wire. And I don't see any questions right now, but I'm presuming you've submitted testimony. Jeremy? Okay. Well, then we are going to close this public hearing for the Children's Committee. And I want to thank everyone who testified today, and also thank my committee members and my co-chairs as we are closing up the meeting. Thank you all so much. And also our clerk. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.